Hello, everyone. I hope you're all doing well. Thank you for your continued support and kind words. It truly means a lot. I hope you're enjoying the audiobook I've shared. If you are, please consider liking the video and sharing your favorite part in the comments. Your feedback is always appreciated. Don't forget to subscribe if you'd like to hear more great audiobooks in the future. Now, let's get started. Shadow Slave by Guiltythree, presented by Read Visuals Chapter 232 to 280. Chapter 232, Before the Storm. In the next few hours, Sunny did nothing but leisurely gaze at the vistas of the labyrinth. While monotonous, they were still picturesque and breathtaking. The Forgotten Shore was a harrowing but beautiful place. The somber gray sky and the black earth created a perfect backdrop for the vibrant crimson sea of twisting coral blades. Here and there, strange landmarks broke the dullness of the landscape, igniting the flames of curiosity in Sunny's heart. After all, he was nothing if not a passionate explorer, provided most of his explorations ended with something dying at the end of his blade. But still, out there in the depths of the labyrinth, Sunny saw many things that piqued his interest. The skeletal remains of colossal monsters with signs of ferocious battles written in the marks on their bones. Broken wrecks of giant vessels with terrible breaches in their mighty hulls. Abyssal chasms that were full of darkness and emptiness, leading into the depths of this cursed land where true horrors dwelt. And things he couldn't even describe, let alone identify. He even saw several vast ruins that must have been entire cities once. Now only unclear shapes of magnificent buildings remained, overgrown with crimson coral and barely resembling anything made by a human hand. He didn't know if they had existed before or simultaneously with the Dark City. Regardless, it seemed that no other human settlement on the Forgotten Shore had withstood the curse of darkness as the cursed city had. They were all destroyed and devoured, first by the crimson coral, then by the ruthless flow of time. Now, no one was left to remember that these proud cities had ever existed. The 7 heroes that created the Starlight Legion were described as those born in all-consuming darkness. That suggested that humans had resisted the curse for a while, at least. Maybe the Dark City was built long after the darkness had devoured this land, as the last sanctuary and fortress for those who remained. A lot of good had that done in the end. His reverie was broken by Cassie, who suddenly turned south and frowned. Her quick movement drew everyone's attention. Sunny instantly had a bad feeling. Nephis turned to the blind girl and frowned. "Cassie, do you feel something?" Cassia lingered for a few moments and then said, her voice uncertain, I think a storm is coming." Sunny looked at the sky, which like always was covered in a gray veil of clouds. Nothing seemed to indicate that there was going to be a tempest turning it impenetrably dark and furious soon, but that was just how things worked on the Forgotten Shore. Storms came out of nowhere and destroyed everyone unfortunate enough to be caught in their murderous embrace. If Cassie said that she felt one approaching, then it was. Their oracle had a good track record of sensing such things. Damn. A storm meant that the cursed sea would rise from the depths earlier than usual. It also meant that there would be rain and lightning, which would make the behavior of the dwellers of the depths unpredictable. It also meant hurricane winds, and that was really bad news when you were stuck on a moving colossus 200 meters above the ground. Nephis gritted her teeth. You heard her. Prepare. However, the blind girl interrupted her. Wait, there is something else. Changing Star lingered for a moment, then asked, You are sensing another threat? Cassie scowled, then said in a strange tone, No, not sensing, I can hear something strange. It's like a rustle. Everyone stared at her for a few seconds, trying to understand the meaning behind her words. Strangely, Kai was the first one to react. Suddenly pale, he spun around and summoned his bow. Before anyone could understand what was happening, something whistled in the air, and a dark shape forcefully crashed into the stone platform, smearing it with blood. A black arrow was protruding from its body. Sunny jumped out of the way and gasped, stunned by the force with which the monster impacted against the stone. It had to have been in a long dive before being pierced by Kai's arrow, mere moments away from snatching one of them away. The creature looked somewhat like a giant locust. Its body was covered in black chitin and comparatively small, no bigger than that of an adult human. Its wide wings were thin and transparent. As it convulsed in death throes, the wings moved, threatening to push the members of the cohort off of the platform. Nephis dashed forward, grabbed the disgusting creature, and threw it down. Kai was already grabbing another arrow. There was an expression of panic on his face. Sunny blinked. Why is he panicking? The monster is already... As though hearing his thoughts, Kai glanced at the members of the cohort with wide eyes and yelled, Swarms! These fiends hunt in swarms! Get ready! Before he could finish, Sunny was already summoning the Midnight Shard and the Stone Saint. Dead! By now, everyone could hear the rustling sound Cassie had told them about. It seemed to be coming from nowhere, surrounding them like a wave. For a few moments, nothing happened. The members of the cohort tensely stared up. Why? Suddenly, a black dot appeared in the gray clouds and swiftly fell down, covering the distance to the neck of the colossus almost instantly. Before it could attack, though, Effie's spear collided with it. The giant locust practically exploded, sending a rain of blood splattering against the stone back of the colossus. But by the time the huntress dismissed her spear, and before she had the time to summon it again, there was another dot, and another, and another. Kai shot one more creature out of the air, while Castor used a strange sling he summoned from his soul sea to break the wings of another. Nephis raised her sword and yelled, "Cassie, wind!" Flinching, the blind girl began to call upon her wooden staff. While white sparks of light were still weaving the shape of it in her hands, the quiet dancer flew out of its scabbard by itself and flashed into the air, piercing an approaching locust clean through. A few moments later, a powerful gale shot from the wooden staff into the skies, slowing the attacking locusts down and sending them staggering. One of these stragglers somehow managed to land on the platform and immediately jumped at Sunny. Changing his stance on the fly, Sunny slashed with his sword, decapitating the repulsive creature. However, because of the inertia, the massive body continued to move forward, slamming into him at great speed. With a curse, Sunny flew back and fell over the railing. Sliding on the stone, he rolled down to the stone giant's shoulder and caught himself on the part of the defensive fence built by Effie and Kai. Then, he stood up and spat a mouthful of blood. A moment later, Sunny froze, his eyes widening. Because of the tumble, he accidentally looked down to the ground. What he saw there made him shiver. Numerous dark shapes were appearing from the labyrinth and jumping at the colossus, swiftly climbing up his giant stone body. Chapter 233, Swarm. As the members of the cohort killed several giant locusts, their repulsive black bodies fell to the ground, raining blood on the walking colossus and the crimson coral of the labyrinth. As soon as their corpses hit the ground, it suddenly moved. Dark figures appeared from beneath the mud, rushing at the dead locusts to devour them. Hundreds of monsters were suddenly competing for the few scraps of meat. After several bloody fights broke out and the winners were decided, those who had not gotten to satiate their hunger turned their heads and followed the smell of blood. Right back to the moving stone giant. Looking down with dark resentment, Sunny saw numerous creatures jumping at the legs of the walking statue from the mounds of coral and quickly climbing up. They were headed right to where the cohort was being besieged by the swarm of winged abominations. He couldn't see the shape of them clearly, but there was no doubt that these monsters were bad news. Damnation! Sin an awakened beast, flesh reaver, your shadow grows stronger. Turning around, Sunny summoned the prowling thorn and hurled it upward. A moment later, using the invisible string as support, he was flying through the air. Grabbing onto the edge of the circular platform, he hoisted himself up and once again faced the carnage. The kunai flashed, cutting the wing of one of the locusts clean off. Suddenly crippled, the creature toppled and plummeted down, no doubt to be devoured by the horde of nightmare creatures approaching from below. The battle with the swarm was not going too great for the cohort. The turbulent winds summoned by Cassie's staff bought them some breathing room by making it hard for the locusts to approach the platform at high speed, but there were just too many of them. Kai was setting one arrow after another loose. After that one first shot, he had not used the blood arrow, choosing instead to rely on his mundane ones. In the chaotic mess of this sudden battle, it was too easy to miss. Plus, he didn't need a lot of power to deliver debilitating wounds to the locusts. They were basically skewering themselves on the arrows themselves by diving from the skies with incredible speed. Still, the abominable reavers were awakened beasts. It wasn't easy for a sleeper to kill one with just a single shot. Just as Sunny grabbed the kunai and spun to avoid a glancing blow from one of the creatures, another one landed on the platform. 2 arrows were sticking from its cracked chitin, but the locust was still alive. Not for long, though. Just a moment after the repulsive bug landed, Neff's sword flashed through the air, slicing it in half, sending the mangled body off the platform with a powerful kick. Changing Star turned to Kai and yelled, "Don't try to kill them! Break their wings!" With a sudden light of understanding in his eyes, the archer changed his approach. Indeed, that made sense. The members of the cohort didn't need to slay the locusts. They just needed to make it so the flying scourges weren't able to reach the stone platform. Effie, meanwhile, did not need this advice. Everything she hit simply exploded into a disgusting puddle of bloody goo. The problem the huntress faced was that there was no powerful range weapon she could use. Her beautiful spear was not really suited to be thrown that often. The memories were created from soul essence. Once a memory was dismissed, that essence returned to the core of the awakened that had summoned it. However, if it was too far away from them, the essence was simply wasted, unless the memory had a special enchantment like that of the blood arrow. The essence wasn't lost forever, as it would slowly accumulate inside the soul core until the peak capacity was reached once again. But this process took time, so one could not endlessly throw their memories at the enemy during a battle, especially not once they reached a rank where managing one's soul essence was of higher importance. Effie had not reached such a rank yet, but she was still limited by that principle. That's why she resorted to using makeshift darts fashioned out of plates of spider iron. There wasn't much of them left, however. Once the last dart was gone, she would have to either exhaust her pool of soul essence or risk fighting the attacking locusts in melee, just like the Stone Saint was doing right now. As Sunny rushed toward Nephis, he noticed the shadow lowering her shoulder and raising her shield. In the next moment, one of the repulsive creatures crashed into it at full speed and simply crumbled, black blood exploding into the air through the cracks in the shattered chitin. You have slain. The huntress, however, did not have the benefit of weighing a literal ton. Despite her graceful appearance, the saint was made out of stone, and stone was much heavier than flesh. It was also much harder to rip and slice apart. Once Effie was forced to fight the locusts with nothing but her spear and shield, her life would be in real danger. Curses, curses, curse it all! Swiftly approaching Changing Star, Sunny kicked a disgusting piece of a killed creature off the platform and yelled, "We have a problem!" Nephis sharply looked at him and scowled. What? Sunny hesitated for a moment, and then gestured down. There's a couple of hundred labyrinth creatures crawling all over the Colossus. They'll be here pretty soon. Nephis gritted her teeth, then glanced at the members of the cohort. Cassie was holding the wooden staff, sending powerful bursts of wind into the sky to slow down the attacking swarm. The quiet dancer was flashing through the air, protecting her from the locusts to the best of its ability. Castor was spinning his strange sling, aiming at the wings of the repulsive creatures. His face was calm and grim. Everyone was barely holding on and one mistake away from death. With a dark look in her cold gray eyes, Nephis looked at Sunny. Then she said, "Come with me, then." Chapter 234, Horde. Briefly giving Castor a few instructions, Nephis walked over to the edge of the platform and looked down. When she saw the numerous creatures climbing the stone giant, a grim expression appeared on her face. Sunny weighed the prowling thorn in his hand and asked, "So, what's the plan?" Changing Star glanced at him and smiled darkly. "What else? Kill as many as you can." With that, she jumped down and landed softly on the shoulder of the Colossus. With a sigh, Sunny followed. Figures. A moment later they separated. Nephis dashed to the opposite side of the moving statue, running on the wide stone path of its collar. She was going to try and deal with those creatures that were climbing the front and the left side of the giant. Sunny was going to have to stop those coming from the right and the back. He wasn't sure that just two of them were going to be enough to cover all that space, but they didn't have a lot of choices. Sunny and Nephis at least had the high ground advantage against the enemy. Those fighting against the swarm of monstrous locusts, however, did not. The cohort couldn't spare anyone else for this task. Looking down, he was finally able to discern the shape of the attacking labyrinth dwellers. They looked like massive primates covered in dirty gray fur. Their arms were strong and muscular, easily pulling their heavy bodies up the ancient stone surface. Each had a mouthful of sharp teeth, with two curved tusks protruding from it, as long as daggers. The most disturbing fact about these beasts was that there were crimson flowers growing from within the bloody gaps in their flesh. Some even had pale stems slithering from one eye socket to another. With a shiver, Sunny realized that this tribe of nightmare creatures were simply hosts for a different, much more terrifying one. The primates were nothing but meat puppets for those ghoulish flowers. Oh gods. Summoning the ordinary rock, Sunny wrapped his body in the shadow, strained his muscles, and threw it down as hard as he could. The small rock plunged through the air and collided with one of the creatures far below, hitting it right in the forehead and splitting its rotten skull apart. Not paying any attention to the fact that half of its head was missing, the primate continued climbing up. Sunny gritted his teeth and dismissed the rock. Just as I thought. Nothing could ever be simple on the Forgotten Shore. The cohort would never be just attacked by a swarm of flying abominations. There had to be a horde of monstrous primates attacking them from the ground, too. And gods forbid those powerful beasts were not parasitized by even more ghastly horrors. At least their bodies are not so tough due to their partially decomposed state. That was something he could work with. Just as the first primate climbed into the range of the prowling thorn, something thundered above Sunny, and in the next moment he was doused from head to toe in fetid black blood. A mangled corpse of a giant locust flew past him and fell down. Sunny frozen for a second, then growled, "I am a walking target now, aren't I? Well, great. Let them come. The more, the merrier." Extending the invisible string to its maximum length, Sunny aimed and hurled the kunai down. He guided it by ever so slightly pulling on the string. The dagger flashed through the air and spun, drawing a curved path. A few moments later, it cut across the wrist of one of the menacing primates, cleanly severing its hand. Suddenly losing purchase, the beast instantly fell down. After plummeting from the deadly height, it hit the crimson corals below and practically exploded into bloody chunks. Sunny listened to the emptiness, a tense expression on his face. "You have slain an awakened monster, Bloodflower. Your shadow grows stronger." A relieved expression appeared on his face. At least these things weren't indestructible. Raising a hand, he caught the returning kunai and instantly threw it again. There wasn't much time left. Countless beasts were climbing up the stone body of the ancient colossus, covering a frightening amount of distance with each second. He had to slaughter as many of them as he could before they reached the battlement constructed on the giant's shoulder, or else they were going to rip him apart. In the next few minutes, Sunny did nothing but control the prowling thorn as it flew through the air, cutting through flesh and bone alike. The heavy kunai never stayed in his hand for more than a second, reaping a bountiful harvest of lives. More than a dozen beasts, Those who were ahead of the approaching horde were thrown off the statue and fell to their deaths, rewarding Sunny with an enviable amount of shadow fragments. However, he was still too slow. Sunny had to be both swift and precise when throwing the dagger, lest he wanted to be pulled off the giant's swaying shoulder himself. What's worse, he had to constantly pay attention to the sky and dodge the attacking locusts when they dove from above to devour him. The horde of terrible beasts was getting closer and closer, their arrival as inevitable as it would be fatal. The situation got even worse when another group of them reached the gargantuan statue's back. Now, Sunny not only had to deal with the monsters climbing its side, but also rush from his perch on the shoulder of the steadily moving colossus to the treacherous path of his collar to prevent the fastest climbers from reaching too high. Bad, bad, this is bad. Covered in blood, and with his muscles burning, Sunny continued to slaughter the ghastly beasts as fast as he could, but he wasn't fast enough. At some point, Sunny realized that the climbing monstrosities were now mere meters away from him. He could see every disturbing detail of their rotting bodies, with strangely graceful flowers growing from the bloody gaps. Their crimson petals trembled as they smelled prey. Suddenly, one of the primates strained its powerful legs and jumped into the air, instantly covering the remaining distance to Sunny's position. Before it could land, however, the midnight shard slashed the creature across its massive body, cutting it apart. What flowed out of the terrible wound, however, was not blood, but a vast cloud of red pollen. Before Sunny could register the fact, he had already breathed in a whole lungful of it. His eyes widened. Oh no, this is not good! Chapter 235, Flower Boy. As the red pollen settled in his lungs, Sunny suddenly sensed something subtly moving inside them. Then, a wave of excruciating pain pierced his chest. With a loud scream, he fell to his knees and grabbed at the puppeteer's shroud. A stream of blood escaped from his mouth and splashed on the ancient stone. In it, tiny blooms were sprouting roots, greedily drinking the crimson liquid and growing with visible speed. Looking at them with dark resentment, Sunny gritted his teeth and slowly stood up. By the time he straightened, his back, the pain had subsided a little. The bloodthirsty flowers were already turning black and dying, destroyed by the odd blessing of the bloodweave. The insidious nightmare creature tried to devour him from inside, but really it just signed its own death sentence. In a few short minutes it would be destroyed completely by the furnace of his tenacious body. And even if some part of it survived, Nef's purifying flames were going to finish the job. Until then, he would just have to endure this torture. Come closer, you bastards! As the midnight shard appeared in his hands, another monster was already climbing onto the shoulder of the walking colossus. Lunging forward, Sunny brandished his sword and decapitated the foul creature, then kicked it in the chest to send it flying down. A moment later, he jumped back, narrowly avoiding being grabbed by another primate. Before the beast could even react, the razor-sharp Tachi flashed across its body, severing both of its arms. More red pollen burst into the air. Holding his breath, Sunny shifted his stance and attacked once again in one swift, fluid motion. The midnight shard pierced the knee of the massive primate, making it topple. The creature wasn't dead, but any kind of mobility it once had was pretty much gone. Good enough. But it didn't really matter. 3 other monsters were already there, ready to take the fallen creature's place. And a few seconds later there was going to be even more of them, and then even more still, until eventually Sunny was torn apart by the unstoppable flood of these harrowing fiends. He would have to think of something before that happened. If only I could breathe. Fighting through the excruciating pain that was tearing him from inside, Sunny grimaced and dashed forward to face the enemies. In the next minute or so, he forced himself to cut out all unnecessary thoughts, turning into a ruthless hurricane of steel. The midnight shard danced from one nightmare creature to another, piercing, slashing, and severing their rotting flesh. The air was soon obscured by a vast cloud of red pollen. At some point, Sunny gritted his teeth and disengaged from the fight, leaving a carpet of bleeding bodies in his wake. Launching himself back a few meters, he slid on the stone and left the cloud of red mist. Only then, finally, he allowed himself to draw in a deep breath. Sensing that their enemy was gone, the primates rushed forward. However, a moment later something glistened in the mist, and a heavy triangular blade suddenly pierced the head of the leading creature. The bloodflower did not react to its host being damaged and continued its lunge. But in the next second, the head of the monstrous ape was violently jerked backward, and, losing balance, it fell down. The string of the prowling thorn was coiled around the support pillars of the makeshift battlement, creating an invisible trap. By moving forward with the kunai still stuck in its skull, the unfortunate creature pulled the string taut, causing an invisible net to rise into the air. Entangled in it, half a dozen creatures tumbled to the ground, blocking the others from pursuing Sunny. Neither the battlement nor the invisible string were going to last long, but at least it bought him a few seconds. You have slain an awakened monster, Bloodflower, your shadow. Fav, Ali. The nightmare creature in his lungs was finally dead. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Sunny groaned, wiped his lips, and glanced back. What he saw made him curse. The group of monstrous primates climbing the back of the Colossus was about to reach the collar of the stone tunic. Sunny was about to be surrounded, and he was all out of ideas. If I die today, I am at least going to drag as many of you as possible with me into a deeper, darker hell. Prepare yourselves, gangrels. Lunging forward, he ran on the narrow stone path and got to the middle of the giant's back just in time to collide with the first of the advancing primates and send it flying all the way down to the distant surface of the labyrinth. Unlike the shoulder of the Colossus, Sunny had no room to maneuver on the narrow path. In fact, he was having trouble simply keeping his balance due to the constant swaying. But the primates, with their wide shoulders and mighty frames, were in an even worse situation than him. On that narrow stone path, one man would be able to stop an entire army, provided that nothing attacked him from behind, of course, which was bound to happen. Cursing, Sunny slashed and slashed, sending one monster tumbling down in a billowing cloud of red pollen after another. Despite all his efforts, he had to retreat step after step to avoid being surrounded and killed by the ferocious abominations. The situation was becoming desperate, especially so because the creatures that had been slowed down for a bit by the string of the prowling thorn finally wrestled free of it, and were seconds away from reaching his current position. Damnation! Sending a primate that was facing him staggering with a devastating blow of the midnight shard, Sunny desperately spun to deflect the attack from the creature approaching him from the back. However, he was a fraction of a second too late. Realizing that he won't be able to block or dodge the paw of the monstrous ape, Sunny feverishly tried to come up with a way to minimize the damage, at least. But just as the claws of the creature were about to grab onto his neck, a swift shadow suddenly fell from the skies. Catching the primate with its sharp mandibles, one of the locusts easily tore its head off and dashed back, devouring the prey with terrifying speed as it flew. In the next moment, more flesh weavers fell from the skies, aiming at the climbing primates. The two tribes of nightmare creatures were suddenly locked in a ferocious battle, with the 6 humans hopelessly stuck in between. Chapter 236, Ex Machina. With his back to the stone surface of the ancient statue, Sunny stared as the two tribes of nightmare creatures clashed in a cacophony of eerie roars and rustling noises. Discovering a new target, swarming locusts swiftly fell from the skies and cut into the horde of the bloodflower hosts, devouring scores of unfortunate primates in mere moments. Torn and eviscerated by the sharp mandibles, their flesh seemed to almost melt in the terrible maws of the flying abominations. However, the massive beasts were not entirely defenseless. Any locust that lingered for a fraction of a second more than it should have was immediately grabbed and torn to pieces by the powerful primates, its black blood falling like dew on the petals of the crimson flowers that grew from their rotting bodies. Some hosts even jumped off the Colossus to grab onto diving reavers and tumble together to the distant ground. In just a few seconds, the surface of the ancient giant and the air around him was consumed by utter chaos. Indifferent to everything, the Colossus steadily marched south. "Come to your senses!" Shaking off his astonishment, Sunny swiftly finished off the primate that he had staggered a second before and pushed the heavy creature from the narrow path. Despite the fact that their enemies were now fighting each other, the pressure on the cohort did not decrease. In fact, it only grew heavier. Cursing under his breath, Sunny threw the midnight shard at another lunging monster, turned his back to the enemies, and jumped. Grabbing onto a crack in the ancient stone, he pulled his body up and nimbly scaled the neck of the ancient statue. For several seconds that seemed to last an eternity, Sunny was completely defenseless against the potential attacks by the monstrous locusts. However, to his luck, Nephis had chosen that exact moment to unleash her flames on the other side of the statue. A blinding flash of white drowned the skies for a second, confusing the reavers and buying him enough time to reach the stone platform. Climbing over its edge, Sunny rolled away and sprawled on the cold stone, trying to catch his breath. His body was in agony. The blood weave might have destroyed the flower growing in his lungs, but the damage was already done. Sunny had trouble breathing, and felt bloody foam bubbling on his lips. Every time he inhaled, a sharp pain pierced his entire being. Not too terrible. Although troublesome, these wounds were not going to kill him. Sleepers healed better and faster than mundane humans, and Sunny in particular was also transformed by the drop of Weaver's ichor, making him much tougher and harder to kill than most. Sort of like a cockroach. As for the pain, he had been through worse and survived. As long as Sunny had adrenaline numbing it to some degree, he was capable of giving a fight still. Not that it would be pleasant. With a moan, Sunny picked himself up from the ground and looked around. Things were slowly turning from bad to worse. Kai was long out of arrows and had to resort to using his morbid ascended memory. Judging by how pale his face was, he had already missed a few shots, losing a lot of blood as the result. Cassie was still trying to maintain the powerful winds that slowed the attacking locusts down, but her face and hands were covered in blood. It seemed that even the powerful enchantment of her armor and the ardent protection of the quiet dancer were not enough to fully save her from harm. Effie was now fighting the flying abominations in melee, having only a fraction of a second to react every time they attacked her. Blood was streaming down her legs, her white chiton torn and soaked with it. Her bronze helmet was gone, lying shattered on the stones. Castor did not seem to be wounded, but his face was dark with exhaustion. Maintaining his incredible speed was taxing on both the mind and the body, so he would not be able to last much longer either. The stone saint was the stone saint. The taciturn shadow was covered in black blood from head to toe and completely indifferent to it, which only enhanced her dark and menacing visage. She continued to move with elegant grace, protecting the members of the cohort to the best of her ability. But she couldn't be everywhere all at once. And then there was Sunny himself, who was in the worst shape out of all of them by far. Curses! And the worst news was that now that he had to retreat back to the platform, the abominable primates were about to follow him, forcing the cohort to defend itself from two sides simultaneously. Even worse still, unlike Sunny, the other members didn't have bloodweave to protect them from the red pollen. Bad, bad, this is bad. Just as Sunny was thinking that thought, a bloodied hand suddenly appeared from the other side of the platform. A moment later, Nephis slid under the golden rope and shakily rose to her feet. Changing Star had white flames dancing in her eyes. Her skin seemed to shine with a soft glow, as though there was fire burning beneath it. That fire, if Sunny had to guess, was responsible for annihilating the red pollen as soon as it entered her body. The Starlight Legion armor was heavily damaged and seemed to be on the verge of melting, but still held, protecting the last daughter of the immortal Flame Clan to the end. Not paying any attention to the members of the cohort, Nephis turned her head and looked south. What is she? Before Sunny could finish the thought, he was distracted by the sight of an ugly primate head rising above the edge of the circular platform. Cursing, he grabbed a jagged piece of chitin laying nearby and shoved it into the creature's eyes, forcibly pushing it back down. At the same moment, an especially large locust suddenly fell from the sky. Batting the quiet dancer away, it dove right for Cassie. Before anyone could react, its mandibles clicked. However, instead of soft flesh, all they caught was the hard wood of the enchanted staff. The blind girl had managed to defend herself at the last moment. The impact was still strong enough to throw her far back, nevertheless. Breaking the improvised barrier with her back, Cassie screamed and slipped from the platform, plummeting down like a broken doll. No! The prowling thorn was damaged and restoring itself in the soul sea, and the golden rope was tied around the platform. He didn't know what to... As the sound of a bow clattering on the stone reached his ears, Sunny saw Kai diving down from the neck of the Colossus. Flying with incredible speed, he caught up with Cassie and grabbed her by the arm. The two of them froze in the air for a moment, absolutely defenseless against the approaching locust. No, no, no! But the fatal attack never came. Suddenly, the cacophony of the battle died down, turning into deathly silence. Sunny blinked. Several locusts were hovering in the air mere meters away from Cassie and Kai, but they were in no hurry to devour the helpless humans. In fact, they too seemed frozen. A moment later, the locusts suddenly turned around and dashed away. In fact, the whole swarm was swiftly retreating, flying away from the stone colossus with as much speed as the gluttonous abominations could muster. It was as if they were fleeing from something. Many of the locusts were carrying dead primates in their claws. It seemed as though the Reavers were the ultimate victors in this terrible battle against the monstrous apes. But Sunny was pretty sure that soon the whole tribe of these terrible creatures was going to have crimson blooms growing from the cracks in their chitin. Bloodflowers were truly a horrifying enemy. Who knew what they would be capable of after subjugating a whole swarm of flying abominations? The more pressing question, however, was, what were the locusts running from? Sunny looked down, only to realize that the giant primates were also retreating, rushing down the body of the ancient statue in something that almost resembled panic. Then, finally, he turned and looked south, following the line of Changing Star's gaze. His face paled. Out there, directly in the path of the walking statue, an inconceivably vast wall of furious darkness had devoured the whole world. It was swiftly moving in their direction, bolts of lightning illuminating the raging depths of clouds almost every second. The storm was approaching. Chapter 237, Wall of Darkness. Kai landed on the stone platform, gently placing Cassie down. The blind girl was deathly pale and visibly hurt, but her life didn't seem to be in danger. The archer smiled reassuringly and gripped her shoulder. Then, just like the rest of them, he turned his head and silently looked south. A wall of impenetrable, furious darkness was approaching from there, devouring vast spans of the labyrinth with each second. To Sunny, it felt like an endless ocean of deranged shadows was rushing to drown them. The pressure he felt was almost as bad as that of the ominous crimson spire. The Colossus was marching toward the darkness, completely indifferent to its menacing oppression. The wind rustled Sunny's hair. In the stunned silence, Effie suddenly fell to her knees with a pained groan. Her hands were pressed against the breach in her archaic cuirass, bright blood streaming from beneath them. That sound brought everyone back to reality. With a grim expression on her face, Nephis walked other to the wounded huntress and gently placed her hands on her body. A moment later, soft white radiance shone through the cracks of Effie's armor, healing her wounds and taking the pain away. Changing Star closed her eyes and bit her lip, drops of crimson blood rolling down her ivory skin. To take away her companion's suffering, she had to endure a much more harrowing torture. Sunny coughed, bloody foam flying from his lips, and weakly lowered himself to the ground. He didn't feel too well. The wall of darkness was growing closer with every moment. The wind was picking up, whistling in the cracks of the ancient statue. It brought the smell of the sea with it. Sunny grimaced and commanded the stone saint to walk over and stand above him. "What are we going to do now?" Kai shivered, glanced at the raging wall of clouds, and said, "Climb lower. The lightning is bound to be drawn to the neck of this giant." Sunny shook his head. "We can't. The sea is going to rise, so most of the statue will be submerged underwater. We will be lucky if the waves aren't high enough to reach this platform." The archer sighed and looked down. "So then, we're dead?" Sunny smiled darkly. "Don't worry, stone doesn't conduct electricity too well, so we will be safe from lightning, most likely. What you should really be afraid of are the things that all that commotion might attract." After that, he bent over in another fit of painful coughing. "Ugh, that stings a little." By that time, Nephis was done healing Effie. Walking over, she kneeled and looked at Sunny. Unexpectedly, there was an expression of sincere worry on her face. Did you inhale that pollen?" Sunny tried to grin, but ended up coughing up more blood instead. "Yeah, a little, but don't fret, there are no flowers growing in my lungs, anymore." Neff's face twitched, and she outstretched her hands to place them on Sunny's chest. However, he caught them in the air with his own and stopped her. Her skin was soft and cool to the touch. "Don't bother, I'll be fine. Take a look at Cassie instead." Changing Star stared at him for a few moments. Then, she suddenly asked, "But doesn't it hurt?" He pushed her hands away and shook his head. "Not as bad as it going to hurt you." Nephis frowned. "I am used to it." Sunny looked at her for a long time, his expression hard to read. Then he said evenly, "I know, but I don't want you to be used to it. You shouldn't be, especially not on my account." The weight of the things he left unsaid hung between them for a few moments. Nephis titled her head slightly, then turned away. Finally she sighed, lingered for a few seconds, and walked away without saying another word. Sunny lowered his head and remained motionless for a while. "Better. It's better this way." Being afraid of pain was the most human emotion there was. He couldn't help but feel that every time Nephis silently endured the terrifying torture of her flaw, a part of her humanity was burned away by the merciless purity of the radiant white flames. He didn't want to see it happen, not to mention that he was the last person in the world that Changing Star should have been helping, because suddenly a deafening thunderclap rolled over them, forcing the members of the cohort to flinch. The light of day dimmed, and the cold wind furiously crashed into them, bearing drops of salty black water with it. Done checking up on Cassie, Nephis glanced forward and scowled. They were almost out of time. "Get ready, hold!" With that, she summoned her sword and held it with both hands. As the incandescent light ignited the silver blade, Changing Star thrust the sword deep into the stone, melting it. Kneeling down, she gripped the sword and prepared for the onslaught of the storm. But he sighed, Effie sighed, and grabbed onto a crack in the stone with one hand. With the other, she drew Cassie close and hugged her. Castor followed their leader's example and used his enchanted Geon to anchor himself to the platform. Sunny glanced at them and grimaced. Standing above him, the stone saint discarded her shield and lowered one shoulder, preparing to withstand the hurricane winds. Without anything better to hold on to, Sunny hugged the thigh of his shadow and closed his eyes, embarrassed by the indignity. Before he could really revel in it, though, something plopped on the ground near him. Opening one eye, Sunny was surprised to see Kai. What are you doing here?" The archer smiled with embarrassment and coughed. Well, you see, I don't have a sword that can cut stone or Herculean strength. So, mind if I hold on to the other thigh of your beautiful stone companion?" Sunny glared at him for a couple of seconds and then scoffed. "Fine, whatever, just don't grab onto me by mistake." As the endless wall of darkness approached, the headless colossus steadily walked forward and then dove straight into the furious embrace of the harrowing storm. Chapter 238, Lentio the Storm. A stray drop of rain fell on Sunny's cheek. The howling of the wind grew louder. A moment later, the whole world suddenly darkened, and he was assaulted by a furious gale. The water pelted him in the face, drowning the curse Sunny was about to yell. Damn! The storm descended on them with terrifying violence. The corpses of repulsive locusts that were left on the platform suddenly moved. Then, picked up by the wind, they were thrown off the neck of the steadily walking colossus, disappearing into the darkness. Their black blood was washed away by the torrent of rain. A blinding flash of lightning pierced the veil of clouds, followed by a deafening thunderclap. As the stone became slippery and wet, Sunny felt his body being forcefully pushed away from its surface by the gale. Gripping the stone saint tighter, he gasped and grimaced. Pain pierced his damaged lungs. Worst amusement ride ever. Fortunately, the heavy shadow was not moved by the tremendous pressure of the hurricane. Firmly planting herself on the surface of the platform, she turned her torso and lowered a shoulder, cutting the wind with her solid stone body. To her side, Nephis, Castor and Effie were desperately holding on against the assault of the hurricane. With some effort, they were also able to resist it. But the worst was still to come. Hidden from the sun, the dark sea was rising from the depths. Sunny could hear the deep rumbling of the black water rushing through the twisting passages of the labyrinth and washing over the mounds of crimson coral. Soon, the stone giant was walking through it, creating a furious whirlpool with each step of his gargantuan feet. Another lightning tore the skies apart, illuminating the world made of nothing but wind, water, and darkness. Hit by an especially violent gust of wind, the stone saint slid a few centimeters back and sent Sunny's heart into a momentary panic. The stone giant walked forward. After a while, the black water covered his knees, then his abdomen, then his chest. Following a long and torturous span of time spent holding onto the shadow and enduring the onslaught of the storm, Sunny saw the raging waves flowing over the broken battlements on the shoulder of the ancient statue. His face became grim. During the previous night, the dark sea had not risen high enough to reach the stone platform they were sheltering on. However, with how high the waves were, things were bound to change. As though answering his thoughts, a massive wave crashed into the neck of the Colossus, washing over the platform. The members of the cohort were hit by a wall of blackness and instantly drenched from head to toe in salty seawater. Luckily, no one was washed away. For now. The howling wind, the furious onslaught of rain, the constant flashes of lightning, and the violent cacophony of thunderclaps were already enough to instill in them the feeling that the whole world was about to split apart and crumble. With the dark waves rising to strike at the stone platform over and over again, the situation became truly disastrous. And yet, they held on. Minute after minute, against all odds, the 6 humans clung to the ancient stone, refusing to be taken away by the raging tempest. Sunny didn't know how much time had passed, or how far the stone giant had walked into the depths of the storm, but there was no sign of it growing weaker. In fact, it was only becoming more ferocious and terrible. However, this wasn't even what he was really afraid of. His true fear hid not in the skies that had gone mad, but in the lightless depths of the cursed sea. And soon, inevitably, his worst fears came true. With a harrowing sense of premonition, Sunny suddenly lowered his head and gazed down, as though trying to see through the mass of ancient stone. Deep beneath them, he felt a gargantuan shadow rising from the depths. One of the unspeakable terrors of the dark sea was crawling from whatever abyss that had spawned it to face the marching Colossus. Curse it all! Looking up, Sunny saw Kai desperately clinging to the stone saint beside him. For once, the archer did not seem dazzling. He was just wet, pale, and scared out of his wits. Behind him, Nephis was kneeling on the stones, gripping the hilt of her silver sword, her fingers white and bloodless. Straining his hurting lungs, Sunny yelled, "Be ready!" However, before he could finish, her eyes suddenly grew wide. Swiftly turning around, Sunny saw a gargantuan tentacle slowly rising from the seething waves. Illuminated by a flash of lightning, it looked like a tall, grotesque black tower. It pierced the skies and froze for a moment, looming over the ancient Colossus. Feeling his heart skip a bit, Sunny realized that he knew the sight of it. This was the same gigantic, black tentacle he saw on his first night on the Forgotten Shore, the one that had effortlessly pulled the enormous monstrous shark under the waves and tore it in halves like a little fish. The abomination that even corrupted nightmare creatures were afraid of. Falling from above, the gargantuan tentacle crashed on the moving statue and coiled itself around its neck. Oh no! Before Sunny could react, the gigantic tentacle was already wrapped around the neck of the Colossus. Its bulbous flesh suddenly contracted, as though trying to strange the stone giant, and pull him beneath the waves. Without ever slowing down, the ancient statue continued to walk forward. Then, in a roar of falling water, its colossal hand rose from the depths of the cursed sea and grabbed onto the tentacle. Grasping it in his stone fist, the Colossus lingered for a moment, and easily tore the tentacle apart. Sunny's eyes widened. One part of the gigantic black tentacle convulsed and slid off the neck of the ancient Colossus, falling into the raging waves. The other part stubbornly tried to coil around his arm, but was pushed away by the stone palm and disappeared back into the depths of the cursed sea. For a few moments, the black water was silent. Oh, gods! And then the whole surface of it suddenly exploded into the skies. Chapter 239, Clash of Titans. The surface of the cursed sea seethed and boiled, then exploded into the skies. Following the disappearance of the gargantuan tentacle, 6 others appeared from beneath the black waves. They rose and loomed above the marching Colossus like twisted mountains, blocking the clamor of the storm for a fleeting moment. Sunny gritted his teeth and stared at the terrible image, trying to comprehend the scale of the approaching battle. How were tiny humans supposed to survive the fight between titans? A second later, the tentacles collapsed from the skies to assail the stone giant. Because of their size, it seemed as if they were moving in slow motion. However, Sunny knew that it was just an illusion. 4 of the arms of the unseen Leviathan submerged back under the water to coil around the legs and the torso of the Colossus, while 2 remaining ones slithered toward his hand. The ancient statue continued to walk south, seemingly unperturbed by the furious assault of the terrifying dweller of the depths. It batted one of the tentacles away and allowed the other to wrap around its wrist. "Hold fast!" Sunny didn't register whose shout that was, but followed the advice and grabbed onto the stone saint even tighter. Curse it all! In the furious roar of thunder and blinding lightning, the stone giant suddenly staggered and slightly careened to the side. The tentacle that was coiled around his wrist had tensed, trying to pull the hand down. The power hiding in its black, oily, bulbous flesh was so harrowing that several cracks appeared on the surface of the ancient stone. It almost looked as though the wrist of the colossus was going to snap and explode into a torrent of shards. Instead, the giant turned his palm and grasped the tentacle, then squeezed it in an obliterating grip. The tentacle was trying to crush the ancient stone while being crushed in the fist of the stone giant in return. For a few moments, it wasn't clear which creature was more devastatingly powerful. But then the fingers of the colossus slowly submerged into the black flash, sending rivers of dark, fetid blood spilling down into the sea. Soon the tentacle was torn to shreds and had to retreat. However, the other 5 were already attacking the colossus from below. Sunny couldn't see through the black waters of the cursed sea, but he could vividly imagine 2 of them coiling around the legs of the ancient statue, 2 wrapping around its torso, and another one holding down the hand and the mason's hammer. Whatever the gigantic tentacles were doing seemed to have worked. The pace of the walking statue slowed, as if it had to struggle against an unimaginable weight that was dragging it back. The colossus staggered once more, then suddenly lurched forward and finally stopped. Not good. Through the soles of his feet, Sunny could feel the vibrations running through the ancient stone. The giant was trembling, as if straining to move his colossal body with all his strength. The circular platform they were hiding on slowly began to slope to the side, allowing even more waves to wash over it. The furious storm grew even stronger, as though celebrating the battle between 2 enormous creatures. The hurricane wind crushed into the cohort, pelting them with rain and seawater. The thunderclaps merged into one continuous, deafening roar, and the flashes of lightning were surrounding them like a net woven from celestial flame. Suddenly, the ancient statue shuddered and changed its angle. It was almost as if the colossus was bending his waist and leaning forward. Sunny's eyes widened. He instinctively understood what was about to happen. He wasn't the only one. As the stone saint followed his command and fell to her knees to thrust a hand into a crack in the stone, Nephis screamed, "We're going under! Hold your breaths! Here we go again!" In the next second, the colossus leaned forward and dove under the turbulent surface of the waves. Sunny barely had time to inhale deeply. Then, the cohort was once again in the cold embrace of the cursed sea. Only, unlike the previous day when they had to cross the canyon, this time they were being pulled deep into the void of darkness instead of across it. Feeling a powerful current rush past him, Sunny held on for his dear life and waited. If he was right about what the colossus was doing, they still had a chance to survive. As the pressure of the black water grew heavier and the cold of the lightless void seeped into his bones, the circular platform suddenly stopped and swayed lightly. Despite being submerged deep underwater, Sunny could hear a loud, indescribable sound spreading through the vast expanse of the cursed sea. Gods! Gods! Even though he knew that the gods were dead, he couldn't help but call out to them. But all that answered him was silence. Then, finally, the body of the colossus swayed once more and suddenly began to move up. With the same speed that they were pulled into the depths, the cohort was now being lifted from the darkness of the cursed sea back into the furious embrace of the storm. Sunny was barely conscious by the time the shoulders of the colossus broke the surface of the water and the circular platform appeared above the waves. Glancing around, he counted the members of the cohort and made sure that no one was washed away during this harrowing dive. Then he steeled himself and turned his head to peer forward. The ancient giant had not been pulled into the black water by the unseen horror of the depths. Instead, once the gigantic tentacles had proven to be a nuisance, he had simply leaned forward and scooped the abyssal creature from the bottom of the sea. And now the colossus was holding it in his hand, rising the leviathan into the raging skies. Even knowing that gazing upon the true appearance of the horror of the depths was not the safest of ideas, Sunny couldn't help but look. What he saw made him shiver. Chapter 240, Shadow Slave. Held in the ancient statue's hand was a gargantuan skull that looked almost like that of a human, but simultaneously vastly different. Apart from the size, the shape of it was all wrong. If Sunny had to describe what exactly was different about it, he would have trouble putting it into words, but everything about the skull screamed of wrongness, malignity, and evil. The vile aura it radiated was almost palpable to the touch. Sunny suddenly felt nauseous and weak, as if just looking at the gargantuan skull was seeping the life out of him. This sensation was somewhat similar to that he had experienced when trying to read the runes describing the unknown, only magnified by 1,000 times. The most prominent and obvious difference, though, was that the gargantuan skull had 3 eye sockets instead of 2, the third one situated above the other ones, right in the middle of its forehead. Its canines were also more prominent and heavy than that of a human. The lower jaw of the skull was missing, and it was from there that the 7 gigantic tentacles protruded. Surprisingly, looking at the tentacles themselves did not have the same sickening effect on Sunny. With a sense of dark astonishment, he realized that the horror of the depths was using the terrible skull as a shell, hiding inside of it like a weak and vulnerable sea creature would. Only, of course, nothing weak or vulnerable would have ever survived the corruption of these ancient bones. In fact, he could see the black, oily flash bulging from the dark chasms of the skull's 3 cavernous eye sockets. In a flash of lightning, Sunny noticed that the tentacles were moving, coiling themselves around the arm of the stone colossus. 3 of them were heavily damaged, but the remaining 4 were still full of unimaginable power. Their combined strength was more than enough to shatter the ancient stone. Despite the fact that his arm was already starting to crack, the colossus seemed indifferent to the devastating embrace of the abyssal creature. What is he doing? As if answering his question, the dark sea suddenly surged and split apart, releasing the stone giant's other arm from its cold depths. With rivers of black water streaming from it, the hand of the colossus slowly rose, reaching all the way into the raging skies. The hurricane winds broke against it, powerless to move the arm of the colossus even by a centimeter. The hammer gripped in his hand was suddenly enveloped in a ghostly blue glow. No, it wasn't really a glow. In were arcs of electricity running all over its surface. They were the harbingers of... Sunny's eyes widened. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning connected the hammer to the skies, and then another and another. Dozens of lightnings landed on the stone hammer in short succession, the roar of thunder almost shattering the whole world. Enveloped in the raging shroud of electricity, the ancient stone heated and turned incandescently bright, emanating a furious orange glow. For a moment, everything was still. And then, with the same calm indifference, the colossus brought his burning hammer down and delivered a devastating blow to the abhorrent skull. The beak of the hammer easily shattered the ancient bone and sank deep into the flesh of the horror hiding within. Sunny stared, paralyzed by awe. But in the next moment he was thrown back by a terrible, ear-piercing, cacophonous wail. That wail was like nothing that a living being should ever have been able to produce, and much louder than even the deafening thunder tearing the raging skies. It came from the dweller of the depth, whose body was deeply wounded by the stone colossus. Peering at it, Sunny saw a vast wave of dark blood gush from the terrible wound delivered to the abyssal creature. No, not blood, it was something different. What flowed from the body of the horror of the depths was nothing but pure darkness, and the wall of it was heading right for them. Suddenly, Sunny was overwhelmed by a sense of mortal danger. What? To the rest of the cohort, the darkness spilling from the terror's body must have looked no different from the tenebrous mass of storm clouds that surrounded them, the black surface of the sea, or even the fetid blood of the giant locusts that they had slain earlier. But Sunny, who could see through any shadow, knew instantly that it was not the same, because his gaze could not penetrate the lightless, undulating surface of it at all. Somehow, he was certain that if that darkness touched their bodies, all of them would be done for, doomed to a fate 100 times worse than death. The kind of fate he couldn't even conceive of, let alone imagine. Twisting his body, Sunny opened his mouth and screamed as loud as he could, "Neff! Light!" There was no more than a second left before the wave of darkness washed over them. If Changing Star was late, even by a moment, or wasted time thinking over his words and deciding whether she should listen to him, but she didn't. As soon as Nephis heard the unreserved panic in Sunny's voice, she instantly summoned her flames and channeled them into her sword. A blinding white radiance suddenly enveloped the cohort, pushing the blackness of the storm away. When the wave of true darkness that flowed from the abyssal creature's wound touched the pure light, it simply ceased to exist, disappearing like a vestige of nightmare in the brightness of the day. Sunny exhaled and fell to the stones, drained of all strength. Glancing forward, he saw the ancient colossus remove his hammer and indifferently drop the harrowing giant skull back into the surging waters of the cursed sea. The black tentacles weakly convulsed and unwrapped themselves from his arm, disappearing into the waves a few moments later. Without paying them any attention, the ancient statue lowered the hammer and continued its march south. It was as if nothing had happened. Sunny gritted his teeth and gathered whatever endurance he had left to grab onto the stone saint once again. The storm was still not over. However, somehow, it didn't seem as frightening and dangerous anymore. Indeed, nothing else happened to them. Hours later, the raging winds grew weaker, and the torrent of rain slowly turned into a light drizzle. The veil of tenebrous clouds was slowly torn apart, and the rays of sunshine shone through the tears. The storm was over. Lying on the cold stone surface, Sunny stared at the sky and grimaced. Comparatively safe, my ass. Chapter 241, halfway. As it turned out, the cohort had endured the fury of the heavens for almost an entire day. Before the storm had appeared, the night had still been far away, and now it was already a new morning. The Colossus was steadily marching south, completely unshaken by his terrifying battle with the abyssal Leviathan. Sunny was growing more and more certain that the ancient statue, while brought to a semblance of life by some unknown power, was not truly sentient. The headless giant was more like an echo than a living thing, but then even echoes seemed to possess some remnants of a personality, at least his poor scavenger had one. quiet dancer often behaved like a prudish and cantankerous young woman too, no matter how strange it was to describe a flying rapier in that way, not to mention shadows who were much more alive than Sunny felt comfortable admitting. Compared to all of them, the Colossus seemed rather lifeless. Just what kind of a being was he? Sprawled on the ground, Sunny glanced sideways and observed the stone saint who was standing indifferently at the edge of the platform. He wondered what this living statue thought of her strange, colossal sibling. Was she in awe of him, or didn't care one way or another? It was hard to tell. But then again, he was not in the mood to think too much right now. Sunny was truly exhausted and hurting all over. Everyone was, really, despite the incredible achievement of surviving the onslaught of 2 entire tribes of nightmare creatures, the storm, and an encounter with an actual horror of the depths, or rather, because of it, the members of the cohort looked truly pathetic. Each of them was either laying on the stone surface of the swaying platform or sitting with a lost look on their face. They were all wounded, tired, and wet. Even Kai had lost his usual luster, and that alone screamed of how rough this recent hardship had been on them, even when compared to the usual ruthless reality of the Forgotten Shore. Well, no matter, they had survived. More than that, if Sunny wasn't wrong, the stone giant had already brought them more than 1,000 kilometers to the south, and by the evening, that number was going to double. A quick way to travel across the labyrinth indeed. In 2 days, they were going to traverse 10 times more ground than Sunny, Nephis, and Cassie had managed in 2 months of their bloody journey to the Dark City. And they had only achieved that much thanks to the desperate decision to travel by boat. Not bad, even if they had to endure a few hours of pure torture and a couple of near-death moments. Plus, the speed wasn't the only benefit that riding atop the ancient Colossus had brought them. With a subtly satisfied expression, Sunny listened to his body and smiled. Even without summoning the runes, he knew that he was once again at the same level as he had been before creating the Shadow Saint, and even above it. But there was no harm in looking, right? As the shimmering runes appeared in the air in front of him, Sunny found the familiar cluster and blinked. Shadow fragments. This is what? Although he knew that the battle against giant locusts and ghastly flowers brought him a bountiful harvest of fragments, he was still astonished to see just how many he had gained. In the short span of time after Cassie had warned them about the coming storm, and before the wall of darkness appeared on the horizon, Sunny managed to reap more than 100 of them. 132, to be exact. Incredible. Most came from the blood flowers. In a direct confrontation, Sunny would have never been able to kill that many, but yesterday, all he had to do was cause their hosts to plummet to the ground and let gravity do the rest. Between those sent to their deaths by the prowling thorn and those he had cut down with the midnight shard, about 24 abominations had died by his hand. And another one by his blood, but Sunny didn't want to even think about that experience, ever again. Each of the ghastly flowers was an awakened monster, bringing him 4 fragments per kill. With the addition a dozen or so locusts slain by the Stone Saint, Sunny ended up with this mind-boggling windfall. Not only did he return to his peak form, but he was now stronger by just shy of 100 shadow fragments. All in a day's work. Still stunned, Sunny couldn't help but shake his head. If this continued, he was going to come close to fully saturating his shadow core by the end of this expedition, which was one of the reasons he had joined it in the first place, but before today, his ambitious plans had been just a conjecture. Now, they were becoming reality. By accumulating 1,000 fragments and saturating his core, Sunny was also going to learn yet another secret of his divine aspect. What exactly was going to happen once the runes showed shadow fragments? He was now almost halfway to finding out. But even that wasn't all. Looking at another cluster of runes, Sunny read, Memories, Silver Bell, Puppeteer's Shroud, Midnight Shard, Ordinary Rock, Prowling Thorn, Endless Spring, and right after that, 2 new sets glimmered in the air, Blood Blossom, Darkwing, 2 new memories, jackpot. The only thing that slightly ruined his exhilaration was the fact that, recently, Sunny was having trouble finding memories that were actually useful to him. Of course, the Stone Saint had a ferocious appetite and could consume anything that he wasn't going to incorporate into his arsenal. But simply feeding his spoils to the shadow while rewarding in its own way was not as pleasant as acquiring a new powerful tool. With a sense of cautious anticipation, Sunny concentrated on the new memories. Well, let's take a look. Maybe it's something useful after all. Chapter 242, New Toys. Sunny decided to take a look at the Darkwing first. Let's see what my shadow brought me. He looked at the glimmering runes. Memory, Darkwing. Memory rank, Awakened. Memory tier, I. Memory type, Garment. Memory description, this cloak is as light as a dragonfly's wing, and as durable. Sunny stared at the description, his eyes twitching. Cloak? Another damn cloak? And what does the spell mean, as durable as a bug's wing? Those aren't durable at all. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself down and read at the runes again. Well, maybe it has an incredible enchantment. Memory enchantments, glide, enchantment description, allows one to levitate slightly above the ground and slowly move in any direction, or glide down softly from any height. Sunny frowned slightly, thinking about whether that memory could be useful. Then, he dove into the soul sea and summoned the sphere of light containing the dark wing to take a look at its spell weave. The descriptions provided by the spell were not always very informative. It was better to study the thing himself. At first glance, the ability to fly was nothing short of incredible. Amazing, even. Sunny had heard that there were memories that gave their owners literal wings, but never expected to encounter one before becoming an awakened, or even a master. However, their usefulness differed from case to case. There were questions of height, speed, and control. No memory could have given someone the ability to fly as fast and as unrestrained as Kai could. But some came close. However, as far as these memories went, Darkwing turned out to be of the lowest standard. It seemed that it only allowed a person to levitate or hover a couple of meters above ground and move with a very, very modest speed. Sunny could achieve pretty much everything that such an ability provided with the help of the Prowling Thorn and its invisible string. And do it better, too. Of course, he couldn't fight, while using the kunai to swing around on the string. In that regard, this new memory was better. However, after imagining himself fighting while using the dark wing to hover above ground, or even worse glide in the sky, Sunny shuddered. The beautiful transparent cloak indeed looked like a pair of dragonfly's wings. It was extremely thin and brittle. The slightest strike would rip it apart, causing the wielder to plummet down. So, unless Sunny wanted to die, using this memory in a battle was out of the question. In short, it had little utility value compared to the Prowling Thorn and couldn't be used for aerial fights. Sunny glanced at the stone saint. Should I feed it to her? But after thinking about it for a couple more seconds, he shook his head. No, despite all its flaws, the dark wing was still a real boon. The ability to glide alone was priceless. With it, he did not need to be afraid of falling down from deadly heights, like from the height of an ancient walking colossus, for example. I'm keeping it. The thing would only give his shadow one fragment anyway. Looking up, Sunny noticed a transparent cloak that looked like a pair of dragonfly wings suddenly appear on Cassie's shoulders. The sunlight refracted through it, making the wings glimmer slightly with all the colors of the rainbow. With an expression of wonder on her face, the blind girl made the wings move. A moment later, they disappeared into a blur, and Cassie suddenly hovered a few centimeters above the ground. She giggled. So, the quiet dancer had earned her the same memory his shadow had earned him. This was good. While the weak levitation ability was mostly useless to Sunny, to the blind girl, it would be of tremendous help. The terrain of the Forgotten Shore was often uneven and treacherous, so being able to float above it was a true gift for someone who could not see. Sunny smiled softly and looked away. It's nice that she still knows how to laugh. A moment later, his expression darkened. Closing his eyes, Sunny sighed heavily and turned his attention to the second memory he had gotten. Don't think about it. Memory, Blood Blossom. Memory rank, Awakened. Memory tier, second memory type, Charm. Sunny's heart skipped a bit. Charms were a rare type of memories that took the form of a small accessory, most often an amulet or a talisman. Unlike weapons, armor, and tools, they obviously had no practical value. However, charms made up for it by possessing unique and powerful enchantments. Among the elite awakened, these were the memories everyone hunted for the most. And now we got one. Please be good, please be good. Memory description, no matter how much blood was spilled, her hunger only grew. Sunny blinked. See. Epi. Memory enchantments. Flower of Evil. Enchantment description. This beautiful charm imbues all memories and echoes of its wielder. As Sunny read the description, the runes suddenly changed right before his eyes. After a moment, a new one appeared between them. This beautiful charm imbues all memories, echoes, and shadows of its wielder with an unquenching thirst for blood. They receive an overall enhancement when used against a bleeding foe, and grow more powerful the more their prey bleeds. Not even paying attention to the way the spell changed the runes on the fly, Sunny froze. Aura. It's an aura enchantment. Aura enchantments were an extremely rare thing. Unlike the usual enchantments, they affected not only the wielder, but everything that fit their target criteria in a certain radius. No need to mention how precious such things were. And Sunny didn't just get an aura charm, but also one that provided a comprehensive augmentation to the power of all his memories, echoes, and shadows, as long as his enemy bled. And the more they bled, the stronger that augmentation would grow. Beautiful. Sunny was so stunned that he accidentally whispered that word out loud. A moment later, he suddenly shuddered and quickly glanced around to make sure that Effie wasn't anywhere near him when he had said it. To his relief, the huntress was on the opposite side of the platform, working on the map of the Forgotten Shore. Sunny exhaled and furtively wiped the sweat off his forehead. Phew, that was close. Then a wide grin slowly appeared on his face. With a satisfied sigh, he rested his head on the stone and thought, "Sorry, Saint. Today you shall remain hungry." Chapter 243, Fangs of a Dragon. By the middle of their second day of traveling through the labyrinth atop the ancient colossus, an ominous dark line appeared on the horizon. With every minute, it slowly grew closer. Pretty soon, Sunny was able to tell that they were headed toward a vast mountain chain. The mountains seemed to serve as a border between the forgotten shore and the rest of the dream realm. They were tall and jagged, piercing the skies like the fangs of a giant dragon. Their distant peaks were covered in pristine white snow and wrapped in a veil of mist that streamed into the ravines and onto the ridges below. This was the place where the first lord of the castle had disappeared all those years ago, as well as the goal of their own perilous journey. As the stone giant came closer to the mountains, Sunny finally understood just how tall, magnificent, and imposing they were. Even the colossus himself looked like a tiny ant in front of these towering peaks. It was hard not to feel small and insignificant in their oppressive shadow. Slowly, the terrain of the labyrinth began to rise. The mounds of coral grew smaller, the distance between them increased, until finally there were as much black soil and stone outcroppings visible beneath as there were islands of vivid crimson. Finally, the blades of coral became scarce. It was as though the labyrinth was reluctant to approach the foothills of the misty mountains, or simply unable to. As the gargantuan statue approached the border of the crimson forest, its steps slowed. The colossus seemed to be struggling to move any further. His body was slightly bent, as if he was fighting against strong wind or some invisible force that was relentlessly pulling him back into the labyrinth. Even his prodigious might was not enough to defeat the pull of the ancient curse. Finally, the stone giant staggered and stopped. This was the moment they were waiting for. Castor, Effie, and Nephi's were already climbing down, while Sunny, Cassie, and Keith stood at the edge of the circular platform. Looking down, Sunny sighed and glanced at the charming archer. "If this doesn't work, you're going to catch me, right?" Kai raised his elegant eyebrows, then smiled at him dazzlingly. "Why, of course. It would be my pleasure." Sunny's eye twitched. Shaking his head, he summoned the dark wing and turned away. Immediately, a cloak in the shape of two transparent wings appeared on his back. If there was one thing calming Sunny down, it was that his shadow was already on the ground. He had sent it down in advance to scout out the landing zone and make sure that nothing was waiting for the members of the cohort below. The stone saint was now standing there, looking like a tiny black dot from the height of the ancient statue's neck. "No sense in prolonging this." Gritting his teeth, Sunny commanded the dark wing to raise him above ground, and stepped into emptiness. For a moment he was consumed by primal fear. But then Sunny felt that instead of plummeting down to shatter on the rocks, his body was smoothly gliding through the air. He was still losing altitude, but at a safe and pleasant pace. Two transparent wings had turned into a blur behind his back. Actually, this feeling was exhilarating. Trying to keep a wide smile from appearing on his face, Sunny reminded himself how brittle his wings were and tried to control the direction of his descent. All it took was a slight shift of his posture and a mental command to the dark wing. Soon, Sunny was gliding down in a wide spiral, enjoying the feeling of wind whistling in his ears. It's a shame that others can't experience this. Initially, he was planning to take Effie on the ride of her life. With Kai and Cassie carrying the other two members of the cohort, reaching the ground would have been really easy. However, after a little bit of experimentation, they had found out that memories left behind by the terrible locusts couldn't carry too much weight. Even supporting Sunny himself was already close to the dark wing's limit, so he got to enjoy this pleasant feeling of weightlessness all by himself. After a few minutes of smooth gliding, Sunny softly landed near the stone saint and looked up. Kai and Cassie were right behind him, and slightly above, already reaching the knees of the colossus, were the other three members of the cohort. This memory might be better than I gave it credit for. Still not usable in a battle, but very handy nevertheless. Soon they were all reunited in the shadow of the ancient statue. A few moments later, the colossus trembled. Slowly it turned around and took a giant step. The ground trembled as his feet landed on it. The 6 humans stood silently, watching the ancient statue walk away. It was heading east, moving parallel to the impregnable wall of the Draconian Mountains. Sunny suspected that the stone giant had walked all around the forgotten shore thousands of times, and now was at the start, or the end, of another loop. The stone saint was watching the headless giant walk away too. Sunny glanced at her, wondering once again if his shadow felt something toward this enormous creature. He got a strange sensation that she did. However, it wasn't awe as Sunny had suspected. If anything, the hint of emotion hiding deep in the ruby eyes of the stone saint was that of disdain. Curious. Back at the ruined cathedral, Sunny had noticed that the Black Knight's armor bore a visible resemblance to that of his taciturn shadow. However, it didn't seem as though both came from the same source. It was more like the armor of the fallen devil was derived from that of the living statues, almost as if someone had tried to replicate their armaments, but only managed to create a lesser facsimile. Was the stone giant the same? A failed attempt at repeating the same miraculous act of creation that had put a spark of true life into the stone saint and her brethren? There was no way to know. But still, soon he couldn't help but wonder. Soon the ground stopped trembling and the figure of the mechanically marching colossus disappeared into the gray fog. A few moments later, Nephis sighed and turned around to face the mountains. It was time to find a place to spend the night. Tomorrow morning, they were going to start their search for the lost expedition. Chapter 244, Death Zone. This high into the foothills of the mountains, they didn't have to look long for a suitable shelter. In fact, they could have simply camped in the open. The dark sea couldn't get to them anymore. As the night descended and enveloped the world in the familiar veil of absolute darkness, Sunny volunteered to be the first one to stand watch. Gazing down the sloping surface of the rocky ground, he watched as the black water slowly rose from the distant crimson forest of the labyrinth. It crawled up the steep slope of the foothills, straining to devour as much of them as it could, but then stopped hundreds of meters away from the place where the cohort had made their camp and swayed gently, unable to move any further. Just like the headless colossus had not been able to. Looking at the powerless waves, Sunny finally allowed himself to believe that they were now outside of the forgotten shore, or, more precisely, at the very edge of it. In any case, the cursed sea was no longer a threat to them. How strange. Sunny had grown accustomed to living in the constant fear of this transient abyss. Even in the dark city, he was constantly aware of its oppressive presence. No one was free of the frightening thoughts about what would happen if the seemingly unassailable wall of the city finally gave in and fell, opening the way to the flood of darkness. But now, they were safe from it. For now. With a sigh, Sunny summoned the blood blossom. An intricate pendant in the shape of a beautiful red flower soon appeared, hanging on a black thread around his neck. He admired it for a few short moments, and then hid the charm under his armor. It was better to be safe than sorry. Relaxing now was not the brightest of ideas. Yes, the dangers of the dark sea were now behind them. But he was ready to bet that actually escaping the clutches of the forgotten shore was not going to be that easy. And who said that the place beyond this desolate hell was any better? With his luck, it was only going to be worse. Consumed in thought, Sunny stared at the dark sea and waited. In the morning, the members of the cohort prepared to start the search. But before they could get to it, Nephis suddenly stopped them and peered at the towering peaks that loomed above in a veil of mist. There was a dark expression on her face. After a while, Changing Star suddenly kneeled and picked up a large rock. Straining her muscles, she crushed it in her fist and then looked at the shards with an inquisitive look. Finally, she threw the shattered pieces away and sighed. A few seconds later, Nephis spoke in a heavy tone. "I know where we are." What was that supposed to mean? Echoing his thought, Effie scoffed. "We all know where we are, Princess. The southern edge of the forgotten shore, about 2,000 kilometers away from the Dark City. No?" Nephis shook her head and stood up. "I mean, I know where we are in the dream realm." Everyone froze. What did you just say?" The members of the cohort stared at her with their eyes opened wide. The words Changing Star had said hit them like a bolt of lightning. She pointed at the draconian peaks and said, her voice even, "We are north of the Hollow Mountains, I am sure of it." Hollow Mountains? The name rang a bell, but Sunny couldn't quite put his finger on where exactly he had heard it. Glancing at the other members of the cohort, he noticed that everyone shared the same expression, except for Castor, who seemed to know something. His face grew pale. Nephis lingered for a few moments and then explained, "Human sphere of influence in the dream realms is not very large, but it has been slowly expanding for the last 30 years. There are 3 great citadels, the most prosperous of which, Bastion, is ruled by the noble scions of the Valor clan, and numerous lesser ones." Then she grimaced. For a time, the allies and vassals of Clan Valor used to conquer one lesser citadel after another, expanding human territory far into the north. But then their expansion in that direction stalled, because they encountered Hollow Mountains. "Oh, right. I think I heard that from Teacher Julius. The northern border of the human territory is a wild place." Sunny frowned. "Are these Hollow Mountains very dangerous?" Changing Star gritted her teeth. "As dangerous as it gets. Actually, beyond that, the mountain chain stretches for thousands of kilometers, forming a whole region of its own. It is marked as a death zone. Even saints don't come back from there alive." Sunny shivered. Death zones were regions of the dream realm populated by nightmare creatures of the 3 highest ranks, great, cursed, and unholy. Since no human had survived the 4th nightmare yet, facing even the weakest of them was a death sentence to anyone below the saint rank, and even saints had only a slight chance of prevailing against a great creature, let alone a cursed one. Somehow, Sunny managed to become one of the few people alive to slay a great devil, but he had only survived that encounter by pure luck. If not for his weird trait of possessing a shadow core instead of a soul core, the unborn spawn of the vile thieving bird would have stolen his life force and killed him on the spot. And if Nephis was right, the Hollow Mountains were populated by many creatures of that caliber and higher. Sunny sighed. "So what you're telling us is that this place is even worse than the Forgotten Shore?" Without having to say anything, Nephis simply nodded. He smiled. Figures. He had been right after all. Escaping the forgotten shore was simply impossible. The only way out lay in the cursed crimson spire, and that was where they were headed, whether he wanted to or not. With a dark expression on his face, Sunny stared at the jagged peaks of the hollow mountains and said, "So, we are going there?" Nephis lingered for a few moments and then answered calmly, "Let's hope not. We only need to get as far as the First Lord had gotten. That should be close to where we are right now." Sunny looked at her and nodded. "In that case, let's not waste any time. The sooner we return into the labyrinth, the better." "Gee, I never thought I would be impatient to return to that damned hellhole. You just never know what the future holds, huh?" Chapter 245, Theater of Giants. Armed with the understanding of just how dangerous the beautiful mountains towering above them were, the cohort set out deeper into the foothills. Because they didn't know much about the area and what type of creatures populated it, they decided to stay together. While it would have been much easier to send Kai to take a look around from above, no one wanted to take this risk. As the result, the 6 humans moved in a tight group, much like they had on the narrow streets of the Dark City and in the labyrinth. However, the landscape around them was vastly different. There were no growths of crimson coral covering the ground, just grass and outcroppings of gray rock. It almost felt like they were back on Earth. Strangely, that made Sunny feel uncomfortable. Looking around, he could see far in every direction, with no walls of coral or ancient ruined buildings obscuring his view. That made it harder for the nightmare creatures to ambush the cohort, but also impossible for the cohort to hide from anything that could have been watching. That is true, but where are all the monsters? Indeed, no matter how hard Sunny looked, he couldn't see any movement whatsoever. It was as if the entire area was completely dead. They were surrounded by complete silence, which was broken only when a member of the cohort made a sound. The picturesque scenery could have been peaceful, but felt eerie instead. Even Sunny's shadow seemed uncharacteristically listless. Full of unease, they continued to move forward. The plan was very simple, because of Cassie's vision. They knew that the First Lord and his companions had traveled to the mountains the same way that they did, or at least followed the same route. That meant that both cohorts entered the foothills at approximately the same spot. The other thing Cassie had told them was that they were searching for a vast pit in the stone. It was hard to miss something like that, so all they had to do was to move deeper into the foothills and look around. The ground beneath their feet gently sloped upward. As time passed, it grew more and more rocky, and the incline became rather steep. Soon, they were surrounded by tall boulders and had to walk on bare stone. At some point, Sunny looked back and was surprised to realize how high above the labyrinth they had climbed. By now, it was far away and below them, looking like a vast crimson sea. A strange sensation settled in his heart. With a bit of introspection, Sunny realized that it was something he had lost a long time ago, the feeling of being connected to the rest of humanity. Even though all of them understood that crossing the Hollow Mountains was an impossible task, simply knowing where they were in relation to the rest of the Awakened made all the difference. They might have been just as stranded as they had been before, but at least they weren't lost anymore. What a nice but useless thought. With a sigh, he turned around and hurried to catch up with the rest of the cohort. The sun was still high in the sky when they found the pit Cassie had described. It was situated in a valley just at the point where the foothills turned into proper mountains and turned out to be something different from what everyone had imagined. Disturbingly, throughout the whole day they had not met a single living thing. In any other circumstances, Sunny would have been glad because of this strange lack of nightmare creatures, but now it was just making him nervous. Standing at the edge of it, he looked down with a feeling of awe. Cut into the flesh of the mountains, a vast quarry lay below them. Despite its incredible scale, it was clearly made by humans. A road clinging to the slope of the circular pit led to the bottom of it, wide enough for 10 carriages to ride side by side. At the far end of the quarry, the gray slope of the mountain was cut and hollowed, creating something that resembled either colossal steps or seats of an amphitheater built for giants. Here and there, massive blocks of stone stood, as though ready to be transported back to the ancient city. Sunny studied the monolithic blocks of gray stone, then the size of the deep quarry. Something connected in his mind. So this is where the materials for the mighty wall of the Dark City had come from. He was certain of it. To think that the ancient inhabitants of the Forgotten Shore had transported all that stone from this far away, the thought of it was nothing short of humbling. Effie, meanwhile, was staring at something with a tense look on her face. Suddenly, she pointed to the center of the deep quarry and said, "Over there, look." Following her gaze, Sunny strained his eyes. For a couple of moments he couldn't understand what the huntress was talking about, but then his heart skipped a bit. At the bottom of the quarry, there was a giant nightmare creature. The abomination was enormous, easily twice the size of the carapace demon, who had already been as tall as a house. It looked like a strange insect, somewhat resembling a weird mix of a rhinoceros beetle and a praying mantis, with a smooth carapace, massive horn, and deadly blades attached to the joints of its limbs. The whole creature seemed to be made out of stone, and was the same color as the floor of the quarry. In fact, if not for Effie's warning, Sunny might have not even noticed it. That flesh, however, was broken and shattered, lying in piles on the ground. The giant stone demon was dead, and from the looks of it, it died by a human hand. Sunny turned to Nephis and hesitated for a moment. "What do you think? Those are sword cuts, aren't they?" Changing Star was silent for a bit, and then said in a dark tone, "It's hard to tell. We'll need to get closer to take a proper look." Chapter 246, La Irrefutable Proof. Ready for the worst, the cohort summoned their weapons and slowly moved down the wide road that led to the bottom of the quarry. From reaching the foothills of the Hollow Mountains till now, they had not met a single nightmare creature, but that was not a reason to lower their guard. Walking on the ancient path, all of them couldn't help but steal glances at the corpse of the giant stone demon, as though expecting it to come back to life and attack them at any moment. If living on the forgotten shore had taught him anything, it was to always expect the worst. Sometime later, Effie spoke. "See those deep fractures on the floor of the quarry? I think that this thing had burrowed from below, so watch your step." Remembering his encounter with the rolling stone, Sunny looked down with a sour expression. That clumsy creature was more funny than dangerous, but only because its teeth were vastly outclassed by the puppeteer's shroud. If something with more bite were to ambush them from below, who knew what was going to happen? With a simple thought, Sunny summoned the stone saint and ordered her to keep close. The taciturn monster stared at the tall peaks of the Hollow Mountains for a few moments, as though subtly affected by the sight of them. Then, she lowered her head and silently followed his command. After tense and exhausting half an hour of descending into the deep pit, the cohort finally got close to the remains of the giant stone insect. Cautiously stopping a few dozen meters away from it, they hesitated, not sure how to proceed. Finally, Nephis sighed and walked forward, approaching the shattered body of the dead demon. If that was what it had been, or was. As their leader came close enough to the carcass to touch it with her hand, all of them held their breaths. A few seconds went by, then a few more. Nothing jumped at Changing Star from below the stones. The giant creature had not moved, nor had it shown any signs of coming back to life. The demon just lay there, its body shattered and broken, terrifying even in death, and it indeed was truly, really dead. Glancing at the indifferent saint, Sunny let out a sigh of relief. Even though he was prepared for a tough battle, he hoped that this time they would be able to avoid it. The members of the cohort had yet to fully recover from the harrowing journey atop the walking colossus, so they weren't in the best of shapes. Well, at least Sunny was not, partially because he had refused Neff's offer to vanquish his wounds with her purifying flame. They were healing fast thanks to the blood weave and the 500 shadow fragment, almost, that he had accumulated, but his body was yet to fully recover. Turning her head, Nephis looked at them and said, "Come closer." Encouraged by her words, the members of the cohort finally put their caution to rest and walked over to the dead creature. Of course, they were still prepared to instantly react in case something unexpected happened. The 6 of them spent a few minutes studying the remains to determine whether the terrible creature was killed by a human or something of its own kind. Sunny glanced at the tall mountains and spent a few seconds watching as the white mist rolled down from their peaks, flowing down the jagged slopes like a waterfall made of clouds. How beautiful! With a sigh, he turned away from the wall of mist that was still some distance away from the valley where the quarry was situated and concentrated on the corpse of the stone demon. Whatever had killed it was not something Sunny would wish to meet in a battle. The flesh of the creature was indeed made of stone. That had not stopped the fearsome attackers, however. The carapace of the giant granite abomination was shattered in many places and melted in others, but mostly it was cut and pierced. Apart from a few enormous wounds, there were numerous smaller ones, many of them looking as though they could have come from a sword, an axe, or a spear. And yet, he wasn't sure. Sunny was not really an expert in such things. However, he was an expert in all things having to do with greed and avarice. Instead of focusing on the nature of the damage done to the giant abomination, Sunny walked around and found its abdomen, which was damaged especially severely. With a reluctant sigh, he climbed atop the stone corpse, and then inside of it. The other members of the cohort stared at him with expressions ranging from surprise to revulsion. A couple of minutes later, Sunny climbed out of the dead demon and shook off stone dust from his armor and hair. Then he glanced at his companions and frowned. "What?" Kai stared at him with a complicated expression and then asked, "Sunny? Do you want to tell us something?" Sunny gave him a nod and grinned. "I do, actually. This thing was indeed killed by a human." The charming archer raised an eyebrow and asked in a dubious tone, "Really? How do you know?" Sunny jumped down and shrugged. "The soul shards are missing." A few moments later, an expression of understanding appeared on Kai's face. Indeed, most nightmare creatures had no use for the soul shards. Just like humans, who directly absorbed soul essence after killing one of their own kind, they fed from the kill itself as opposed to the act of retrieving and crushing the remnants of broken soul cores. If they weren't bizarre terrors like the soul devourer, of course. But the chances of encountering another one of those here were rather low. It was reasonable to assume that the soul shards were removed by humans. His discovery was solid enough proof of the fact that it was indeed the First Lord's cohort that had battled and slain the terrifying creature. They had really found the signs of the lost expedition. But there was another proof for this conclusion, this one irrefutable. Nephis, who had wandered away from the remains of the demon at some point, suddenly called them over. The members of the cohort glanced at each other, then slowly approached her, trying to understand what was it that she had found. Changing Star was standing near one of the piles of rocks that were littering the ground around the body of the dead creature, looking at it with a solemn expression. Most of them came from its shattered carapace, while some were created because the floor of the quarry was broken apart and churned during the ferocious battle. Why was Nephis so interested in that one in particular? Looking closer, Sunny suddenly realized that this pile of rocks was different from all others. It was lower, roughly oval in shape, its contour too perfect to be the result of a pure coincidence. It seemed as though each rock was painstakingly placed here by a human hand, perhaps in hopes to make the pile as orderly and sturdy as possible. Suddenly, a cold shiver ran down Sunny's spine. He finally realized what he was looking at. This was not really a pile of rocks, it was a grave. Chapter 247, the members of the cohort looked at it with somber expressions, except for Cassie, who turned away and faced the mountainside, as though trying to hide her emotions. Now that they knew what they were looking at, their moods suddenly became forlorn and solemn. People stranded on the forgotten shore were well acquainted with death and tragedy, but finding this lonely grave so far away from any place where another human could find it, lost under the alien gray sky of the dream realm, was still a poignant revelation. None of them had ever met the dreamers of the first cohort, but after living in the shadow of their legendary achievements and hearing stories of their deeds for so long, it felt as though this grave belonged to one of their own. Because of how bleak and tense the reality of the Bright Castle was, it was easy to forget that in this cursed world, all of them were fellow humans. But in front of the quiet grave, the truth was stark and cutting. It was them alone against the endless tide of nightmare creatures, and every human life lost diminished them all. Sunny sighed and noticed that there were words carved into one of the stones placed on top of the cairn. It took him a while to make sense of the inscription because it wasn't written with the runes he had grown accustomed to. Instead, it was written in simple letters of the human language, which looked strange and alien in this forsaken land. Cut into the stone by unknown means, a single sentence was left behind on the otherwise unmarked grave. Her nightmare is over. With a heavy heart, Sunny silently repeated it several times. It was strange how much meaning could be expressed with so few words. They echoed in his mind and lingered there, leaving a deep and mournful mark. Rest in peace, whoever you are. I hope that your dreams are sweet and serene now. With that, he turned away and gritted his teeth. When would their own nightmares be over? The other members of the cohort were slowly coming back from their sudden reverie. Kai sighed and looked at Changing Star, his face full of sadness. I guess this is what we've been looking for. The First Lord and his expedition definitely passed this way. But what now? Nephis threw a last glance at the grave and turned to face the charming archer. There should be an entrance to an old mine somewhere nearby. From what Cassie had seen, this is where they went. Sunny frowned. Something in what she said made him uneasy, but why? Turning his head, he looked at Cassie, who was still silently standing a few steps away from them, her head turned to the mountains. It seemed as though the blind girl was enjoying the sight of white mist that was flowing down the mountain slope, slowly approaching the valley. She had been awfully quiet all this time. With an ominous feeling suddenly gripping his heart, Sunny gestured to Nephis to draw her attention. Changing Star frowned, then followed his gaze and slightly changed in the face. Walking over to her friend, she carefully placed her hand on the blind girl's shoulder. Instantly, Cassie flinched and turned around, her face pale. Cassie, did you see something? There was an expression of terror written on the blind girl's face. For a few moments, she just breathed heavily, as though trying to control herself. Finally, she spoke, her voice quiet but steady. The mist! We must get underground before the mist comes. If not, all of us will die. Nephis didn't waste any time questioning Cassie further. Turning around, she shouted, Sunny, Knight, find the entrance to the mine, quick. A moment later, Kai rose into the air and dashed toward the giant amphitheater on the opposite side of the quarry. Sunny did not hesitate too. His shadow detached from his feet and glided away with startling speed. Despite the urgency of the situation, he remained calm. So, I guess there is a reason why we haven't met a single living creature in this place after all. Sunny had expected something like this to happen from the very moment they entered the foothills of the Hollow Mountains. Even before learning about how dangerous these peaks were, he had already known that no land that the Crimson Coral was incapable of growing on could be safe. Castor, Effie, prepare to move as soon as the scouts find anything. Glancing at the white wall of mist that was already starting to seep into the valley, Nephis lingered for a moment, then summoned her sword. Behind her, Cassie rose slightly above the ground and unsheathed the quiet dancer, holding the elegant rapier in her left hand. Two transparent wings turned into a blur behind her back. Looking at them, Sunny sighed and walked over to stand near the stone saint. His mind was preoccupied with perceiving the world through the shadow. Then he closed his eyes to concentrate on his other senses. The shadow and Kai found the entrance to the mine almost simultaneously. A tall archway was cut right into the side of the mountain, with false columns carved into the rock around it. The mouth of the tunnel was dark and ominous. There was a twisting path leading away from the mine into the quarry. Sunny couldn't see where it exited the maze of stone blocks, but was sure that Kai would see it from above. Opening his eyes, he noticed that the wall of mist was now looming above them, mere seconds from falling down into the quarry, and said, "Follow me." With that, he ran toward the general direction of where the mine was situated. The others ran behind him, exerting as much speed as they could manage, except for Castor, of course. Halfway to the wall of the quarry, Kai landed near them and gestured to a barely visible opening between the stone steps. "There, hurry!" They entered the hidden path and ran as fast as they could, soon approaching the wide tunnel. At the very edge of darkness, Sunny stopped for a second and looked back at the swiftly approaching wall of mist. As he gazed into the milky fog, a cold and heavy feeling of dread suddenly grasped his heart. Not wasting any more time, he turned around and dove into the shadows. A few moments later, the mist swirled around the entrance of the tunnel and devoured the rest of the world. Chapter 248, Those Who Survived. Leaving the mouth of the tunnel and the swirling white mist behind, the cohort cautiously went further into the darkness. As they walked, they summoned the memories that produced light to illuminate the way. The tunnel leading into the mine was wide and spacious. Despite the ruthless flow of time, it had remained in perfect condition, just like the ancient wall that surrounded the dark city. The floor was inclined and led down deep into the belly of the mountain. Sunny sighed, not happy with the idea that they had to travel further into this deadly region of the dream realm. Who knew what horrors lived in the darkness at the roots of the hollow mountains? The only thing that consoled him was that, with some luck, the cohort wouldn't have to go too far. They just had to find the remains of the doomed expedition that had disappeared somewhere down below. He wasn't entirely comfortable hoping that those people had died sooner rather than later, but they were dead either way. What Sunny cared about the most was for him and his companions to not follow suit. Walking at the back of the party, he glanced at the 5 people in front of him. How did Changing Star's cohort stacked against that of the First Lord? Were they weaker, stronger, or just about the same? His brow furrowed. Regarding Nephis herself, he doubted that the young man who had led a group of sleepers to conquer the Bright Castle could have been more powerful or driven than her. At least not at the start. However, he had much more time to accumulate power and resources before venturing into the Hollow Mountains to find his death. 15 years ago, when he had entered the Dream Realm and got stranded on the Forgotten Shore, things were much different from now. The immortal Flame Clan was yet to fall, for one. In fact, it was not long after Broken Sword, Neph's father, had become the first human to conquer the third nightmare and achieve the rank of saint. Would the world be different if the First Lord managed to find the way out and return to reality? Yes, most likely. If the era of the nightmare spell had shown anything to humanity, it was that history was often changed by individuals, as opposed to events and invisible currents. The influence one extraordinary person could exert on history in a time of adversity was hard to deny. From everything that Sunny knew about the First Lord, a man like him could have done a lot to improve the position humanity was in. What a shame that he had perished in this godforsaken hell, the story of his incredible deeds known only to a handful of people as unfortunate as him. But how many were there of such brilliant youths, killed before their time by the nightmare spell? In the end, history was not written by the best, but by those who survived. Glancing at the people walking in front of him, Sunny couldn't help but think, how many of us will survive? Each member of the cohort was incredibly strong. Just like Nephis was at least an equal to the First Lord, her companions were most likely equal to his. Because of Effie's light-hearted and carefree demeanor, it was easy to forget how fearsome of a warrior she was. The Huntress had not survived 3 years of stalking monsters on the cursed streets of the Dark City alone by accident. Hundreds upon hundreds of vicious nightmare creatures fell by her hand. As much as Sunny hated to admit it, Castor was a true powerhouse among the sleepers too. His incredible aspect ability, outstanding skill, cold intelligence, and the wide arsenal of inherited memories made him a deadly threat to anyone foolish enough to become his enemy. Kai was not as ferocious of a fighter as the core members of the cohort, but his ability to fly, coupled with the mastery of the bow and the ascended arrow that Sunny had sold him, made him a real menace in a battle too. Cassie was not much of a fighter, but her gift was arguably more important than any combat aspect ability could ever be, especially so on the Forgotten Shore, where inconceivable dangers lurked under each rock. And then there was Sunny himself. Sunny was, perhaps, the deadliest of them all. If he wanted to, he could have killed every member of the cohort twice over, with the exception of Nephis himself, of course. If the two of them had to face each other in battle, he didn't count his chances too high, at least for now. As they walked deeper into the mine, there were more tunnels forking away from the main one. The cohort turned a few times, choosing the path that led further down underground. Soon, the walls surrounding them changed. More and more, they were decorated with the intricate stone carving that the inhabitants of the ancient city had loved so much. At first, these carvings were strictly decorative and mostly senseless, shaped into beautiful patterns of lines and simple images. But then, slowly, something about them changed. Sunny was perhaps the only one who paid attention to the carvings. Due to his passion for learning the history of this ancient civilization, he had spent a lot of time doing the same back in the Dark City, where there were a lot of similar things. He was still planning to clear the floor of the ruined library of rubble and study the vast fresco that was hidden beneath, a project he had been working on before the events of these recent weeks had taken him away. However, the condition of the carvings back in the ancient city was mostly terrible. The unknown disaster that had wiped out its inhabitants, the passage of time, and the nightmare creatures left most of them in ruins. Here in the remote mine, however, the carvings were preserved in pristine condition. When Sunny finally saw what was depicted on them, his breath became faster. The answers to many questions that were tormenting him were right there, carved into these walls. Chapter 249, Curse of Darkness. Depicted on the ancient engravings, a beautiful land was bathed in sunlight. Lush forests, glistening rivers, and fields of flowers surrounded human cities built of stone. From what Sunny could tell, this was the forgotten shore before the mysterious and terrifying curse had turned it into the desolate hell it was today. In the next mural, the beautiful land rested under the sky that was full of stars. Suddenly, one of them fell to the ground, causing a wave of destruction to wash over the human cities. When people approached the center of the crater left behind by the falling star, Sunny almost stumbled when he saw the next engraving. In it, a naked human figure was standing at the bottom of the crater, wreathed in light. The inhabitants of the stone cities were surrounding the radiant figure, dressed in archaic garments and armor. The figure seemed beautiful and pure, as though untouched by the imperfections of the mundane world. What made Sunny lose his composure was not its beauty, and not how eerily familiar the soft radiance emanated by its skin was, but its face. On it, 3 eyes were burning with pure incandescent light. 2 were just like that of a human, with the third one situated above the other ones, right in the middle of the creature's forehead, just like that of the terrible skull that the walking colossus had shattered with his stone hammer in the middle of a raging storm. What does it mean? What is this thing? To Sunny's dismay, the next engraving was heavily damaged. He couldn't discern anything of what was depicted on it. However, the one after that was in almost perfect condition. On it, the radiant figure was kneeling on the ground, its chest pierced by the spear of the tallest human among the inhabitants of the beautiful land. What flowed from the terrible wound, however, was not blood, but an endless flood of pure darkness. Why did they attack it? What happened? Left without an answer, Sunny walked forward and soon reached the next mural. He saw darkness devouring the humans gathered around the fatally wounded creature and spread. Soon it devoured the crater left by the fallen star, too. And then it devoured the entire world. The curse of all-consuming darkness, he whispered. Finally, Sunny got a glimpse at the origin of the terrible disaster that had destroyed this land and turned it into a hellish nightmare. Although the details of it were still unclear, one of the mysteries he had been trying to solve now had an answer. But the story told by the engravings was not yet over. Walking further into the ancient mine, Sunny learned of what had happened next. As the darkness spread across the world, it reached the skies. The stars were either devoured by it or fell down, turning the sky into a terrible, lightless abyss. The starless void. The sun never rose above the cursed land again, leaving humans trembling in the cold. Soon, horrifying creatures came from the darkness to devour them. The best and the brightest of the ancient civilization took arms to defend their cities, and for a while, they were able to resist the tide of monsters. But then, humans themselves started to turn into abominable horrors. At that point, Sunny felt a cold shiver running down his spine and couldn't help but tremble. Not because he was affected by the tragic disaster that had befallen these ancient people, but because it all seemed so terrifyingly familiar. The details might not have been the same, but the end result was eerily similar to what was happening in the real world right now. A curse that suddenly appeared and spread across the entire world. The horrible monsters that came from nowhere to attack settlements and devour humans. The champions who had taken charge of defending their kind from the abominable creatures. And the fact that some humans had begun turning into those creatures themselves. Was it not the same as the nightmare spell spreading like a plague across the globe, the nightmare creatures coming through the gates, the awakened rising to fight against them, and the unfortunate souls who failed their first nightmare transforming into monstrous abominations? The only difference was that the story of the civilization of the Forgotten Shore was already over. Eventually, the curse had destroyed it. The people of his own world, however, were still trying to resist such fate. But was it even possible to defeat fate? The inhabitants of the Forgotten Shore were proud and mighty. They were capable of building cities that stood for thousands of years and fighting against the most terrifying monsters on equal footing. And yet, in the end, they were utterly obliterated and wiped out. Their land had become a cursed desert. Would the real world turn into a desolate hell like the Forgotten Shore too one day? With a dark expression on his face, Sunny turned away from the engraving he was staring at and walked away. There were a few more left ahead, still. On one of them, 7 heroes came together from different parts of the Dark Land. Under their protection and guidance, people living in the darkness migrated from their half-destroyed cities and came to the shore of the vast crater. There, they built a new home for themselves, one surrounded by a mighty wall that no monster could scale or breach. One of the heroes, a man depicted with a mason's hammer in his hand, was in charge of building the wall. Despite the fact that the part of the engraving depicting his face was damaged, it was unmistakably one of the 7 founders of the Starlight Legion, the man whose statue had carried them across the forgotten shore. In the second-to-last engraving, the mighty wall was finished, and the city was prospering amidst the darkness. The 7 heroes stood at some distance from it, surrounding... Sunny's eyes narrowed. The 7 heroes were surrounding an inconceivably tall tower. It loomed above them, connecting heaven and earth like the axis of the world. Despite its cyclopean height, the tower was still unfinished. The Crimson Spire. Only it was not crimson yet, as there were no growths of cursed coral covering its walls. On the last engraving, the tower was complete, and on top of it, a new sun was burning bright, bathing the land and the celebrating people in the light once again. The darkness was gone. Chapter 250, Defiant Oath. Sunny stared at the last engraving for a few moments, and then continued walking. The revelations he had uncovered on the walls of the ancient mine gave him a lot to think about. The truth that he had been piecing together for a very long time was finally more complete than fragmented. So something had indeed fallen from the sky and put a start to the eventual destruction of this land. Sunny had suspected that this was the case for a while now, especially after witnessing the colossal impact crater that was situated between the Dark City and the Ashen Barrow. At times he had been almost ready to believe that it was really the result of the vile thieving bird dropping the Weaver's eye on the mortal realm below, as written in the description of the lineage memory he had consumed. The thieving bird had gone mad after looking at the reflection of the unknown, which was apparently forever frozen in the depths of Weaver's pupil. The madness and corruption that reigned over the forgotten shore were similar enough for him to draw a parallel. However, now he knew that it had been an actual being that had fallen from the skies, wreathed in light and flame. A beautiful figure that emanated brilliant radiance and had 3 eyes on its terrible, perfect face. Sunny didn't know what led the ancient humans to attack it, but they had killed the creature, perhaps managing such a feat only because it was already weakened by its fall from the heavens and the events that had sent it plummeting down. But by doing so, they had unleashed the flood of darkness and caused the destruction of their land. Sunny was under the impression that the annihilation of the ancient civilization had been instantaneous, but as it turned out, humans had continued to fight against the curse for a long time. Generations even, that's why the founders of the Starlight Legion were described as being born in the all-consuming darkness. He didn't know whether the monsters that came to feast on the human flesh had been contained within the body of the fallen being along with the ocean of darkness, or whether they were all humans corrupted by the curse, with those present at the moment of the creature's death becoming the most terrifying ones. What he did know, however, was that the Starlight Legion had managed to push the monsters back and build an impregnable fortress for the humans under their protection. That fortress would later become the Dark City. And then, the founders of the Legion had achieved something even more inconceivable. They had built the Cyclopean Spire and somehow used it to create an artificial star. Yes, the sun shining above the forgotten shore was not real. It was, in fact, a human creation. Speak about ambition. It was hard not to feel awe after learning that those 7 madmen had actually managed to create a sun. They had made a defiant oath to return light to the cursed land and gone about it with terrifying resolve and sincerity. The story depicted in the ancient engravings ended with a celebration. The forces of good had vanquished the curse of darkness and brought a new era of light and prosperity to the inhabitants of the ancient city. However, that was not where history ended. Something happened between then and now that had caused the obliteration of the ancient civilization, the corruption of the spire, and the appearance of the Crimson Labyrinth. But what? That was a mystery for another day. Perhaps he would be able to find the answer to it back at the Dark City. What Sunny did note, however, was the difference between the dark reality shown in the engravings and the state the Forgotten Shore was now. Yes, the ancient murals showed a world completely devoid of light, but it was different from the hell that Sunny and the other members of the cohort knew. The engravings did not show the curse of darkness as a literal sea. With no sun and no sea, there was no cycle of tides that turned the Forgotten Shore into an ocean of black water every night. The Dark Sea had appeared at the same time as the Labyrinth then, or at least as the result of the same event. Sunny was sure that the two were connected, but he didn't know what significance that information hid. The other thing he had noted was that while other members of the party were initially indifferent to the ancient engravings, at some that changed. When they had been walking past the mural depicting the radiant being with 3 incandescent eyes, Nephis had stopped and looked at it for several long moments. Then, she turned her head away, lingered for a second, and continued walking. Sunny had not missed that detail. However, he couldn't even begin to guess what it meant. Sometime later, they entered a wide circular hall. In the center of it, a dark chasm opened into the depths of the mountains, leading so far down that Sunny couldn't even see its bottom. It looked like the gates of the underworld. 1,000 years ago, there were wooden ladders and platforms leading down the main shaft of the mine, as well as a system of ropes and pulleys to lower the miners and lift containers full of precious ores up. Of course, all of that had rotten and collapsed a long time ago. With a sigh, Sunny glanced at Nephis and asked, "We are climbing down, aren't we?" Instead of answering, she simply summoned the golden rope and shrugged. He shook his head. "Wait, at least give me some time to scout ahead and see if anything is waiting for us at the bottom of this thing." With that, he sent his shadow down the wall of the endless shaft. The shadow wasn't very ecstatic at the prospect of gliding down into the depths of the scary well, though. Giving Sunny a resentful glare, it sighed and dove down with visible reluctance. A few minutes later, the shadow reached as far down as the range of shadow control allowed. It was still not at the bottom of the mine, but at least there were no primordial horrors in its sight. Sunny summoned the dark wing and gave the members of the cohort a nod. "We can proceed. Be ready, though. Who knows what might happen." Chapter 251, Boundary of the Underworld. Standing on the edge of the bottomless well, Sunny sighed and summoned the prowling thorn. Then, he commanded the dark wing to come to life and took a step into the emptiness. The dragonfly wings of his enchanted cloak were too fragile to rely on them alone in a situation that posed unknown risks. It was better to have a backup at hand. Softly gliding down, he descended in a straight line for a few moments, then made a turn and glanced at the other members of the party. The golden rope had been thrown into the darkness. Nephis, Effie, and Castor were already climbing down, while Kai hovered near them, ready to draw his bow should anything attack the cohort. Cassie was by his side, holding the quiet dancer in her hand. The elegant rapier served as her guide as well as support, allowing the blind girl to make better use of the transparent wings. With it, she was able to zip around with considerable speed or stay in one place without any surface beneath her feet. Handy. Just like that, the cohort descended to the bottom of the ancient mine. Sunny was gliding down in a wide spiral, sometimes close enough to the wall of the well to touch it with his hand. He was slightly ahead of the rest of the group. When the distance between them grew too much, he would insert the dagger into a crack in the stone and wait for others, attached to the vertical wall like a strange insect. His shadow moved further and further down, exploring the darkness below. Despite the tension that permeated the air, in the end, nothing had attacked the group of descending humans. They discovered the reason for this unexpected respite at the bottom of the mine. Sunny was the first one to land on solid ground. With other members of the cohort still a few dozen meters away, for some time he was left in complete darkness. As soon as he took a step, something crunched under his foot. Looking down, Sunny saw a piece of pale bone. A few meters away from him, the remains of a giant skeletal creature lay broken on the ground. It resembled a snake with hundreds of tiny claws growing from its belly and a terrifying round maw. Glancing up, he judged that the length of the dead abomination was enough to coil around the whole shaft of the mine at least several times. While Sunny was thinking, the other members of the cohort approached the ground. The light of their lantern memories fell on him, then shone further, revealing the remains of the colossal bone worm. Exposed by this light, a nimble shadow glided on the stone and attached itself to Sunny's feet. Nephis was the first one to jump down. Glancing at the repulsive nightmare creature, she outstretched one hand and asked, "Sunny?" He shook his head. "It's dead. Nothing is moving out here." Soon, all of them were on the ground. Gathering around the giant worm, everyone had the same thought. Fighting that thing on the vertical wall of the well would have been a true nightmare. Sunny didn't know how the members of the lost expedition had managed to defeat the terrifying creature, but was thankful to them. He would not have wanted to test the durability of the dark wing if that thing suddenly lunged at him from the dark. There was a disturbing question now in his mind, however. If the cohort of the First Lord was strong and capable enough to slay the stone abomination that used to guard the quarry and the worm that lived in the well of the mine, then was kind of a horror had killed them all in the end? With a dark expression on his face, Sunny turned away from the dead creature and walked into the darkness. Not too far from the corpse of the abominable worm, they stumbled upon an abandoned campsite. A makeshift fire pit was built on the rock floor, with 5 large stones surrounding it for the humans to sit on. A bit further, a low barricade was constructed out of the rubble, protecting the camp from unwelcome visitors. The lost expedition had definitely been here. Since they had been walking, climbing, and running for the better half of the day, the cohort decided to settle for the night and continue the search tomorrow. Soon, the orange glow of a bonfire chased away the darkness. It was a bit strange to relax and cook food in the same place where the First Lord and his companions had rested and prepared theirs all those years ago. Sunny felt as though he was touching history, or rather making it. However, he didn't have too much time for empty thoughts. If what Nephis had told him at the start of this expedition was true, tomorrow was going to be his time to shine. The next day, the cohort ventured further into the tunnels of the ancient mine. No one could tell how deep underground they were exactly, but the feeling of countless tons of stone looming over their heads, ready to come crashing down and bury them under their terrible weight, was not a pleasant one. They were in the belly of the mountains now. After several hours of walking through narrow tunnels, Sunny suddenly felt a soft breeze touch his cheeks. A few minutes later, a distant rustle reached his ears. The deeper they went into the darkness, the louder that rustle became, until finally turning into an easily discernible murmur of running water. Soon, they reached the dark shore of a wide underground river. The running water was black as ink, but not in the way that the waves of the Cursed Sea had been. There was no smell of salt in the air, too. Wisps of mist were rising above the surface of the subterranean river, swirling in the silent darkness. It looked like a boundary of the underworld. There was a stone pillar built on the shore, and tied to it, a beautiful boat made of pale wood swayed gently on the cold black surface of the dark river. Looking at the graceful boat, Sunny sighed. It was time to earn his keep. Chapter 252, Unseen. This was the last secret about the fate of the lost expedition that Cassie had gleaned from her visions. But even then, the knowledge she had received was fragmented and incomplete. All she could tell the members of the cohort was that once they crossed the dark river and until reaching the next boundary, they had to keep their eyes closed at all cost, no matter what happened. No living thing could see what lay beyond these cold waters and remain whole. At least that was what she told them. Cassie didn't really know herself what would happen if someone failed to follow that rule, but said that she had never felt more terror than in the short moment before the vision showing her the fate of the lost expedition had shattered and everything had grown dark. This was telling a lot, considering what kinds of horrors the blind girl saw in her vision routinely. In any case, this was where Sunny came in. While looking through the eyes of the shadow was still too dangerous, he could lead the cohort to their destination with the help of his ability to sense space through the shapes of shadows populating it. At least in theory. Standing on the shore of the dark river, 6 humans tied the golden rope around their waists. When everyone was ready, Nefis took out 6 strips of cloth and a block of wax. Lighting a small white flame on her palm, she sighed and turned to Effie. "You're first." The huntress made a complicated face, but then obediently approached their leader. What followed next looked simultaneously intimate and disturbing. Using her flames to melt the wax, Changing Star gently took Effie's face in her hands and, after the huntress shut her eyes tightly, sealed them with melted wax. Then, she tied the strip of cloth around Effie's head to hold it in place. One after another, every member of the cohort went through the same procedure. When Sunny's turn came, he shifted slightly when Neff's cool hands touched his cheeks. A few moments later, he was blind. That is this how Cassie lives? Commanding his shadow to not see anything, Sunny was left in utter darkness. However, he still had it better than the blind girl. His shadow sense was still working, at least. With its help, Sunny could more or less tell what was where. This form of perception was vastly different from sight, but could serve the same purpose in a pinch, be it very poorly, if conditions were right. Luckily, he had practiced navigating the world with the help of nothing else but shadow sense in the past. This was how he had defeated the strange basilisk creature in the Dark City, among other things. Leading the group of staggering humans to the graceful boat, he helped them to board it and untied the rope holding it in place. Then Sunny found the oar and pulled on it, propelling the boat across the dark river. Soon, cold mist shrouded everything around. The deeper into the mist they sailed, the more it felt like they were leaving one world behind and entering another. A much darker, much more ancient, much more terrifying world. No one felt compelled to speak, so the silence was broken only by the murmur of rushing water and the creaking of the wooden oar. "This is not too bad. Yeah, I'm not scared witless at all." Calming himself down with these silly thoughts, Sunny continued to guide the boat. However, one thing kept making him shiver. Being surrounded by mist and having to keep his eyes closed, Sunny couldn't help but remember the harrowing encounter with the being that appeared in a veil of fog and tried and lure him into gazing at it using a stolen voice. Was this where it came from? After some time had passed, he couldn't tell how much no matter how hard he tried. Sunny suddenly sensed a solid mass in the distance. This was the opposite shore of the dark river. Soon they were drawing near to it. As the bottom of the boat scraped against stone, Sunny jumped to the pier and tied the rope around the stone pillar. Then he helped the others disembark. Turning his head, he sensed another shape swaying on the surface of the water. There was a second boat here, presumably the one First Lord and his companions used to cross. But unlike Nephis and her cohort, there had not been an oracle in their ranks. No one had warned them to keep their eyes shut. Maybe this was the reason why none of them had returned. Turning his back to the river with a strong feeling of unease, Sunny faced the mouth of the tunnel that led deeper underground. Letting out a resentful sigh, he slightly tugged on the golden rope and took a step forward. The other members of the cohort had no choice but to follow him. A few seconds later, they disappeared into the tunnel, leaving the shore of the silent river behind. As soon as Sunny stepped into the tunnel, he felt cold shivers running down his spine. Although he couldn't see anything about it, he could tell that it was different from the ones they had traversed earlier. This one still felt like it had been cut through the flesh of the mountains by someone or something, as opposed to being formed by a natural process. However, its creators were unmistakably different from the humans that had created the mine and the quarry outside. Everything about it was more pronounced, more skillful. The shadows populating the tunnel were different too. They were much deeper, much darker, and much, much more ancient. Soon the tunnel turned into a maze of wide passages, all filled with nothing but mist and silence. Another maze. Of course it's a maze. Everything in this damn place just has to be a maze. Before Sonny could finish the thought, though, he suddenly froze, paralyzed by fear. Because right in front of them, he felt the presence of a shadow that was different from all the others. A human shadow. Chapter 253, Without a Master. The human shadow stood lonesomely in the mist, strangely aloof and motionless. As Sonny pulled on the golden rope to command his companions to stop, it shifted slightly and turned away, then became still once again. Sonny sensed a cold, dreadful feeling settle in his heart. The possibility of encountering another human in this dark and terrifying place was already unsettling enough. He did not consider even for a second that one of the members of the lost expedition could have survived down here, in the darkness, for all these years. Not unless they were no longer human. But even that was not the cause for the coldness and dread he felt. The real reason had nothing to do with logic and everything to do with his unique aspect. Because of it, Sonny sensed that there was something terribly, utterly wrong with the shadow. The feeling he got from it was one of eerie and utter wrongness. However, it didn't seem to be dangerous or hostile. Instead, it felt lost, empty, and mournful. The shadow was full of sorrow and anguish that he could not describe with words. Sonny was not that empathetic when it came to humans, but strangely, he couldn't help but share in the suffering of this lonely shadow. Maybe because, in a sense, they were kin. As he was observing the shadow, unsure what to do, it made a few steps in a random direction and then stopped hesitantly, lingering there without moving. Then, it walked back and froze once again. It was as though the shadow was lost. A few moments later, Sonny finally understood the nature of the deep feeling of wrongness he felt in the lonesome shadow. When he did, a cold shiver ran through his entire body. The reason why this shadow was so strange and eerie was because it wasn't connected to anyone. There was no human casting it. Not anymore, at least. The human that the shadow had once belonged to was gone, cut from existence by some unknown power. Sonny couldn't sense any bones anywhere, either. It was as if the human had not been killed, but simply erased, while the shadow remained to wander aimlessly in the mist for all eternity. What a terrible fate. But the question remained. What was he supposed to do now? The shadow was in his way. Sonny had to either walk past it or return back and try to find another way through the maze. But what threat could this pitiful thing pose? It was just a shadow after all. His own couldn't harm a fly no matter how hard it tried. This one had to be the same. With a deep sigh, Sonny slowly walked forward. With each step he took, he could sense the lonesome shadow better. At some point, it sensed him too. Turning to face Sonny, the shadow hesitated for a few moments, then tentatively glided closer. He could feel an outburst of muted emotions radiating from it, surprise, hope, and then sudden despair. Realizing that he wasn't its long-lost master, the shadow froze. Its shoulders dropped. Sensing the deep well of loneliness, anguish, and sorrow in front of him, Sonny tilted his head to the side. Then, following an impulse, he outstretched his hand to the shadow. "Here, take my hand. You don't have to be alone anymore." The shadow trembled, as if it heard his silent invitation. Then it lingered for a few moments and approached him with uncertainty. Finally, it raised its hand and tentatively placed it in the hand of his own shadow. A moment later, it disappeared. Sonny sighed. Your shadow grows stronger. Diving into the soul sea, he walked along the rows of silent shadows standing on the surface of the tranquil water. And there, just as he had expected, he saw a new one. A shadow of a graceful young woman was standing among them, as motionless and still as the rest of them. Her anguish, sorrow, and loneliness were gone. The shadow seemed to finally be at peace. Sonny looked at her for a few moments, his heart heavy. Finally, he said, "Welcome. Rest now. Your nightmare is over." With that, he left the silent sea and sighed again. Standing in the darkness with his eyes sealed shut, Sonny remained motionless for some time. Then, he pulled on the golden rope and led the cohort further into the mist. Sonny didn't know how long they wandered around the dark maze. More than once he had ended up at a dead end and had to search for another path. It was hard to not lose track of all the turns of the twisting tunnels, but he had somehow managed to stay on track. On the way, he had found 3 more shadows. Each of them was just like the first one, lost and lonesome. And just like the first one, they eventually took his hand and were absorbed into his soul sea. The 4 of them, 1 young woman and 3 men, now stood silently together, united once again, even though their masters were long gone. Seeing them together gave Sonny a little solace, no matter how misguided it was. There were 5 stones arranged around the fire at the campsite left behind by the lost expedition, hinting that 5 people had descended into the ancient mine. 4 of them had eventually perished in this eerie, dark place. But no matter how hard Sonny searched, he couldn't find the 5th shadow. The First Lord himself was not here. Could it be that he had somehow managed to survive and leave the maze of mist? At some point, Sonny felt someone pull on the golden rope. Turning around, he walked a few steps back and stopped near Cassie. Feeling his approach, the blind girl raised her hand and pointed at one of the tunnels. Understanding what she wanted to say, Sonny led the cohort in that direction. Soon, the sound of rushing water reached his ears. Sometime later, they came to the shore of another subterranean river. They had reached the second boundary. Chapter 254, The First Lord. For a moment, Sunny was afraid that they had been walking in circles all this time, and now returned exactly to where they had started. But then, he calmed himself down and noted that this river, while as eerie as the one they had crossed on a wooden boat, was rather different. He couldn't exactly explain it, but it didn't feel the same. Plus, there was no pier with two boats tied to stone pillars anywhere in sight, or rather, sense. Instead, there was a bridge. Sunny could feel its shadow falling on the cold water, solid and firm as the stone it was built from. The bridge arched over the river, leading far into the distance. Not wishing to spend another minute in the terrible maze that no living thing could see if it hoped to remain alive, Sunny led the cohort toward the bridge. If Cassie was correct, they would be safe after crossing the second river. Sunny surely hoped that it was true, because the long journey where he had to play the role of a guide for 5 blind people had been nothing short of exhausting. After spending 7, or was it 8 by now, months on the forgotten shore, Sunny had thought that he possessed a high tolerance for terror. But this last ordeal tested the limits of his mental endurance. Walking through that dark place with his sight taken away, it was a miracle that Cassie had somehow managed to remain sane at all. He tensed up when they entered the bridge, expecting for something dreadful to happen at the last moment, but the silence was not broken by anything except for the sound of rushing water, their steps, and laborious breathing. The cohort walked on the bridge, leaving the dark maze behind. Soon they could feel the mist surrounding them grow thinner, and at some point, it was gone. They crossed the river without any trouble and returned to solid ground again. Making several more steps, Sunny stopped and finally allowed himself to tremble. Then he opened his mouth and said in a hoarse voice, "Are we through?" Although Cassie had not said anything about the need to remain quiet, each of them subconsciously avoided speaking ever since entering the mist. Because of that, the sound of his own voice startled Sunny a little. A few moments later, Cassie answered in a hesitant tone, I think so." Without wasting any more time, Sunny untied the cloth that covered his eyes and removed the wax from them. Then he carefully opened them and looked around. They were standing on a stone shore inside a vast cave, through which the underground river was flowing unobstructed. Some distance away from them, the wall of the cave came down, with a mouth of a wide tunnel visible in it. By his side, other members of the cohort were removing the strips of cloth. Sunny could hear the sighs of relief coming from them. However, his attention was instantly drawn to Nephis, who had already opened her calm gray eyes and was looking at something behind him. Turning around, Sunny followed her gaze and froze. Just a few meters away from them, on the shore of the dark river, he saw a human skeleton. It was sitting on the cold stones, its back straight, facing the water. Unlike the ferocious undead from the catacombs of the Dark City, this one was tranquil and untouched by the corruption of a forgotten shore. This was the place where the first lord of the Bright Castle had died. The young man, whom the members of the cohort only knew by his title, had died on the shores of the cold underground river, just a few meters away from the bridge that he had used to escape the terrible place which, according to Cassie, no living being should have been able to escape. Somehow, he had survived even without knowing that anyone entering the mist had to keep their eyes closed at all times. But in the end, the wounds he had received there, or somewhere up ahead perhaps, turned out to be too grievous. Before the last vestiges of life abandoned him, the young man, the first lord who had wrestled the Bright Castle from the nightmare creatures, created a safe place for the humans sent to the forgotten shore to live, and lead an expedition to find a way out of this cursed place. Sat down and looked in the direction of the misty, dark maze, the place where his friends and companions had died, leaving him alone in the darkness of this forsaken underworld. Looking at the skeleton that sat quietly on the shore of the river, Sunny couldn't help but feel a deep feeling of awe and sorrow. He had never met this young man, but somehow it felt as though they knew each other very well. Everything that humans had on the forgotten shore was thanks to his bravery, power, and skill. What a shame that he had died here, in this lonesome place, with no one to share his last moments and tell the tale of his last deeds. The skeleton was strangely well preserved. It was sitting with its legs crossed, back straight, its hands resting on the hips, as if meditating. The skull of the First Lord gazed at the river with the dark chams of its empty eyes, strangely calm and at peace. What Sunny noticed, though, was not the whiteness of the bone nor the eternal grin of the bare skull, but a thin strip of light metal resting on it like a humble crown. There was a single bright gemstone on the metal band, placed right above the middle of the skull's forehead. After the 6 of them gathered around the remains of the First Lord and stood there for a while in silence to express their respect for this extraordinary human, Nephi sighed and approached the skeleton. Gently, she took the strip of metal and removed it from the First Lord's head. A moment later, the band suddenly broke into countless sparks of light, which then disappeared, absorbed into her soul core. Sunny's eyes widened. The crown of the First Lord was a memory, Chapter 255, Dawn Shard. As the last spark of light disappeared, Nephis tilted her head to the side and remained silent for a few moments. Then she lowered her gaze and said, addressing the First Lord, "Thank you." She hesitated, as though wishing to say more, but eventually just took a step back. Kai, however, wasn't that reserved. Bowing deeply, he remained with his head down for a while, then straightened his back, looked at the skeleton, and voiced something that a few of them must have been thinking. "Thank you. We will finish what you started." His words echoed above the cold water, eventually disappearing into the darkness. A heavy silence settled above the shore of the underground river. A few seconds later, the charming archer turned to the rest of them and asked with uncertainty, should we bury him?" The members of the cohort looked at each other. Before anyone could voice their opinion, though, Sunny suddenly spoke. "No, just leave him as he is. He wanted to be closer to his friends when he died, so just don't touch him." Of the terrible maze, his shadow was gone too. Now it was just dumb and empty, like most shadows cast by inanimate objects. He had not shared in the harrowing fate of his companions, which meant that Sunny couldn't help him reunite with them, even slightly. Neither could they bring the remains of the First Lord back outside, to bury him near the girl who had died in the quarry. It was better to just leave him be. Forget about it. Think of something else. Sunny had other matters to consider anyway. That strange memory that Nephis had absorbed. He had never even heard of a memory that could exist outside of someone's soul. Had the First Lord somehow relinquished the ownership of it, or was this a quality that all shard memories possessed? And it was, without a doubt, another shard memory, just like Effie's spear and his own stalwart blade. That memory was the reason why Changing Star had ventured on this expedition to begin with, the thing that was supposed somehow give her a chance of defeating Gunlog. Sunny stared at Nephis, then said, "That headband, what is it called? No, actually, let me guess. Dawn Shard? Dusk Shard?" Neph looked at him and didn't answer. Her ivory face was calm and inexorable. Sunny grinned. "Full of secrets, are we?" A hint of some deep, sharp emotion appeared in her cold gray eyes. A few moments later, she said, "Weren't you the one who made it clear that you don't want to be a true member of this cohort? You chose to be a hired blade yourself, did you not? Why should I share my secrets with you?" Sunny remained silent for a bit, then sighed. "Well, fair enough. I did, and you have no good reason to share anything with me." Suddenly, Nephis smiled. "You can change your mind, you know. If you do, I'll naturally tell you everything." He stared at her for a while, then shook his head. No need. Answer me one question, though. How exactly is that thing supposed to help us defeat Gunlog?" Changing Star lingered for a bit, then simply shrugged. "See for yourself." A moment later, the headband left behind by the First Lord weaved itself from sparks of light on her forehead. The bright gemstone in its center softly gleamed, and then something about the world around Sunny changed. What? He blinked a couple of times, then slowly lowered his gaze and looked at the fabric of the puppeteer's shroud. Or rather, on the spell weave beneath it. What he saw left Sunny breathless. The 5 glowing embers that served as nexuses for the complicated pattern of ethereal strings permeating the memory suddenly shone brighter. Much, much brighter. In fact, their radiance was now almost as intense as of those inside the black onyx armor he had purchased at the memory market, which was an ascended memory. What the hell? Pulling on the thread tied around his neck, Sunny fished out the blood blossom from under his armor and stared at it, perplexed. The 2 embers inside the intricate pendant had become much brighter, too. Not knowing that Sunny had the ability to peer into the inner weave of memories, Nephis explained, "The Dawn Shard possesses a single but also singularly powerful enchantment. It empowers all memories around it. The area of effect of the enchantment is very large, but the enhancement it provides is ever larger." "You don't say." Staring at his memories, Sunny felt as though he was on the verge of being dumbstruck. Singular was the right word to describe the effect of the Dawn Shard. He had never heard of a memory being capable of rising the power of another one by almost an entire rank. Wait, did she say all memories? All memories? All of them, in a very large radius? Impossible. With that crown on her head, Nephis would not only be able to stand a chance in a fight against Gunlog, but also make each one of her followers so much more dangerous. She would become a perfect general for a small army of awakened. But wasn't there something wrong with that statement? Sunny frowned. All memories. Hold on. All? Glancing at Changing Star, he asked, "So that thing makes every memory around you vastly more powerful?" Nephis gave him a silent nod. Sunny's frown deepened. "Then do you not see a problem here? Won't it enhance that damn golden armor of Gunlog's too? How exactly does it give you a chance against him then?" She lingered for a few moments, then smiled slightly. "It would not, would it? But hey, do you want me to tell you another secret?" Sunny glared at her without saying anything. He knew better than to get himself into such a clumsy trap. Only as it turned out, there was no trap. Nephis just waited for a bit and continued, "It will help me because the golden armor Gunnlaug wears is not a memory." Before he could say anything, she added, "In fact, it is an echo." Chapter 256, True Reason. Sunny was silent for a while. An echo. That weird golden armor was actually a copy of some strange, corrupted nightmare creature? What kind of creature took the shape of an armor? But then again, the fact that it looked like an armor didn't mean that it was all it could look like. The main trait of the golden armor was that it seemed to be made out of liquid metal. That metal always flowed and moved around, enveloping Gunnlaug's body like a second layer of skin. The only thing that never changed was the mirror-like surface that served him as a face. It wasn't impossible to imagine that the mass of living metal was, in fact, not a memory but a bizarre echo. Not impossible, but a bit of a stretch. Glancing at Nephis, Sunny asked, "How do you even know this?" She hesitated for a few moments, then said, "You already know that we have an ally inside the castle. She was the one who told us." That mysterious spy again. Sunny became even more convinced that this person was of a very high rank among the Bright Lord's servants. Only someone extremely close to him would know such an important secret. In fact, Sunny expected that the paranoid tyrant would never let anyone learn of it. Why would one of Gunnlaug's most loyal minions help his enemy? Was it all an elaborate trap orchestrated by the Bright Lord himself? Looking at Changing Star with a deep scowl on his face, he asked, "Can this ally of yours even be trusted?" If he was right in his guess about the identity of the spy, well, things would become complicated. She was silent for a while, then said evenly, "Trusted? Not really. Never, actually. However, we can trust in the information that was provided to us." He raised his eyebrows. "And why is that?" Nephis shrugged and then answered, her voice indifferent, "Because I am the only chance anyone here has of ever getting out of this cursed place, and Gunnlaug is not." Interesting. So one of the top ranks of the Bright Lord's forces was an opportunist who desired to return to the real world desperately enough to risk betraying the ruthless tyrant. That person had been loyal to Gunnlaug because there was no better alternative, but then changed sides once the last daughter of the immortal Flame clan appeared like a miracle and promised to save the people of the Forgotten Shore. That ally of hers was either swayed by Neff's rhetoric like the rest of the unfortunate fools in the Dark City, or was confident of ending up among the few lucky people who would actually have the chance of surviving what was about to come. Or just knew something that Sunny did not. In any case, Changing Star seemed to be confident in the information the spy provided, so he did not see the point of doubting it. She wasn't any more naive or trusting than he was, after all. Nephis had learned the art of cynicism from the best. Kai, who had been listening to their conversation with a fair bit of curiosity, suddenly cleared his throat. I am very sorry to interrupt you guys, but I just wanted to ask, since we have found the remains of the First Lord and came into possession of this memory you were discussing, does that mean that the expedition is over? Have we actually accomplished our goal? Really?" That, indeed, would seem to be the case. However, Sunny knew better. With a friendly smile, he shook his head. "No, buddy, the goal of this expedition has not been achieved yet." The charming archer looked at him with surprise. "But didn't we get the thing that will help us defeat Gunnlaug?" Nephis was staring at Sunny too, a subtle smile on her lips. "Yes, Sunny, what else do we have to do? Do tell." He grinned. "Well, it's very simple, really. Yes, you told us that the reason for this adventure of ours was to find the means of overthrowing the Bright Lord, and it certainly was a reason. But it's not the whole reason, is it?" Cassie turned her head slightly to listen to him and sighed. Castor's face, meanwhile, had turned grim. Effie didn't seem to care one way or another. Nephis, on the other hand, just smiled wider. "What is the whole reason, then?" Sunny gestured at the mouth of the tunnel in front of them. "To finish what the First Lord had started, of course." Kai was looking between him and Changing Star, unsure of what was going on. What do you mean, exactly?" Sunny shrugged. "Think about it, Kai. We saw the same map. What were the symbols drawn at the very edge of it, near the place where the First Lord's expedition had disappeared?" The charming archer frowned. There were 3 of them? A crown, a question mark, and a red cross?" Sunny smiled. "Exactly. There were 6 crosses drawn on the map, each marking one of the headless statues. 2 to the east of the Dark City, 1 to the north, 1 to the west, and 2 to the south. We had visited one of the 2 statues situated to the south already. That's where the spider matriarch had weaved her nest." He turned to Nephis and said, his smile gone, "So the truth of it all is that the First Lord never really intended to find a way through the Hollow Mountains, isn't it? He wasn't a fool who would do something so misguided. No, he came to this god-forsaken place for the same reason that we are here, to find the last statue." Changing Star was silent for a bit. When the silence was on the verge of growing uncomfortable, she suddenly said, "That is correct." Kai stared at her in astonishment. "But why? No, wait. What's so important about that statue? Nephis sighed. This is something that people can only volunteer to do. Anyone who doesn't wish to proceed can stay behind and avoid risking their lives in the battle. In fact, some of us probably should. She turned to face the tunnel, remained silent for a bit, and then said, "Yes, somewhere up ahead lies another ancient statue. There will be a powerful creature guarding it. I don't know what that guardian is exactly, but we have to kill it. Anyone who is willing to fight can join me. Others can stay back and wait for my return." She glanced at the members of the cohort and added, "However, if you do join me, you'll have to follow one simple rule. No matter what happens, it's imperative that you don't deliver the final blow to the creature unless you have reached and touched the statue first." Chapter 257, Nightmare Champion. So that is how it works. Initially, Sunny had suspected that the mysterious shard memories were just rewarded to those who managed to slay certain powerful nightmare creatures who dwelled close to the headless statues. The truth, however, turned out to be more complicated. The creature itself, most likely, did not even matter. It was the act of vanquishing a powerful foe after coming in contact with a statue that summoned the memory from oblivion. That was why they had received the Midnight Shard before even learning about how important these ancient monuments were. Sunny, Nephis, and Cassie had taken shelter atop the statue of the ancient knight and killed the carapace demon long after. But no, that didn't make a lot of sense. If this was true, Sunny would have received another shard memory after defeating the Corpse Eater. So, not any powerful abomination would do. Each statue seemed to have a nightmare champion tied to it by some invisible bond. The carapace demon, whom the creatures described as cursed soldiers of the fallen legion used to obey, was connected to the statue of the knight. The Iron Matriarch was tied to the statue of the hunter. Which statue had the Dawn Shard come from? The builder, whose monument had somehow come to life and was now wandering the forgotten shore. Rumor said that the First Lord chased it around the labyrinth for a long time after all, but somehow Sunny felt that the metal headband had nothing to do with the walking colossus. So many questions. How many champions were still around anyway? Nephis had not even tried to search for one tied to the builder, nor for one tied to the priestess. How many shard memories were already in the hands of humans? Among the members of the cohort, there were now 3, and they were about to challenge some abominable horror for a chance of receiving the 4th one. Why do I even assume that there are only 3? Sunny tilted his head. Indeed, the fact that he had only seen the Midnight Shard, the Zenith Shard, and the Dawn Shard did not mean that Changing Star had not gotten other ones already. Not counting the memory they were currently hunting, 3 more were unaccounted for. How many had she found already? He smiled darkly. Well, it's going to be revealed sooner or later. Right now, however, there is a more pressing issue. Glancing at Nephis, he asked, "What happens if I get the memory? As you reminded so astutely, I am not one of your lackeys. That would throw a wrench in your plans, wouldn't it?" Sunny couldn't imagine Changing Star leaving something that important to chance. However, to his surprise, she just shrugged. "Keep it if you want," he frowned. Why was Nephis so nonchalant about the possibility of a shard memory falling into his hands? Wait, why was she so indifferent about him already possessing the Midnight Shard? One possible explanation was that it didn't matter who held the shard memory, as long as it was in human hands. The other explanation made Sunny very uncomfortable. Maybe she was just sure that fate would push the two in the same direction. If this was true, then it didn't really matter which one of them possessed the shards. He lingered for a bit, then shook his head and said, "Well, what are we waiting for? You didn't really expect any of us to stay behind while others fight, right? Let's go and hunt this monster." Honestly, while Sunny couldn't even imagine what type of terrible creature guarded the hidden statue, he was almost excited to find out. He wanted to see what the 6 of them were capable of under the miraculous effect of the Dawn Shard, himself in particular. Eventually, they arrived at a vast cavern situated somewhere in the depths of the Draconian Mountains. The cavern was large enough to fit the entire bright castle and the hill it stood upon inside of it. Witnessing its size, Sunny got an inkling that there was a reason why these mountains were called hollow. As his sight pierced the darkness ruling over the vast cavern, Sunny couldn't help but feel a deep sense of awe. The floor of it was covered by black sand, while its walls glistened like obsidian. In the center of the cavern stood a giant pillar of dark stone. It was surrounded by massive scaffolds, which nevertheless looked tiny and insignificant on its surface. The silhouette of an unfinished statue was easily discernible, cut from the giant pillar by the unknown sculptor. Its upper torso was almost finished, while the lower half was still encased inside the stone. It was as though a dark giant was struggling to free himself from the pillar of stone that imprisoned him. With a feeling of surprise, Sunny realized that he recognized the details of the unfinished giant's armor and shield. They were eerily similar to the armaments that the Black Knight guarding the ruined cathedral wore, and to the ones the Stone Saint wielded too. Looking up, he made sure that the head of the giant statue was missing. Of course it is. All of that only took a fraction of a second. Then Sunny hastily looked down, trying to notice the guardian of this obsidian cave before the creature noticed them. But it was too late. As soon as the members of the cohort entered the cavern, something moved in the darkness at the base of the statue and then stepped forward. Sunny shivered. Damnation! Standing on the black sand, a monstrous creature that resembled a cross between a lion and a raven stretched its numerous limbs. Its body was pale as a corpse, while its head and chest were covered with dark feathers. It was massive in size, with muscles rolling like steel cables under the skin. The creature had 2 powerful hind legs and 6 more protruding messily from its wide chest, each ending with a set of deadly claws. But the most terrifying feature it possessed was a long, jagged black beak. It was a spire. "Messenger!" That was all Sunny had time to yell before the vile abomination lunged forward, exploding into a whirlwind of hunger, madness, and death. Chapter 258, Herald of the Crimson Terror. Sunny had already faced off against a spire messenger once. Back then, the vile creature had killed several experienced hunters in a span of just a few seconds, and the rest had only been spared this fate because of Effie's strength. That, and the fact that the messenger had no need to fight them and chose to retreat and search for easier prey. There was nowhere to retreat in this hidden cavern. Sunny didn't even know how the flying abomination had gotten here in the first place. However, he was not the same inexperienced kid he had been all those months ago either. Sunny had grown considerably stronger. His arsenal of memories was better now. His skill and technique were far beyond what he had known in the past, and his kill count had crossed 100 nightmare creatures a long time ago. There was the Stone Saint, too, but most importantly, his memories were empowered by the Crown of Dawn. Theoretically, Sunny could stack 3 augmentations on the Midnight Shard, one from his shadow, one from the Miraculous Crown, and one from the Blood Blossom, as long as someone managed to make the messenger bleed. Hopefully, that would be enough to breach the gap between a dormant human and a fallen beast and allow him to actually wound the abomination, unlike the previous 2 times he had tried to cut into the flesh of similar horrors, Corpse Eater, and the giant eel that had tried to hitch a ride on the ancient Colossus. But first, he had to survive. Judging that the puppeteer's shroud had a decent chance of withstanding a blow from the messenger, thanks to the enhancement of the Dawn Shard, but also not even remotely willing to put that to the test, Sunny dove to the side. A moment later, the massive abomination collided against 2 shields, one belonging to Effie, the other to the Stone Saint. The terrible beak came down, aiming at the huntress. If it was before, the round shield that protected Effie from knee to shoulder would have been easily pierced and torn apart, as if it was made out of paper instead of metal. But due to the empowering aura that emanated from the Dawn Shard, it somehow held. The force of the impact, however, still threw both of them back. Even Shadow Saint, whose flesh was made of stone and weighed accordingly, was launched into the air like a doll made of feathers and rags. But they had bought the cohort the precious second to regroup and counterattack. As Kai and Cassie flew in different directions, creating some distance between them and the ferocious abomination, Nephis and Castor attacked from the sides. One sword shined with brilliant white radiance, while the other gleamed with ghostly green light. However, the messenger was still terrifyingly formidable. The memories wielded by the cohort might have been enhanced, but their masters remained the same. They couldn't compete with a fallen creature in terms of raw power and speed. 2 of the beast's 6 front limbs swiped forward, deflecting the swords. 2 more shot at the attacking humans, forcing them to retreat while barely staying alive. Then, the messenger twisted its neck and caught Kai in its sight. Its powerful black wings lashed down, creating a small hurricane that threw Nephis and Castor aside. Using powerful hind legs to throw itself into the air, the abomination lunged at the retreating archer, who twisted his body in a desperate attempt to aim his bow. And then, suddenly, a triangular blade cut an arc around one of the legs and tied an invisible string around it. Crap! That was all Sunny had time to think before his hand was jerked forward with incredible force. However, this was exactly what he wanted. With the dark wing turning into a blur behind his back, Sunny used the momentum of the pull to turn his laughably slow levitation into real flight. In fact, he shot in the direction of the messenger as though someone had launched him from a cannon. The Midnight Shard flashed through the air and bit into the abomination's flesh. Do it! Indeed, with both the Shadow and the Dawn Shard augmenting it, the stalwart blade was able to cut into the flesh of the fallen beast. Granted, it felt as though he was trying to cut stone, but it was enough. Sunny aimed at the base of the messenger's wing. With all the speed given to him by the combination of using the dark wing to levitate and the prowling thorn to create momentum, the blow Sunny had delivered was truly devastating. In fact, it was so forceful that every bone in his hand almost shattered. But he wasn't the one on the sharp end of the sword. The Midnight Shard cut deep into the wing of the vile abomination, sending rivers of blood streaming down its pale body. As soon as they did, the enchantment of the Blood Blossom awakened, making the blade even sharper. The elegant Tachi tore through the wing, crippling it. The messenger suddenly lost control of its flight and crashed back to the ground. "Eat dust, bastard!" After a moment of glee, however, Sunny hurriedly dismissed the dark wing and plummeted down, landing on the sand, some distance away from the monstrous beast. While gliding all the way back to the floor of the cavern would have been more comfortable, he wasn't going to become a sitting duck. Crippled wing or not, the messenger could still jump and use the other one. Maybe... At the same time as Sunny hit the ground and rolled, a menacing black arrow suddenly fell from above, piercing the second wing of the fearsome creature. There was no blood coming from the wound, though. The arrow greedily drank it, preventing the blood blossom augmentation from growing a bit stronger. The abomination did not stagger and slowly turn into a mummy like the iron spiders had, however. It simply shook its body, causing the arrow to shatter and crumble into a stream of white sparks. But Sunny didn't see any of that. With his back to the messenger, he was already running toward the giant statue with all the speed he had. Chapter 259, Bloody Mayhem. Sunny ran to the statue with every bit of speed he could manage, which was quite a considerable amount by human standards. No, even by those of other sleepers. As the wind whistles in his ears, the shadow flew off the blade of the midnight shard and turned around, observing the wounded abomination. Despite the fact that its wings were mangled, the messenger did not seem perturbed. On the contrary, it opened its terrible beak and let out a blood-curdling shriek, then lunged at the tiny humans with even more bestial fury. "I think it's not happy." Despite the mortal peril his companions found themselves in, Sunny did not stop to help them. Nephis had said that the creature guarding the cave had to be killed by a person who had touched the ancient statue. Until someone did, this battle was nothing but a futile and stupidly dangerous game. The essence of combat was murder, after all. If no one truly aimed to kill the damn thing, how could they ever hope to survive? So Sunny was helping them after all, in a way. Behind him, things weren't going well for the cohort. The messenger was too big, too strong, too swift for a group of sleepers, no matter how talented. It was already a miracle that none of them had been torn to pieces already, but how long would that last? As the shadow watched, the terrifying beak came down again, and once again bounced off Effie's stalwart shield. However, this time a wide crack appeared on the surface of the round shield. Before the hunters could even react, several powerful limbs shot at the cracked shield, each striking it with the force of a cannonball. Finally, the memory gave in and shattered, along with Effie's arm. Sunny saw fragments of bone piercing her olive skin as it twisted at an unnatural angle. Damn! Faster! As the pillar of dark stone approached, he watched the messenger try to finish the wounded huntress off and be thwarted by the stone saint. Simultaneously, Nephis managed to penetrate the barrier created by the creature's front limbs. Her sword flashed and bit into the pale flesh, leaving a deep gash on the abomination's side. Judging that he was far enough to not be afraid of a sudden attack aimed at his back, Sunny commanded the shadow to turn around and return to his side. His view of the battle immediately disappeared, and soon the shadow caught up and wrapped itself around his body. Sunny's speed doubled. Pursued by the sounds of a ferocious battle, he neared the unfinished statue. However, before he could touch it, a human figure suddenly appeared in front of him in a blur and slid on the black sand, stopping right in front of the stone pillar. It was Castor. The proud legacy didn't look all too well. His shiny scale armor was torn by the claws of the terrible beast, leaving 4 deep wounds on his muscular chest. Blood was streaming from them, leaving the handsome young man pale and disheveled. No, it wasn't just that. Castor seemed a bit off somehow. Sunny just couldn't tell what was wrong with him exactly. He did notice, however, a crystal amulet in the form of an hourglass hanging on a silver chain around his neck. What is that? A charm memory? I didn't know that Castor had a charm. Not wasting any time, the legacy put his bloodied hand on the statue and closed his eyes for a moment. He wasn't wearing one back on the marble arch, right? Opening his eyes a second later, Castor glanced at Sunny with a dark expression and turned into a blur once again, rushing back to rejoin the battle. Just as soon as he disappeared, Sunny crashed into the stone pillar, unceremoniously using it to stop his momentum. Bouncing off the hard surface, he rolled on the ground and shakily rose to his feet. Ah, damn it, that hurt. That counted as touching the statue, right? Had to. Glancing back, Sunny saw another blood arrow piercing the flesh of the spire messenger and shattering a moment later. It wasn't destroyed, at least just returned to Kai. Quiet Dancer was zipping around the massive abomination, aiming at its eyes. The elegant rapier was an echo, and as such did not enjoy the gift of the Dawn Shard, so it was more of a nuisance than a real threat to the beast. Still, it managed to deliver a couple of shallow cuts, causing the bastard to bleed. That was exactly what Sunny needed. Blood. As much blood as possible. Launching himself forward, he held the midnight shard behind him and dashed toward the messenger. Let's see which one of us can kill it first, Castor. Wouldn't it be funny if an outskirt rat like me got a 3rd ascended memory, while a lofty legacy like you still had none? Some distance away from his prey, Sunny commanded the stone saint to switch her battle style. The one the menacing shadow liked to use the most, or simply saw as most suited to her equipment and the situation, was deliberate, elegant, and steady. But that wasn't what Sunny needed right now. What he needed was carnage, savagery, and bloody mayhem. Lingering for a fraction of a second, the stone saint suddenly threw her shield away, grasped her sword with both hands and lunged forward. Any sort of grace she had possessed earlier was now gone. Instead of a noble knight, the shadow now appeared as a barbarous butcher. It seemed as though she cared neither about self-preservation nor about protecting the members of the cohort anymore. She didn't even care about killing the enemy that much. All she aimed to do was inflict the maximum amount of pain, the maximum amount of damage, and most importantly, the maximum amount of bleeding. Just like Sunny had commanded her to do. As he ran back, more and more small but heavily bleeding wounds appeared on the messenger's massive frame. Its pale body was now half covered in dark blood. Castor's enchanted sword added one or two, but most came from the berserk shadow and changing star. Effie was still in the fight as well. Despite the fact that her arm was severely broken and there was bloody foam on her lips, the beautiful spear broke through the abomination's defenses and left a bloody mark on its skin, too. But none of these attacks were powerful enough to end the creature once and for all. Already nearing the scene of the massacre, Sunny willed his shadow to flow onto the midnight shard. The power of the dawn shard was burning inside of it, making the stalwart blade sing. And on top of it all, the vile blood blossom was filling it with insatiable bloodlust and hunger. Without slowing down, Sunny lunged at the spire messenger and fell on his back. As momentum pushed him forward, he slid on the black sand and thrust the midnight shard upward. Piercing the abdomen of the terrible creature, the razor-sharp sword easily cut through skin and muscle, gutting the abomination and causing it to stagger and fall. Chapter 260, How to be a Hero. Indeed, with so much blood streaming down the messenger's pale body, the savage augmentation of the blood blossom had grown vastly more powerful. If before Sunny had felt as though he was cutting stone, now the midnight shard sliced through the tough flesh of the abomination with just a moderate amount of trouble. Of course, the fact that it was aimed at the soft belly of the monster instead of the adamantine black feather also played its part. The Tachi cut through the pale skin and muscle tissue, tearing its abdomen open. As blood, guts, and viscera fell from the terrible wound, Sunny slid from under the massive creature, just in time to avoid being crushed under its weight. Even then, however, the messenger was not yet dead. What? Curses! Lying on his back in an awkward position, Sunny was momentarily left defenseless. He had hoped that his strike would, if not kill the monstrous abomination outright, then at least leave it stunned for a few seconds, giving him time to disengage and get away to a safe distance. But the creature seemed to be impervious to pain and the fear of death that all living beings felt. Despite receiving a mortal wound, it only became more ferocious. Staggered by the unexpected attack, the messenger lost balance and fell to the ground. Its head hit the black sand, sending a cloud of it into the air. Then, its round, corvine eye locked onto Sunny and flushed with eerie madness. Knowing that he was not going to be fast enough, Sunny desperately tried to roll away. But it was too late. The terrifying jagged beak shot in his direction, threatening to impale him through the chest. Damn it! However, at the last moment, a human figure in an elegant black and white armor suddenly appeared between him and the abhorrent beast. The incandescent sword lashed out, pushing the beak slightly to the side. As the result, the messenger failed to kill Sunny. Instead, the beak pierced the Starlight Legion armor and tore through Changing Star's shoulder, almost severing her left arm. Nephis was thrown aside in a rain of blood, while the abomination opened its mouth and let out another deafening shriek. For a moment, time slowed. Sunny, who had just rose to one knee, noticed a sword surrounded by ghostly green lights approaching the messenger's neck. Castor was seconds away from finishing the cursed creature off, but before he got the chance, a heavy triangular dagger flashed in the air and sunk into the creature's eye, penetrating through it deep enough to reach the brain. The messenger froze. Its ugly raven-like head swayed slightly. The beak fell open, revealing rows of sharp teeth and a long, wet, crimson tongue. Looking at the monster with a dark expression, Sunny pulled on the string of the prowling thorn, wreaking havoc inside its skull. The kunai tore through the round black eye on the way back, flying into the air in a stream of blood, bone, and chunks of brain matter. Finally, the creature convulsed and crashed onto the ground. Its eyes dimmed, then glossed over. The corner of Sunny's mouth curled upward. You have slain a fallen monster, cursed herald. Your shadow grows stronger. Come on! You have received a memory. A triumphant gleam appeared in his dark eyes. The cohort was in a pathetic state. Effie had the bones in her arms shattered into tiny pieces with sharp splinters tearing through her skin. Her ribs and lungs were wounded too. Castor was bleeding heavily from the 4 gashes left on his torso by the messenger's claws. Kai lost too much blood to the blood arrow and was now on the verge of fainting. Neff's left arm was partially severed and barely attached to her body. The sight of it was ghastly. Even the stone saint was severely damaged. Only Sunny and Cassie were more or less in one piece. It was all worth it, though. The spire messenger was actually dead while they were not. Lying on the black sand, Effie suddenly laughed. Sunny gave her a strange look. Have you lost your mind? What are you laughing at? The huntress shrugged, then grimaced from pain. Oh, it's just... I was thinking whether we are legendary heroes now or just, fools of legendary proportions. All of us in the outer settlement, the castle too, I guess, heard the stories about the incredible exploits of the first cohort hundreds of times. Killing a spire messenger who made its nest in the throne room and all that. But I never once thought that I would actually do something that impossible as well. She grew silent and then added, "It's weird." Sunny sort of understood her feelings. However, he wasn't going to admit it. He didn't want his name to ever appear in the same sentence as the word hero. After everything he had experienced, Sunny had become allergic to it. He sighed. "You do know how one becomes a mythical hero, right? It's really easy. You just have to do something outlandish and then die. The death part is the key, actually, so I would rather not be a hero ever." With that, he stood up and tiredly dismissed his battle memories and the stone saint. Since only Cassie and he were unscathed, it fell to them to help everyone treat their wounds. Well, in this case, they just had to make sure that no one died before Neff summoned her flames and healed everyone. Sunny wasn't sure that she'll be able to remain conscious after that, though. Walking over to their leader, he sat down, looked at her, and then asked, "Are you stupid? Why did you do that?" She glanced at him with her usual indifferent expression, straightened her back, and said, "What do you mean?" Sunny sighed. "Why'd you get between me and the messenger? Look at the state you're in." She looked at him, then shrugged with one shoulder. "I can heal myself, remember? You can't." He shook his head. "I also remember that my armor is 2 whole tiers above yours. Chances are I wouldn't be even wounded that terribly." Nephis was silent for a bit. Then she simply said, "Too risky." Sunny couldn't help but laugh. "Gods, I just don't get you. I really don't. You are so morbidly cunning sometimes, but other times you are so stupidly naive. It doesn't make any sense." Changing Star did not respond for a long time and just stared at him. When she responded, her tone was as flat as usual. "Right back at you." Chapter 261, Moonshine to dove into the Soul Sea and take a look at the new memory he had gotten. It was a heavy round shield forged from dull, lusterless dark steel. Inside of it, visible only to him, a complex weave of ethereal strings shone with stark radiance. Memory, Dusk Shard. Memory rank, Ascended. Memory tier, second memory type, Weapon. Memory description, forged from a shard of a fallen star. This shield contains the weight of the heavens. Depending on the heart of its wielder, it can be light as a feather or heavy as regret. Memory enchantments, Indomitable. Enchantment description, following the will of its master, the Dusk Shard can change its weight. Sunny frowned. This enchantment, at first glance, it seemed very unassuming. People usually thought about the weight of their weapons only when they considered how much endurance they would need to wield them. In that regard, the lighter the weapon was, the better. A light weapon could allow a person to fight longer without growing tired, which often meant the difference between victory and defeat. However, things changed when it came to the Awakened, who often possessed inhuman strength and endurance. Light weapons had their role to play, but more often than not, what you really needed was force. And the more mass something had, the more force it could produce. In the past, Sunny had only considered shields as a defensive tool, but after watching Effie and Stone Saint use them in battle, he realized that in the hands of a trained warrior, a shield could be as destructive and deadly as a sword. Sometimes much more so. Just imagining Effie bashing someone with a shield that weighed a few hundred kilograms sent shivers running down his spine. Not to mention that the weight could be changed on the fly, making it light to maneuver faster, then turning it into an improvised siege ram at the right moment. But even in terms of pure defense, a shield that could be turned into a literal wall was priceless. He could see a monster such as the Spire Messenger colliding with it and simply bouncing off in the chorus of shattering bones. Maybe. Granted, Sunny never trained with a shield, and the sword he used demanded 2 hands to be wielded properly, but where there was a will, there would be a way. With a slight smile, Sunny summoned the Dusk Shard. The sparks of light appeared in a whirlwind around his arm. A few long seconds later, the silhouette of a large round shield weaved itself into reality. After a few more seconds, and the memory was fully formed. Oh crap. With a surprised yelp, Sunny staggered and toppled over. Luckily, he fell on top of the dull iron shield. Otherwise, he might have been crushed under its weight. "This is so heavy." The damn thing was heavier than he had ever expected. In fact, it was probably too heavy for him to even lift, let alone carry around. The members of the cohort glanced at Sunny, who was struggling to stand up, with perplexed expressions. Gritting his teeth, Sunny rose to one knee and awkwardly tried to lift the shield off the ground. However, no matter how hard he tried, he only managed to drag it by a few centimeters. Curses. "All right, I admit it, it's too damn heavy. Let's reduce the weight a little." But a few seconds later, his face froze. This can't be. No way. However, the truth was hard to deny. He couldn't change the Dusk Shard's weight at all. The enchantment that was supposed to allow Sunny to do that was there, but it required him to actively manipulate the soul essence, shadow essence in his case, to access it. The most powerful enchantments were all like that, and the higher a memory rank, the more probable it was for the enchantments it possessed to be really powerful. The problem was that sleepers had no way to control and manipulate their soul essence. Sunny didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What were the chances of him coming to possess not one, not two, but three whole ascended memories, only to find out that two of them were completely unusable, while the third one required him to somehow become a master marksman to avoid dying from blood loss? Damn it all, but especially damn that damned fated attribute. While Sunny was grinding his teeth in outrage, Effie approached him and glanced down from her considerable height. Then she leaned forward, took the dusk shard by the rim, and lifted it, along with Sunny, from the ground, seemingly without too much strain. "That's it, then? The memory you got from the pale bastard?" Finally standing up with the help of the huntress, he stared at her for a long time, his expression unreadable. Then he suddenly smiled. "Yes. By the way, Effie, we're friends, aren't we? See, I couldn't help but notice that your shield memory was destroyed in that last fight. How about—" She rolled her eyes. "Wait, don't tell me. Sunny's Shady Emporium is open for business again?" He blinked a couple of times, then grinned. "Why, yes. How did you know?" The huntress glanced down at the heavy shield, squinted, and said in a cautious tone, "Well, what do you want in exchange?" Sunny thought for a bit. "That bottomless bag of yours, and two other awakened memories." Before Effie could come to a decision, though, Nephis interrupted their conversation. Coming closer, she glanced at the huntress first, then at Sunny, and finally at the shield. Finally, she asked, "How about giving it to Effie in exchange for another ascended memory, one more suited to your technique?" Sunny dismissed the dusk shard and hesitated for a bit, looking at Changing Star with doubt. Was this her ploy to get the shard memory from him? If she had an ascended memory all this time, why had she been hiding it? And where could she have gotten one to begin with? After a while, he said, "I don't know. Show me the memory, and then we'll decide." Nephis silently stepped closer and took his hand. Then a spark of energy traveled from her body to his. The spell whispered, "You have received a memory." Throwing a dubious glance at Nephis, Sunny summoned the runes and found the name of the memory he had received. His shadow tilted its head, surprised. Shimmering in the air in front of him, a string of runes read, "Memory, Moonshard." Chapter 262, Path to Damnation. "Another shard memory?" Sunny raised an eyebrow, glanced at Nephis, and turned back to the runes. His eyes glistened. Memory, Moonshard. Memory rank, Ascended. Memory tier, memory type, weapon. Memory description. When the stars were extinguished and fell, a lonely moon remained in the empty sky. With no sun to shine upon it, the moon grew dim, withered, and died. As the last remnants of moonlight were devoured by darkness, one small shard was forged into this subtle blade. Memory enchantments, unseen. Enchantment description, forged from moonlight. This blade appears in the hand of its wielder without delay. Sunny's pupils widened slightly. With a tense frown, he summoned the Moon Shard. A graceful dagger with a long and slender blade appeared in his hand. It tapered to a needle-like point and had a simple crossguard, with a handle made from glossy black wood. The most striking feature of the dagger was that it seemed to be forged out of clear, misty glass. That glass, however, appeared to be as strong as steel, and much, much sharper. In the darkness of the underground cavern, the ghostly stiletto was nearly invisible. What really stunned Sunny, though, was not its look or its rank, but the fact that the moonlight blade had appeared in his had instantaneously. There had been no sparks of light, no process of weaving itself into existence from nothingness. The dagger was simply suddenly there, as if it had always been that way. This was an incredible enchantment. It might not have seemed that powerful, but Sunny instantly understood that there was a lot more to this simple trait than most people would assume. Once summoned, memories took time to form. The dusk shard had weaved itself into existence in about 6 to 8 seconds. But even if it was just a single second, like the time it took Neff's silver sword to appear, the process was still not instantaneous. What's more, the appearance of a memory was telegraphed in advance by the dancing sparks of light. In short, it was very hard to take the enemy by surprise by suddenly summoning a memory. A skilled opponent would always have enough time to notice it and react accordingly, unless they were lured into a cunning trap by a sword savant like Changing Star. But even then, it wasn't easy to plan and execute such a move, yet all of that didn't apply to the Moon Shard. The slender blade of the ghostly dagger could appear out of nowhere in an instant and immediately strike at the target. What an insidious little thing! It was uniquely suited to Sunny's preferred method of engaging the enemy indeed. He liked to strike from the shadows and kill with one strike. With the ghostly blade in his arsenal, though, he would not even have to hide in the darkness in order to deliver an unexpected and deadly blow. No one would see it coming. Not to mention that it was an ascended memory. Armed with the Moon Shard, Sunny would finally be able to wound and kill fallen creatures, even without the miraculous enhancement of the Crown of Dawn. His own shadow would be more than enough. Granted, he would have to get really close and personal to a monster in order to use the dagger, but still, at least with it, he stood a chance. Suppressing a satisfied smile from appearing on his lips, Sunny turned to Nephis and asked in an incredulous tone, "Where did you get this thing?" She lingered for a few moments, then said, "North of the Dark City." Sunny nodded. That made sense. There was another red cross on her map, about a week's worth of traveling time north of the ruins. It was drawn near a symbol resembling a grotesque, misshapen skull. Changing Star had indeed been busy in the 3 months that he had spent hunting monsters on the dark streets of the Cursed City. Now, 5 of the shard memories were accounted for: Dawn Shard, Zenith Shard, Dusk Shard, Midnight Shard, and Moon Shards. Only 2 remained. Sunny wondered which statue they were tied to and whether someone out there already held them in their hands. It didn't matter that much, for now though. With a sigh, he dismissed the ghostly dagger and said, "I have to warn you that the enchantment on that shield requires an awaken to activate it. It is supposed to be able to change its weight and mass freely, but actually it's just stuck being stupidly heavy." Nephis glanced at Effie, who just shrugged. "I'm fine with it as is." Sunny finally allowed himself to smile. "Ah, that's great then. We have a deal." In the end, they had to spend a couple of days in the vast underground cavern. Nephis had to recover from her ghastly wound and the strain of healing the rest of the cohort, while all of them had not liked the idea of venturing back into the mist with their memories damaged. Eventually, though, they were ready to head back. Sunny used this short moment of respite to rest and practice shadow dance, slowly moving toward his goal of mastering its first step. He knew that there was nothing but bloodshed ahead of them. First, they would have to fight their way through the untold horrors of the labyrinth. And once they reached the Dark City, the last act of this messed-up play would begin. Looking back, he couldn't believe how far he had come in these past 8 months. When Sunny arrived on the Forgotten Shore, he was weak and inexperienced. His first fight against a single carapace scavenger almost cost him his life, and now, here he was, standing near the corpse of a fallen monster he had killed with his own 2 hands. From barely killing a single carapace scavenger to almost losing his life in a fight against a carapace centurion, to summoning a horror of the depths and finishing off the carapace demon. From entering the Dark City, not knowing anything about it, to hunting down dozens of nightmare creatures on its cursed streets, to fighting against a horde of undead monsters in the catacombs beneath it. From venturing back into the labyrinth of his own free will and waging war against the tribe of monstrous spiders, to riding on the shoulder of an ancient giant and battling fallen abominations and hordes of awakened creatures. From finding a nameless grave in the foothills of the Hollow Mountains to witnessing the last resting place of the First Lord in their depths. He had lived through so much, endured so much, and accomplished so much. Of course, there had not been only victories. He had tasted defeat too, a lot of it, both in battle and in his tentative attempts to build human relationships with other prisoners of this desolate hell. He had experienced pain, sorrow, and despair, and he was going to taste even more of it soon. Turning his head slightly, Sunny looked at his companions. Nephis, Cassie, Kai, Effie, and Castor were busy with final preparations for their long return journey. How many of them would be alive by the end of all of this? Closing his eyes, he sighed. It was not going to be easy to survive the finale, but Sunny was determined to show the rest of the world what he was really made of. He was going to win. He was going to be the last one standing, no matter what he had to do, even if doing it would break him. Chapter 263, The Beginning of the End. 3 months later, a group of 6 battered humans appeared from the sea of crimson coral and approached a magnificent white arch. Moving with the precision of experienced predators, they swiftly slaughtered a few transient creatures that hid in the deep shadow cast by the ancient structure, stripped them down for meat, and swiftly climbed up. Against all odds, the cohort had survived the journey back to the Dark City, if only barely. Looking north from the top of the marble arch, Sunny saw the distant gray wall. His gaze lingered on it, full of exhaustion, triumph, and dark apprehension. Finally, they had returned. The past 3 months had been an endless bloody nightmare, with countless horrors and battles leaving their marks on him. And yet they had also been an anvil against which he was tested, tempered, and made stronger as the result. Sunny didn't have a mirror, but was sure that his appearance changed a lot. He could tell just by looking at other members of the cohort. Changing Star's white armor was now covered by numerous scratches and tears that even the restorative effect of the Soul Sea couldn't heal. Her silver hair was longer, reaching to the middle of her back. The ivory face of their leader had grown thin, with dark circles visible under her striking, burning gray eyes. Castor changed even more. The neat and dignified young scion was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a man with disheveled hair and a short, scruffy beard stood in his place, his face dark and grim. Sometimes Sunny thought that he could even see a gray hair or two in his luscious mane. Kai was still beautiful and elegant, but most of his charm was hidden under layers and layers of dirt, dust, and dried blood. The stylish armor he had worn was now long gone, destroyed in one of the vicious battles they had fought, and replaced by a rather unflattering garment that seemed to be woven out of bluish seaweed. The archer also wielded a new bow, this one long and powerful, fashioned out of 2 curved horns that had belonged to a creature that Sunny would rather not think about. Suffice it to say, this memory was of the 5th tier and truly deadly. Effie was much the same, except for the fact that she had become even leaner, her robust musculature not covered even by a gram of fat. The huntress wielded two shard memories, both responsible for sending dozens upon dozens of nightmare creature to their deaths. Her archaic bronze armor was dented all over but somehow still held together. Cassie was the youngest of them, so the changes that had happened to her were perhaps the most pronounced. By now she had lost most of her childish softness, and had turned into a beautiful young woman that looked to be on the cusp of adulthood. She had 3 echoes tied to her core now, one given to her by Nephis, the other one by Kai. With the help of her echoes and the dark wing, Cassie was now able to move and participate in battles almost as if she was not blind. Almost. And then there was Sunny himself. He was perhaps even more beaten and battered than the rest of them, the puppeteer's shroud almost coming apart at the seams. His hair was long, messy, and in desperate need of a good wash. Sadly, his skin was still as pale as that of a corpse. He was also unable to grow even a bit of scruff, let alone a real beard. But, oh well. Why care about the little things? Summoning the runes, Sunny found a particular cluster and glanced at it. The runes shimmered in the twilight of the approaching night. Shadow fragments. A dark smile appeared on his lips. Almost. In the past 3 months, Sunny had participated in countless battles. His main responsibility was that of a scout, and as such, he was not a part of the cohort's main strike force. But even then, he had faced and slain more than 100 nightmare creatures, closer to 200 in fact. Among them were beasts, monsters, as well as a few demons and even a devil or two. Sunny absorbed the remnants of their shadows and used his share of the soul shards to trade for memories with other members of the cohort, which he then fed to the Stone Saint. And now, he was so close to reaching full saturation of his shadow core. His prowess and physique were considerably enhanced too. Somewhere along the way, Sunny had crossed the line of humanly possible and was now firmly in the realm of inhuman ability. He was faster, stronger, and more enduring than any mundane human could ever hope to be. His shadow had grown much more potent too, since its enhancement increased proportionally to his own power. Or was it the other way around? In any case, Sunny felt that when the shadow was wrapped around his body, he was now almost at the level of an actual awakened. Very few sleepers on the Forgotten Shore could challenge him in terms of raw power. Of course, all of them had deadly aspect abilities of their own, and several of the most deadly sleepers among them were all right here, with him, setting up camp and getting ready to cook him food. Sunny wasn't sure, but guessed that Effie and Castor had already fully saturated their soul cores, beating him to it. The Huntress because of the years she had spent hunting monsters on the streets of the Dark City, and the legacy because of the soul shards his clan must have provided him before his first journey into the Dream Realm. Nephis. Sunny wasn't sure. Logic dictated that she should have reached the point of saturation before Sunny did, but he still saw her absorbing shards after each battle. So either she did not, or her aspect had other uses for the excess soul essence, or she was just putting on an expensive show. Kai and Cassie were behind him in terms of the amount of accumulated essence, but not by much. Each of them was now a powerhouse, just like the rest of the cohort. Looking at the people busying themselves with mundane tasks of setting up the camp, Sunny inhaled deeply and smiled. Ah, aren't we a sight to behold? Chapter 264, First Things First. They truly were. When leaving the Dark City behind, Sunny had known how powerful the members of the cohort were. However, he had not quite realized just how well-rounded and perfectly suited to face various challenges presented by the labyrinth their group was. With Nephis, Effie, and Castor leading the charge, most nightmare creatures populating the forest of crimson coral had little chance to survive, not with the Crown of Dawn pouring raw power into the armor and weapons of the cohort, at least. Each of the three was a deadly and versatile fighter, with their own unique approach to combat and strengths that complemented each other. With the three Slayers holding off the opponents while being supported by Kai from above, very few things could stand in their way. Night himself had turned out to be an astonishingly deadly presence on the battlefield as well. With the blood arrow providing him with a conditionally endless supply of arrows, he could just stay in the air, out of reach of the abominations that had no way to attack at range, which was most of them, and pick them out with well-aimed shots. With the addition of the formidable hornbow, the distance at which he could hit the target had increased tremendously, allowing him to eliminate some of the enemies long before they had gotten close enough to the cohort for an effective attack. His opening salvo had made a lot of battles much less problematic. Of course, Kai couldn't fly above the labyrinth with impunity. The gray sky was full of danger too, and by separating himself from his companions, he risked being attacked and torn apart by the abominations that populated it. He had to maintain a fragile balance, but the flying nightmare creatures were a threat to the cohort regardless of whether or not the charming archer rose into the air or not. Actually, this was the type of enemy they were equipped to fight the least. That's why Kai's ability to fly had turned out to be priceless, especially because he was usually able to fly faster or at least maneuver better than most of the creatures that dwelled in the sky. More than once, they had survived only because the archer was able to draw the fury of the aerial abominations and dodge their attack long enough to either fell them with a perfectly aimed arrow or give his companions a chance to join the fight. Sunny and Cassie usually protected the rear of the cohort to prevent anything from attacking their companions from the back, which happened more often than one would hope. With the help of the stone, Saint, and the quiet dancer, and later the other two echoes belonging to the blind girls, they were able to hold off anything until the main force was done with their share of the opponents and joined the fray. That was not to say that their role in the cohort was less important. If anything, Sunny was convinced that what they did was more vital to the survival of each member of the cohort than what the fighters were doing. It was true that, with the help of the Dawn Shard, the cohort was well equipped to handle most monsters of the labyrinth. What they truly had to fear were the creatures that defied all logic, the perils that the human mind could not even comprehend, and the labyrinth itself, as well as the dark waters of the Cursed Sea and the ancient horrors that dwelled beneath them. That was what Sunny and Cassie had to protect the group from. As Sunny absorbed more and more shadow fragments, the range at which he could control his shadow grew exponentially. By now, the shadow could move almost as far as a whole kilometer ahead of the cohort, scouting for any potential threat and giving them plenty of time to decide if they wanted to fight or change course and avoid the danger entirely. If anything, it had become a little feral and now preferred to wander around aimlessly and far away, returning to Sunny only when specifically commanded to do so. But regardless of that, the value of being able to see and identify their enemies in advance was impossible to overestimate. It was just too valuable. In battle, the tiniest advantage could decide the difference between life and death, and the advantages of knowledge in the first strike were possibly the most important. However, there were things on the forgotten shore that even Sunny could not see, predict, or escape from. That was where Cassie's affinity to revelations and miraculous intuition came into play. She was responsible for preventing the cohort from stumbling into anything that would destroy their very souls before anyone could even understand what was happening, or something that simply could not be defeated. If not for Cassie, a sudden storm or a creature aching to the soul devourer, or something even more terrifying, would have ended their lives long before they returned back to the Dark City. But even with all that, every day in the labyrinth brought them to the very verge of death. No matter how strong, well-rounded, and well-equipped the cohort was, the nightmares of the Forgotten Shore were always more powerful, unpredictable, and bizarre, making any and all preparations useless. In the end, the only reason that none of them had died from grievous wounds, sickness, or infection was because of changing stars' healing flames. In the 3 months that they had spent traveling through the labyrinth, Sunny fully understood why healers were so sought after among the awakened. He knew it before, in theory, but only after being subjected to the daily terror of their journey had he realized how life-changing, literary, the presence of a healer in the cohort truly was. And so, just like that, they had done the unthinkable and managed to travel all the way from the edges of the Forgotten Shore back to its center, thanks to their power and resolve, their foresight, their strength, and their ability to rely on and help each other, as well as, in large part, pure dumb luck. And now that they were about to return to the cursed haven of the Dark City, their luck was about to be tested as it had never been tested before, but that was for later. First, the members of the cohort had to fulfill their obligation to Sunny. He had joined this expedition on a certain condition, after all. Glancing once again at the distant gray wall, Sunny clenched his fists, the corner of his mouth curled up in a vicious grin. "Wait a bit more, bastard! Your day of reckoning is coming. In 2 days they were going to kill the Black Knight." Chapter 265, Hateful Shadow. Turning away from the distant wall of the Dark City, Sunny closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and let go of his anger. He had to keep his head cool for now. Killing a fallen devil was not going to be an easy task. It might even turn out to be his undoing, but he was determined to see it done. The debt of blood he owed. The creature had to be repaid, no matter what. Walking over to the fire, Sunny sat down and tried to remember the details of their previous stay on this old, weathered marble arch. What a fun couple of days that had been. Rather pleasing on the eye, too. His shadow shook its head dejectedly and turned away. Soon, Nephis handed him his share of the food. Her culinary skills had improved a lot during these months, despite the fact that there had not been a large variety of ingredients at their disposal. Still, being able to turn the most repulsive of monsters into a delicious meal was something that not everyone was capable of. This should be a separate course at the academy. Teacher Julius had taught him how to consume various things in the dream realm without ending up poisoned to death, but he had neglected to go in depth on how to actually make them taste good. Sinking his teeth into a juicy piece of meat, Sunny forgot about his troubles for a bit and simply enjoyed this rare moment of bliss. Disposing of the meat, he smiled in satisfaction and wiped his hands on the soft fabric of the puppeteer's shroud. Then he glanced at Nephis and asked, "We should be able to reach the city tomorrow, yes?" She gave him a nod. "If nothing happens." Sunny thought for a bit, then said in a curious tone, "Do you think Gunlog knows that we are coming back?" Nephis thought for a few moments before replying. Her voice was calm and indifferent. "Definitely," Sunny sighed. This was his conclusion as well. Back when he had first entered the Bright Castle, he had learned from Castor about a certain artisan that could track the general location of anyone a person had ever met. This was how Castor knew how many sleepers of their crop had been sent to the Forgotten Shore. Even if Gunlog possessed no other method to learn of their approach, all he had to do was ask that woman. Sunny shifted a little and asked, "Should we expect a welcoming party?" Changing Star shook her head. "I don't think so. There's no need for him to do anything. Gunlog knows that we will come to him of our own free will, simply because there's nowhere else for us to go." She fell silent for a while and then added, "But most of all, this has never been about killing me or my people. It was always about destroying the ideas I represent. What's the point of crushing me if no one is there to see it? Gunlog won't do anything without an audience. He had sent Harus to stop us from escaping the stage, but now that we are back on it, there is no need for him to rush the inevitable." Everyone listened to the conversation with dark expressions. Sunny glanced at them, hesitated for a bit, and asked, "Are you confident that you can defeat him?" Nephis stared at the fire. After a while, she simply said, "Yes." Hearing that, Sunny smiled sweetly. "Well, good for you, but I am not, so let's finish our deal before the lot of you get killed by that maniac, all right?" A corner of Neff's mouth curled upward. "You were talking about the fallen devil?" He nodded. "Yes, the bastard. You promised to help me kill him, remember?" Meanwhile, Kai was looking at him with a complicated expression. Finally, not able to hold back, he asked, "Sunny, are you really not going to join us? Don't you see that we only have one chance to escape this place? Not to mention all the lives we can save?" Sunny shrugged. To be honest, he wasn't entirely sure on that point himself. On one hand, he had no desire of helping Nephis achieve her insane goal. On the other hand, things that she had set in motion were going to happen with or without him. What was he going to do? Hide in his cathedral and wait until there was no one else left alive on the forgotten shore? Some fate that would be, maybe I'll join you and maybe I won't. Who knows what will happen? He fell silent and cast a sideways glance at Cassie. Actually, at least 3 people here knew what would happen, more or less. "It's hard to escape fate." "That's not the point, though, is it? The point is that you should conclude our deal first and do whatever it is you wish to do later." Changing Star faced the 2 of them and calmly ended that conversation. "Sure, no problem. We'll go to the cathedral first. A deal is a deal, after all." Sunny smiled with satisfaction. Nephis glanced at him and added, "But Sunny, how exactly are we supposed to kill a fallen devil?" His smile widened. "Oh, I'm glad that you asked." Sunny had been making plans on how exactly to kill the Black Knight for more than half a year now. Prior to leaving the Dark City, he had spent 2 entire months observing the terrifying fiend and trying to learn everything there was to know about him. Needless to say, the task of slaying a creature that powerful was not going to be trivial. In fact, it was going to be the hardest battle they had fought yet. It almost seemed impossible. But was it, really? The fight against the Spire Messenger, who had turned to be a fallen monster, nearly cost several members of the cohort their lives. They had barely been able to hold off against the creature of its class, and a devil was 10 times more dreadful. However, there was a big difference between the messenger they had faced and the Black Knight. That difference was, basically, very simple. It was that Sunny did not hate the messenger with all his dark, vindictive heart, and now that hate was going to tip the scales in their favor. Chapter 266, The Devil You Know. At the core of it, things were indeed rather simple. Sunny hated the Black Knight enough to do his due diligence and thus spent an incredible amount of time studying it. He was so motivated to kill the creature that had hurt him that he had even gone so far as to settle in the same old cathedral as the devil. As a result, Sunny had become a singular expert on everything having to do with the Black Knight. He knew his strengths, he knew his weaknesses, the patterns of his behavior, and most importantly, he knew what type of unnatural powers the devil possessed. Unlike nightmare creatures of lower ranks, devils had access to bizarre and harrowing powers that were akin to the aspect abilities of the awakened. That was what made them so dangerous, and that was why the fact that Sunny had learned the Black Knight's power was so vital. Unlike the Spire Messenger, whom they had to fight blind, the cohort was going to go into battle with the fallen devil fully aware of what they would face. As such, they could plan, come up with strategies, and make preparations. Knowing your enemy was half the victory, the second half was knowing yourself. The smile disappeared from Sunny's face. Leaning forward, he said, "The Black Knight is truly a living nightmare. He is as strong, fast, and indestructible as you would imagine a fallen devil to be. I've seen countless creatures fall to his sword, no matter their shape, size, rank, or class. He is just too powerful." Yeffield, "You're not really making your case, Sunny. You know that, right?" He glanced at her and grinned. "That's not even the worst part. What really makes him an incarnation of death is not his astonishing might, but the darkness that lives in the grand hall of the cathedral and seems to obey him. When wrapped in that darkness, the Black Knight can move fast, unseen and without making a single sound. His physical traits are vastly enhanced, turning him into an unstoppable engine of slaughter." Sunny grimaced. "What's more, any damage done to him is instantly repaired as long as he is surrounded by the darkness. Inside of it, he is basically immortal." The members of the cohort glanced at each other with dubious expressions. Only Changing Star remained indifferent. A tentative smile appeared on Sunny's face. Turning to Nephis, he said, But that is where you come in, Neff. With your radiant light, that darkness will vanish. Your flames can strip the bastard of his greatest weapon. Without his dark power, the Black Knight is nothing more than a powerful abomination. He will be only slightly more dangerous than a demon of the same rank. Castor stared at him and said, his voice flat, "You say it as though a fallen demon is an easy enemy to face." Sunny shook his head. "No, I am not saying that. I fully understand how hard that fight will be. In fact, I understand it better than any of you. The truth of the matter is that even with the Dawn Shard, our weapons won't be able to wound him. Not because his flesh is too tough, but because he is covered in heavy armor from head to toe. I am not even sure that there is any flesh beneath it, to be honest. There is only one chink in his armor, and that is the visor of the helmet." The Black Knight had 2 burning red embers instead of eyes, so Sunny didn't even know if the bastard had a face. Kai shifted a little and said with uncertainty, "So the only way to kill him is to hit the crack of the visor? I am not sure that this is possible. On a fixed target, sure, but on a moving one, especially one that fast and deadly, I can't promise that I'll manage that." The others nodded, expressing their agreement. Sunny smiled. "Ah, yes, that would indeed be tough. Luckily, we don't have to." He paused for a moment, and then revealed the secret that had taken him a long, long time to uncover. The truth is, the visor is a trap. It seems like a weak spot, but it's not. The real weakness of the Black Knight is not even protected by the armor. A dark expression appeared on his face. It's his sword. Indeed, after observing the devil for months, Sunny had come to the conclusion that the secret to destroying the damned thing hid not in finding a way to pierce the bastard's armor, but in destroying his terrifying greatsword. By watching the Black Knight fight against countless nightmare creatures, Sunny had been able to notice a curious pattern. Just like the members of the cohort, the abominations who wandered into the cathedral tended to instinctively go for the eyes of its guardian. But the bastard didn't care about those attacks at all. He did, however, tend to protect his sword against most powerful blows, going so far as to receive them with his body instead of blocking or deflecting them with the obliterating black blade, as if wary of any damage being done to it. By focusing on this pattern, Sunny had confirmed that the sword was indeed the only thing that the fallen devil seemed to be reluctant to put in harm's way. It was his true weakness. Nephis tilted her head slightly and echoes his words. "His sword?" Sunny nodded. "Yes. If we want to kill the Black Knight, we will have to destroy his greatsword. That is the only way." Effie blinked a couple of times, then glared at him in outrage. "Is that what you call not being protected by the armor? Of course it's not protected by the armor, because it's even tougher than the armor, you doofus." She shook her head. "How are we supposed to break a sword fit to be wielded by a fallen devil, huh?" Sunny smiled. "Oh, you don't have to. In fact, I insist that you don't. You are there to help me, but no one can kill that bastard except for me. No one, you understand? So your task will be to hold that fiend off. Leave the sword to me." The huntress scoffed. "That's not really an answer. If none of us is strong enough to even come close to breaking such a powerful armament, how are you going to destroy it?" Sunny stared at her for a bit, then shrugged. "I am not going to destroy it. Do I look like someone who can destroy it? No, I don't, and I can't." A dark grin appeared on his lips. "But the Stone Saint, I am willing to bet that she can. She was able to slaughter 2 fallen beasts before even becoming his shadow. Not that Sunny's own shadow had grown strong with almost 1,000 fragments fueling it with power. There were very few things in the Dark City that the Saint couldn't destroy with its help. So yes, he was willing to bet that she would be able to break the sword of the Black Knight. In fact, he was going to bet his life on it. Chapter 267, Let There Be Light. 2 days later, they entered the Dark City once again. Nephis was right. No one from the castle was there to ambush them. Gunnlaug seemed to be content letting them come to him instead, so his hunters and the dreadful hunchback were nowhere to be seen. Just as well, the cohort scaled the impregnable gray wall late in the evening and spent the night in one of its towers, almost like how Sunny, Neff, and Cassie had done all that time ago. When the morning came, they headed toward the ruined cathedral. The ruined streets of the cursed city surrounded them once more. After months spent in the labyrinth, their monotone colors seemed strange and bizarre. There was nothing but dark, stone, and dust around, with rare islands of crimson leaves and moss growing through the rubble. And swarms of terrifying fallen creatures, of course. It was nice to be home. Sunny caught himself thinking that and blinked. He had never thought that one day he would feel sentimental about returning to this cursed, ancient prison. And yet, there was a strange feeling of comfort deep in his heart now. It had been there ever since they had crested the city wall. What weird creatures we humans are. Truly, there is nothing we can't get used to. Glancing at his companions, he noticed that they were feeling the same way, especially Effie, who had spent years surviving, hunting, and even thriving on the streets of the Dark City. She even called it a paradise once, the only kind that humans deserved. Sunny sighed. Regardless of the strange ideas the huntress had, he believed that humans weren't meant to live in a paradise. If they were to ever find one, they would quickly turn it into hell, just like what the humans trapped on the Forgotten Shore were doing right now. Soon, the ruins of the magnificent cathedral were in front of them. The members of the cohort stopped some distance away, looking at the ancient temple with dark expressions. The journey through the dark city had turned out to be uneventful thanks to Effie's masterful guidance and the shadow scouting ahead to help her learn of any dangers ahead of time. But the real danger hid at the end of the path, and now they had reached it. Sunny had spent the last 2 days teaching the rest of the group everything that he knew about how the Black Devil fought, what his habits were, and how they had to approach the upcoming battle. They were as ready as they were ever going to be. Turning to them, he lingered for a few moments and then said, "Remember, I must be the one to deal the final blow. It is very important to me." Looking at him with a complicated expression, Kai sighed. "Why are you so obsessed with killing this devil, Sunny? Won't it be better to leave that creature be? I just don't understand this whole endeavor." Sunny smiled. "Have you ever been gutted, Kai? And I don't mean emotionally, I mean literally with a sharp piece of metal?" The charming archer shivered. No. Were you?" The smile disappeared from Sunny's face. "Yes, I was. That bastard over there cut me open with his big sharp sword and left me bleeding to death in a ditch. So, it's only fair that I do something similar to him, is it not? I don't know how it works with you citizen folks, but out in the outskirts, you don't let things like that go. Simple as that. The day you let a person who hurt you walk free was the day you announced to the world that anyone could stomp on you with impunity. After that, it was a short road to the grave. Or worse. So people in the outskirts were very serious about their grudges. Granted, the Black Knight was not really a person, but the same principle applied. Kai stared at him with a complicated expression, then asked in a strange voice, "Really? Then how did you survive?" Sunny turned away and moved his shoulders slightly. "A combination of good attributes and powerful memories. That's how I survived. Well, most of me did." With that, he shook his head and gritted his teeth in anger. "Enough talk. You all know the plan, so let's get it over with." Today, Sunny was going to reach the pinnacle of his hunter career. He was going to hunt the devil. Inside the tenebrous grand hall of the majestic cathedral, darkness reigned unopposed. It drowned the vast hall, clinging to its walls and tall columns. The rare beams of light falling through the narrow windows only served to make it seem deeper. 6 humans entered the temple, the light of their lantern memories failing to pierce the veil of darkness even slightly. For a moment there was utter silence, and then a sudden yell broke it apart. "Now!" A tall young woman with silver hair and calm, striking gray eyes raised her sword. Then a wave of brilliant white light shone from it, reaching far and wide. The darkness was instantly torn apart and obliterated, vanishing into the deepest, darkest corners of the cathedral. And there, right in front of them, a giant clad in black steel armor was revealed, his sword already on its way to reap the lives of unfortunate fools who had dared to desecrate the silence of the ancient temple. The greatsword he wielded seemed as heavy as the stone pillars that supported the roof of the temple. Falling from above, it looked like a vertical tear in reality that revealed the impenetrable darkness hiding beneath. What could stop such a monstrous blow? Perhaps the shield that contained the weight of the heavens themselves could. Effie dashed forward, raising the dusk shard. The heavy shield received the terrible impact of the devil's unstoppable attack. A deafening sound of steel clashing against steel rolled across the grand hall like a sound shockwave, growing louder as it reflected from the stone walls. The shield held. The floor beneath Effie's feet, however, did not. It cracked and shattered, sending the huntress reeling back. A pained yelp escaped from her lips. The Black Knight lingered, for a moment, seemingly surprised by the obliteration of the darkness that had shrouded him. However, his hesitation lasted only for a fraction of a second, not nearly enough for the humans to prepare themselves for his next attack. And it was already coming. Without paying any attention to Effie, who was flying back, the devil turned with astonishing swiftness and aimed his sword at Nephis. But before he could perform his second strike, a massive piece of rubble the size of an adult human suddenly flew through the air and crashed into the armored giant at full speed. All the Black Knight could do was lean forward and meet it with his shoulder. The boulder exploded into 1,000 pieces, leaving the devil unscathed. The creature that threw it walked through the dust with utter indifference, 2 ruby flames burning behind the visor of her helmet. The stone saint had arrived to face the Black Knight. Chapter 268, Clash. The stone saint walked toward the Black Knight with stalwart indifference. Her body shone with dark radiance, and there were wisps of ghostly gray fog dancing on her elegant armor. The ruby eyes of the taciturn monster burned with menacing crimson flames. The darkness that served the devil had been vanquished by changing stars' incandescent light, but the shadows populating the ancient temple only grew deeper because of it. Now, they were shifting, as if reaching toward the saint to fall upon her shoulders like a mantle. Without slowing down, the shadow raised her shield and hit its rim twice with the edge of her sword, as though challenging the Black Knight to a battle. With the 2 creatures finally facing each other, it became even more apparent that there was a mysterious connection between the 2 of them. Despite the fact that the Black Knight towered above the graceful living statue, their general appearance and the design of their armaments were eerily similar. It was just that in front of the intricate stone-like armor of the shadow, the devil's own formidable full plate, which had been masterfully forged from indestructible black steel, seemed almost crude. Facing the original masterpiece, He looked like a clumsy imposter. Sunny knew that his intuition was right when he caught a hint of the same dim, nascent emotion that the shadow had shown toward the walking colossus. Despite the fact that the fallen devil was vastly more powerful than her and both outclassed and outranked her, witnessing him, the stone saint felt nothing but disdain, contempt even. All of these observations had not taken Sunny more than half a second. In the next moment, both creatures dashed forward and collided in a furious clangor of metal. The battle had begun. Now that his core was close to being saturated to the brim by the shadow fragments Sunny had collected from hundreds of nightmare creatures, and a few humans, the augmentation provided by the shadow was able to make him powerful enough to almost reach the level of an actual awakened. By the same logic, the stone saint should have been brought very close to the power level of a fallen abomination. Sunny even suspected that she was enhanced by the shadow even more than he would be himself. The shadow and the shadow seemed to intertwine perfectly, almost as if this was the true purpose of the augmenting facet of his aspect. The saint had slaughtered 2 fallen beasts even before becoming a shadow, although it had been at the cost of her life. What would she be able to do now, reborn and reinforced by the mystical power of his divine aspect? Kill a deadly bastard of a fallen devil, hopefully. But still, the gap between the two of them was just too vast. Even with the help of the shadow, the stone saint was clearly not a match for the Black Knight in terms of sheer power. Luckily, she was not alone. As the two creatures collided and turned into a whirlwind of steel, the humans joined the fight to support their monster. Castor appeared at a terrible speed, striking at the giant black sword with his elegant jian. The ghostly green blade slid off the surface of the greatsword without any result, but the impact of his strike managed to slow the Black Knight by a fraction of a second. That was all the stone saint needed to deliver a blow of her own. Closing the distance to the giant fiend in order to turn his size and reach superiority against him, she struck upward at the pommel of the greatsword with her shield. The hands of the Black Knight were thrown above his head, and using that opening, she bulldozed into his abdomen with her shoulder, sending the giant reeling. The violence of the impact was so fierce that several fractures appeared on the surface of her stone-like pauldron. As the dull metal sound rang across the grand hall, shards of stone flew into the air. But it was not in vain. The momentary gap in the defense of the devil allowed Nephis to deliver a devastating thrust with her silver longsword. Enhanced by the annihilating white flame and the miraculous enchantment of the dawn shard, the sword hit against the breastplate of the Black Knight's armor and broke through, sinking deep into the body of the fiend. For a moment, everyone froze, stunned at the ease with which they were able to pierce the seemingly impregnable armor of the fallen devil. Just a moment before, Castor's jian didn't even leave a scratch on the black steel of the fiend's greatsword. But then, things took a sharp turn for the worse. The Black Knight did not seem to care about several inches of incandescent steel penetrating his chest at all. Regaining his balance, he indifferently swiped his sword down, forcing both Nephis and the stone saint to stagger back. The black blade hit the marble floor, causing the ground to shake and throwing Neph to the ground. Before anyone could react, the devil let go of the hilt of his sword with one hand and delivered a shattering backhanded blow to the shadow. The strength of that strike would have been enough to pulverize any human, but the stone saint was made of a far more enduring material than flesh. Still, the living statue was thrown back like a broken doll. Almost instantly, the Black Knight turned to Nephis once more. The terrifying sword flew into the air, ready to split her apart. I was right. A savage smile appeared on Sunny's face. Brandishing the midnight shard, he dashed forward and screamed, "Plan C!" Plan C was very simple. It was born out of the prediction Sunny had made when discussing how they were going to kill the devil. He had suspected all along that since Neph was a perfect counter to the Black Knight's most dreadful power, he would concentrate all his attention on dealing with her first. In short, the devil was going to make killing Changing Star his #1 priority. Nephis was indeed a perfect counter against the living darkness, but even better than that, she was the perfect bait. Chapter 269, Incarnation of Death. The black blade fell down, missing Nephis only by a hair's breadth. She rolled back and performed an impossible handspring, launching herself into the air from the ground. Landing on the marble floor with an effortless grace of a trained acrobat, Changing Star slid back a few meters and came to a stop some distance away from the devil. But he was just as fast, no, much faster. The giant was already lunging forward to skewer her on the tip of his terrible greatsword. She shifted slightly, dodging the deadly attack, a dash forward along the vast length of the black blade. Her sword flashed through the air and impacted against the vambrace of the menacing armor, leaving a deep scratch on its dark surface. Everything was happening so fast that other members of the cohort were having trouble joining the fight. The stone saint had just landed on the marble floor a moment ago and was currently rising back to her feet. Effie had recovered from receiving the full brunt of the Black Knight's first attack and was rushing forward, but she was still a few meters away. Kai had drawn his bow, but couldn't send an arrow flying without the risk of hitting one of his companions. With how potent the enchantment of the blood arrow was, this was something he could not allow to happen. Cassie mostly relied on echoes to fight, and since they were not enhanced by the Dawn Shard, their utility in this battle would not have been high. More than that, they risked being destroyed by a single strike from the devil. As such, she was relegated to holding back for now, and would only join the fight if things really went south. So for now, it was up to Sunny and Castor to slow the fiend down. Their only saving grace, and the point that Sunny had explained in detail, was that the terrifying greatsword, while deadly and utterly unstoppable, well, almost, was ultimately an unwieldy weapon. The Black Knight was strong enough to throw it around as though the giant blade weighed no more than a feather, and skilled enough to turn momentum and inertia into useful tools as opposed to obstacles, but he still had to obey the laws of physics. Even more importantly, the damn thing was very long, which meant that they had to stick to the fallen devil like glue in order to use its long reach against him. As the steel giant sidestepped and pulled his greatsword into a vicious horizontal swipe aimed at Changing Star, Sunny closed the distance between them and approached the devil from the opposite side. The midnight shard flashed, striking at the elbow joint of the plate armor. All Sunny achieved was leave a small scratch on it, but he also pushed the Black Knight's hand down and closer to his body a bit, changing the angle of the swipe slightly. At the same time, Castor dove under the terrible blade and suddenly appeared right in front of the devil, thrusting his G in at the steel helmet. The Black Knight just turned his head slightly, causing the ghostly green blade to slide off the helmet without doing any damage. At the same time, he let go of the sword with one hand and threw his elbow back, almost smashing Sunny's skull in, all the while continuing his deadly strike at Nephis. Nevertheless, their tandem attack helped Changing Star avoid being cut in half. Taking a swift step forward, she raised her own sword and received the blow on its blade. Since she had time to close the distance and was now mere centimeters away from the devil, the part of the greatsword that hit her was close to the crossguard, and as such did not carry too much destructive force. Still, it was enough to send her crashing onto the ground, the sword sliding from her hand. Even with the three of them fighting together, they couldn't slow the cursed creature for more than a moment. But then, a moment was all they needed, because it gave Effie enough time to rejoin the fight. It also gave Kai the opportunity to take a shot. A black arrow streaked through the air and plunged right into the crack of the devil's visor. Sunny noticed a startled expression on the charming archer's face. He himself was stunned too. No one had expected Kai to actually hit the bastard right in the only chink in his armor, least of all Kai himself. The head of the Black Knight was violently jerked backward, but in the next moment Kai staggered and groaned. "Curse it! Why am I always right?" Sunny had anticipated that result too. He had guessed a long time ago that there was no flesh beneath the menacing black armor. Rather, the armor itself was the nightmare creature, or at least the vessel for the evil soul of a powerful revenant. As such, there was no blood for the ghastly arrow to drink. That's why Kai had been affected by the backlash of his fallen memory despite hitting his target. Just in case something like that happened, Sunny had tasked the charming archer with fashioning a few mundane arrows out of splinters of bone that was everywhere on the forgotten shore. So Kai wasn't entirely out of the fight, yet. However, the amount of damage he would be able to do to the terrifying devil was not extremely low. Damnation! But Sunny had no time to lament this turn of events. The battle was only growing more chaotic and fierce. Thanks to the incredible precision of Kai's shot, the Black Knight was disoriented for a moment. Effie arrived just at the right time to use it to their advantage. Leaning low, they used the momentum of her lunge and the bone-breaking weight of the dusk shard to deliver a devastating blow to the thigh of the steel giant. As another shockwave of sound rolled through the grand hall, the fiend staggered. But a fraction of a second later, he brought his armored fist down on the mighty huntress, causing her to reel away with a pained scream. The pommel of the black sword lurched forward, catching Castor in the chest despite how fast the proud legacy was moving. He crumbled to the floor like a broken mannequin. Lastly, the Black Knight turned his blade to Sunny, causing him to retreat. The damn bastard was simply unstoppable. None of their attacks had achieved anything except for annoying him a little. Not good, not good. Pushing herself off the ground, Nephis looked at the fallen devil that towered above her like a bastion of darkness. Her face was pale, and there was blood flowing from her mouth. What's worse, the silver sword had slid far away and was now out of her reach. The incandescent radiance disappeared from its blade, allowing for the darkness that hid in the corners of the grand call to slowly begin crawling back. Nothing stood between her and the Black Knight anymore. Suddenly opening his eyes wide, Sunny glanced into the depths of the cathedral, and then a simple scream escaped from his lips. "Neth, run!" Chapter 270, Runaway. As the silver sword was extinguished, Changing Star lingered for a moment, white flames ignited in her eyes, and suddenly the pristine white breastplate of the Starlight Legion armor was enveloped in blinding white light. The darkness that had begun to seep back into the grand hall of the ancient temple reeled away once more. It appeared as though Nephis changed the target of her miraculous aspect ability and used her armor as its conduit instead of the sword. But from the side it simply looked like there was a furious white star burning in her chest. That momentary delay almost cost her her life. As soon as Sunny's scream echoed through the cathedral, the terrifying black blade came down once again. This time, Nephis seemingly had no chance to escape, but somehow she did. Pushing herself off the marble floor, she twisted her body and barely avoided the falling guillotine of the Black Knight's greatsword. then swiftly rolled away. The next moment, she was already on her feet. As the devil lunged forward to crush her, Changing Star did something that no one would ever expect the proud daughter of the immortal Flame Clan to do. She turned her back to the enemy and ran. From their early days in the labyrinth, Sunny knew that Nephis could be incredibly fast when she wanted to, and indeed just a second later she was already far away. Cursing under his breath, he followed. No matter how fast Nephis was, the Black Knight was faster. The devil was already pursuing his runaway prey, moving with a celerity that seemed strange for a creature of his size, especially one clad in an incredibly heavy suit of steel armor. With each moment, he drew closer and closer to Changing Star, his sword ready to reap her life. Straining his muscles to their limit, Sunny ran as fast as he could too, desperately trying to catch up to them. With Effie and Castor Temporary put out of commission and Cassie and Kai sidelined, he was the only one left. He had to make it in time, no matter what. If he didn't... Come on! Gritting his teeth, Sunny somehow managed to accelerate even more. Nephis was already halfway through the grand hall of the cathedral. The statue of the nameless goddess on the far side of it must have appeared in her sight. It was then when she suddenly stopped and turned around, sliding on the marble floor a few meters because of the momentum. The silver sword had already been dismissed and summoned back from her soul sea. It seemed as though, out of desperation, Nephis decided to mount one last, suicidal attack on the swiftly approaching steel giant. Or maybe she had just gone crazy, but it only seemed that way. The corners of Sunny's mouth curled upward. That's my girl. Plan C was about to come to fruition. Changing Star had performed her role perfectly. Well, what else did Sunny expect from her? All that remained was to stall the Black Knight for a few seconds. The devil descended upon the silver-haired girl in a fury of obliterating black steel. Nephis met him with her usual calm resolve, dodging strike after strike with incredible skill. Just like a lifetime ago when she had been facing Castor at the dojo of the academy, she used her understanding and control of the flow of combat to breach the gap in speed between her and her opponent. She wasn't as much reacting to the deadly blows delivered by the devil as predicting them, moving to evade the strikes of the black greatsword before they could even happen. Of course, this deadly dance could not last. The tiniest of mistakes would have been her last. And even if she didn't make any, Nephis was not going to be able to keep this level of concentration for long, not to mention the insane toll this fearsome clash took on her stamina and endurance. But she didn't have to. All she needed to do was to keep the bastard busy for a couple of seconds. And when those seconds ran out, a sudden crack of breaking stone resounded in the darkness of the ancient temple. In all the commotion, the stone saint had strangely disappeared. After Sunny had confirmed that the fallen devil was targeting Nephis above everyone else, their strongest combatant, his shadow, was nowhere to be seen. That, of course, was on purpose. She was laying the groundwork for the plan to work while the rest of them kept the Black Knight distracted. The plan, however, could only happen in a certain spot in the Grand Hall. That was where Changing Star had to lure the Black Knight in case he fixated on her. Following the descriptions provided to her by Sunny, she led the devil deeper into the cathedral and stopped just in the right place. And then, she engaged him in a fierce battle to give the Sate time to close the trap, which she did by taking a running start and crashing with all her weight into one of the tall, magnificent pillars supporting the roof of the cathedral. This pillar, in particular, was damaged at the base, making it uniquely unstable. Sunny knew every corner of the ruined temple like the palm of his hand, so he knew about this flaw of the pillar as well. That had been what he based Plan C on. As Sunny ran, he could see everything that followed in all its majestic brutality. The breaking of stone resounded in the vast hall of the ancient temple. A net of cracks appeared on the massive, incredibly tall column and quickly spread to a deep gash in its base. Shards of stone flew in every direction, and the column began to topple. It seemed slow at first, but in fact it wasn't. In the center of the hall, the Black Knight paused his relentless onslaught for a moment and turned his head, following the sound of cracking stone. He was a second too late. As Nephis dashed away, the pillar fell on the devil, crushing him under countless tons of hard stone. Chapter 271, Insurmountable. The massive pillar plummeted down and fell right on the Black Knight. The devil turned slightly at the last moment, lowering his sword to the ground. His crimson eyes flashed with unassailable menace. As a thunderous crash resounded in the dark hall of the ruined cathedral, pieces of stone and clouds of dust flew into the air. Got you! A feeling of savage joy ignited in Sunny's heart. Without slowing down, he dove into the dust. Of course, he didn't think the fiend would be destroyed by his trap, but it had to do some damage to the fearsome black armor at least. Nearing the place where he had last seen the tall, dark figure, Sunny witnessed an incredible sight. The pillar was floating high above the ground, its crushing weight resting on the shoulder of the steel giant. In the place of the impact, its surface had cracked and shattered. The Black Knight, however, had not escaped unscathed as well. His heavy breastplate fractured, revealing nothing but a mass of impenetrable living darkness within. The pauldron on the shoulder that had received the blow was practically destroyed, leaving that whole arm hanging listlessly, twisted at a strange angle. The helmet of the devil was dented and covered by a net of small cracks, each seeping with ghostly crimson light. The Black Knight did not look good, if utterly terrifying. What was even better, though, was the fact that he was currently stuck under the pillar, unable to move. Sonny had to make us of that situation, but before he could, the devil raised his broken arm and placed it on the column. Then he lowered his head, as though gathering his strength, and effortlessly threw the monumental stone pillar into the air. Sonny's eyes widened. Diving down, he barely avoided the flying wall of granite. The pillar flew above his head and crashed down onto the marble floor, then rolled several times and came to a rest in a deafening rumble of shattering stone. The length of it blocked the grand hall, cutting the way for the rest of the cohort, and also Sonny's path of retreat. Not that he had any plans of retreating. Regaining his balance, Sonny brandished the midnight shard and dashed toward the wounded Black Knight for a vicious attack. Both he and the stone saint arrived at the same time. However, the fallen devil was still a force to be reckoned with. Despite the fact that his armor was cracked and his speed was somewhat diminished, there was still enough power in his body to obliterate all of them. Holding the greatsword with one hand, he suddenly pulled it into a fearsome slash. The black blade whistled through the air, cutting a chaotic arc around the fiend. Sonny was forced to jump back, but the shadow managed to deflect the blow with her shield and redirect its power, slowing down only a little. In the next moment, she closed the distance to the Black Knight and delivered a terrible strike of her own, aiming at the base of his sword's blade. The knight simply moved the sword away, then violently bashed her in the head with the pommel, casing bits of the stone-like metal to fly into the air. The saint staggered back, the visor of her helmet shattered. Unlike the mass of darkness hiding in the black suit of steel armor, there was an actual face beneath hers. Sonny allowed himself to stare for a fraction of a second. This was his first time seeing the face of his shadow after all. The stone saint looked just how he had imagined. Her skin was gray like granite, and the features of her face were almost like that of a human, with the exception that they were just too flawless. It was as though she had not been born, but actually cut from stone by a mad sculptor, one obsessed with absolute perfection. As the result, what should have been beautiful looked eerie and hideous instead. In fact, glancing at the inhumanly perfect face of his shadow, Sonny felt nothing but a cold sense of revulsion. Fright, even. The fact that her haunting face was utterly devoid of any hint of human emotion only made it even more disturbing. The shadow caught herself, from falling, and dashed to the side, avoiding another strike from the terrifying giant, which was effortlessly chained after the first one. The great sword fell down once more, shattering the marble plates of the floor in the spot she had been just a moment ago. It was then that Nephis rejoined the fight. The three of them attacked the Black Knight simultaneously, perfectly coordinating their assault. Changing Star threw her long sword forward, aiming to sever the broken arm of the devil entirely. The stone saint went after the greatsword again, and Sonny did something crazy. Dashing to the enormous black blade, he stepped on its surface and ran up, using it as a ladder. He had a solid second of stability before the greatsword was pulled into another attack. Feeling it moving beneath his feet, Sonny used the momentum to jump up and grab onto the helmet of the terrifying fiend. Mounting the devil, he hung from the Black Knight's neck and delivered a savage stab at his shoulder. His aim was just a centimeter away from the edge of the pauldron. Sonny's hand was empty when he started the strike, but by the time it reached its mark, the moon shard was already grasped in it. During their journey back to the Dark City, he had noticed that Ascended memories received a less dramatic enhancement from the Crown of Dawn. Unlike the Awakened ones, they weren't elevated by almost an entire rank in terms of power. The augmentation, however, was still significant, enough to breach the gap between the ghostly stiletto and the armor of the fallen devil at least. The needle-sharp point of the moon shard broke through the impenetrable steel and sunk deep into the shoulder joint of the indestructible black armor. Obviously, Sonny knew that this strike would not do a lot of damage to the fiend, but dealing damage was not his goal. Devil or not, fallen or not, the Black Knight still had to obey the laws of physics. In particular, having several inches of steel glass stuck in the joint of his armor was inevitably going to reduce the mobility of his arm. Indeed, with both of his arms damaged, the speed with which the fiend was able to move his great sword around considerably diminished. It was still utterly terrifying, nevertheless, but not insurmountable anymore. Just a moment faster than the Black Knight, the stone saint stepped over the black blade and pinned it to the floor with one of her greaves. Using all of her weight to keep it down, she threw her sword aside and raised her shield high above her head with both hands. For a moment, time slowed down. And then the shadow brought the shield down, delivering a devastating blow to the weakest point of the greatsword. The rim of the stone shield hit against the black steel, and with a deafening ringing, the greatsword shattered. Chapter 272, Shadow and Darkness. Augmented by the shadow, and with the help of 900 fragments that Sonny had collected, the saint had become incredibly strong. The graceful stone body of the taciturn monster hid incredible power to begin with, and now it was vastly enhanced. Holding her shield with both hands, the shadow delivered a devastating blow at the weakest point of the black blade. The blade, which was pinned between the marble floor and her greave, rang deafeningly and shattered. Still mounting the Black Knight, Sunny grinned with vicious joy. Then he let go of the dented helmet of the devil and pushed himself off, performing a backward flip and landing nimbly several meters away. Nephis immediately disengaged too. Both of them knew that nothing was more dangerous than an enemy on the brink of death. With nothing to lose, humans often relinquished any sense of self-preservation and turned berserk, taking their killer with them to the grave. Nightmare creatures were much the same, only more terrifying. Despite the fact that Sunny was sure that the devil's weakness hid in his sword, he wasn't certain what would happen if the blade was actually broken. Hopefully, the Black Knight would just crumble into a pile of steel. If not, it would be better to be far away when they found out. As the shards of the black blade rained on the floor and the stone saint fell on one knee, a shudder ran through the devil's body. The darkness hiding in the corners of the ruined cathedral suddenly boiled and lunged forward in a wave. But none of it reached the Black Knight, annihilated by the radiance of Changing Star's intricate white armor. The devil froze in a twisted pose, his hands powerlessly hanging down, his back bent. The black steel of his armor was rusting. It was swiftly turning dull brown, its luster gone, its once impregnable surface looking corroded and brittle. Then he slowly and laboriously raised his head and turned it slightly to the side, as if staring at the face of the nameless goddess whose statue oversaw the dark hall of the ruined cathedral for thousands of years. As the devil looked at the goddess, the crimson light of his eyes slowly weakened and dimmed, and then suddenly exploded into furious red flames. The rusty armor came apart, exposing the mass of darkness hiding within. The darkness stretched its limbs and rose above the kneeling shadow, the parts of the armor that floated in it giving the creature a vaguely humanoid shape, revealing its true form. A ghostly colossus made of darkness and rusting steel towered above the taciturn monster like an omen of death, two crimson fires burning furiously in the black depths. Another flame appeared just beneath them like a twisted mouth made from the flames of hell, and then a terrifying roar shook the ancient temple. Sunny took an involuntary step back, a feeling of dread rising from the depths of his soul. His eyes searched for Nephis and found her standing a few meters behind the stone saint. Changing Star was hesitating, looking at the dark apparition with an uncertain expression. She caught his gaze, lingered for a moment, and then nodded, understanding what Sunny wanted to convey without the need for any words. Then Nephis cautiously backed away, not letting the devil out of her sight. What was going to happen next was not something a human could survive, not a sleeper at least. With a harrowing fury, the creature of darkness crashed down on the shadow. Its hands tore through the air and wrapped around the taciturn monster's neck, then raised the living statue in the air as if her stone body weighed nothing. The devil brought the saint high above the marble floor of the ruined cathedral and squeezed her neck, as if trying to strangle her. A net of cracks streaked through the shadow's armor, bits of stone falling down. Through all of it, the emotionless expression on the hauntingly inhuman face of the saint did not change one bit. But in her ruby eyes, a hint of a feeling appeared much stronger than ever before. Disdain. Letting go of the shield, she raised her hands, grasped the vambraces of the rusting armor, and easily shattered them in her grip. As another roar resounded in the darkness, the taciturn monster fell back to the ground. Landing with nimble grace, she instantly dodged the claws of the apparition, which had bent down to shatter the living statue once and for all. Then she took a step forward. The stone saint was right beneath the leaning devil now. As her ruby eyes flashed with ruthlessness, she lunged forward and delivered a crushing blow to his chest. Her gauntlet tore through the breastplate of the rusted armor and sank deep into the living darkness, right where a human heart would have been, or a soul core. A moment later, the crimson flames burning in the depths of the dark creature exploded into a wave of blinding red light and disappeared. The dark essence of the devil dissipated like fog, its remnants vanquished by Changing Star's radiance. The pieces of armor fell to the ground in a clangor of steel. The terrifying devil of the cathedral, the Black Knight, was dead. Sunny threw his head back and let out an exhilarated, vengeful laugh. Die, die, you bastard, die and go to hell forever! Oh, revenge tasted so great. A moment later, the voice of the spell whispered sweetly into his ear. You have slain a fallen devil, forsaken knight. Your shadow grows stronger. Sunny smiled. Anything else you want to add? A memory? An echo? However, a moment later, he forgot all about the spell. A cold shiver ran down his spine, because right in front of him something very strange was happening to the stone saint. Her hand was still raised, frozen in the same position as when she had pierced the heart of the living darkness with her fist. And in it, what the hell is that thing? Chapter 273, Chrysalis. Grasped in the shadow's fist was a strange, beautiful, and ominous gem. It was utterly black, as though suffused with impenetrable darkness. The glossy black surface seemed to devour light, turning the vast hall of the ruined cathedral even darker than it had been before. Deep within that black void, crimson flames burned with a menacing red glow. It was pulsating in a slow and bizarre rhythm, drowning everything around in dim red light. Painted by it, the stone saint seemed to be drenched in blood. The gem she held looked like a bloody, still-beating heart that she had torn out of someone's chest. Gazing at it, Sunny felt a strange sense of foreboding. What the hell is this thing? The gem looked sort of like a soul shard, but different. He had never seen a black shard to begin with, or one radiating such an intense glow. It also didn't seem like a piece of a broken core. On the contrary, it appeared whole. Is that what a soul core of a nightmare creature looks like? No, not a soul core. A soul? Stunned, Sunny counted the crimson flames burning in the depths of the black gem. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 flames for the 4 cores of fallen devil. The thing that his shadow held in her hand was the Black Knight's soul, or some sort of his essence at least. By how had it turned into a material form? Did the stone saint do it? If so, how? No, why? What is she doing with it? As Sunny and Nephis looked in stunned silence, the shadow finally moved. Bringing the black gem close to her face, she lingered for a moment. A hint of a dark, macabre emotion appeared in her eyes, and then the stone saint swallowed it. Sunny blinked. The shadow opened her mouth, bit into the eerie crystal, and swallowed it. Just like that, the soul of the Black Knight was devoured. The red glow it emanated disappeared, returning the world to its natural shade. And a moment after that, the stone saint fell into the shadows and disappeared too. Wait, I didn't dismiss her. What the hell is happening? Nephis looked at him with a perplexed expression. What just happened? What did she do? For once, Sunny didn't have to twist the truth and deceive anyone. Opening his mouth, he honestly said, I have no idea. Walking over to the pile of rusty steel that remained after the devil had been destroyed, Sunny moved it around with his foot for a bit and then mumbled, There's no shards left. It's empty. Changing Star remained silent for a few moments, then frowned. Finally, she said, Your echo is very peculiar. While everyone was recovering from the fight and tending to their wounds, Sunny walked to a secluded corner and dove into the soul sea. The tranquil expanse of still water met him with familiar silence. Glancing at the rows of motionless shadows standing at the edge of it, Sunny noticed that the Black Knight had joined their ranks. The steel giant stood among all the other creatures Sunny had slain, just as empty as the rest of them. There was no trace of the menacing and deadly fallen devil left. Now he was just one of the shadows. Sunny grinned. Welcome, you bastard. Make yourself at home. You're not going anywhere else ever anyway. A feeling of deep, dark satisfaction grasped his heart. Staring at the motionless form of his sworn enemy, Sunny had to stop himself from kicking the Black Knight with all his strength. He was just a shadow now, after all. Kicking him would have been like kicking the air. Plus, Sunny wasn't vindictive to that degree. Killing the bastard once was enough for him. Who's the one laughing now, huh? I won't deny it, you got me good. But I'm still breathing while you're dead. At the end of the day, that's all that matters. Both this world and the real one were full of creatures that were bigger, stronger, and more powerful than Sunny. Many of them had either threatened his existence or felt compelled to treat him like dirt to show their superiority. But he was still here despite all of them, neither destroyed nor subjugated. He was free, alive, and growing stronger with each day. One day, they would be the ones cowering in front of him or be destroyed by him, just like the Black Knight had been. With a dark expression, Sunny turned away and walked to stand beneath the black sun of his shadow core. Then he summoned the stone saint, but nothing happened. Sunny frowned, then repeated the summon again, to the same effect. Suddenly worried, he willed the runes to appear in the air in front of him. Luckily, his worst fears did not come true. The stone saint was still listed as his shadow. Then what is going on with her? Concentrating on the runes describing her name, Sunny made it expand and read, Shadow, Stone Saint, Shadow Rank, Awakened, Shadow Class, Monster, Shadow Attributes, Battle Master, Stalwart, Spark of Divinity, Shadow Description, Shadow Saint was created by the treacherous lost from light, in the cursed darkness of the forgotten shore. Shadow Fragments. So far everything was the same. Even the number of shadow fragments he had fed her did not change. However, there was a new string of runes shimmering beneath that number where nothing had been before. When Sunny saw it, his eyes widened. The runes read, The Stone Saint is evolving. He lingered for a few moments, and then looked up at the shadow core. Somewhere inside, his shadow was resting in the waves of nurturing dark flames, her very being going through a mysterious transformation. It appeared as though consuming the soul of the Black Knight had allowed her to enter a stage of growth that Sunny had not anticipated. How long would that evolution process take? And what kind of a transformation the saint was going through? Sunny had no idea. However, he couldn't wait to find out. Chapter 274, Salvation, Evolving. The Stone Saint was evolving. Leaving the mindscape of the Soul Sea, Sunny furrowed his brow. His eyes, however, were full of excitement. What exactly about her was going to change, though? There weren't that many possibilities. It could be either her rank, her class, or her attributes. It was logical to assume that by defeating an opponent of a higher rank, the Shadow would be able to ascend to a new rank herself. However, there was a flaw in that logic. The Black Knight wasn't the first fallen creature Sunny and the Saint had slain. In fact, he was the third, with the Corpse Eater and the Spire Messenger being the first two. That's not even counting the 2 iron spiders the living statue had butchered before falling to Sunny's blade herself, but she had not done anything like pulling a black gem out of their corpses before. So, most likely what allowed her to absorb the soul of that particular nightmare creature was not the mere fact of its incredible power, it was the strange but obvious kinship that the two of them shared. At least Sunny felt that this guess of his was right. That didn't help him understand what changes would occur to the taciturn monsters, though. Still, it was a very valuable piece of information to learn. In the future, if Sunny wanted to evolve his shadows, he would have to find not only a powerful, but also a suitable opponent for them to defeat. A kindred abomination of higher rank or class. Tilting his head, he tried to remember if there was another creature on the Forgotten Shore he knew of whose soul could be fed to the Saint. For a moment, the image of the walking colossus appeared in his mind. Yeah, no, not going to even think about that. Shaking his head, Sunny smiled slightly and walked over to his companions. Now that their deal had been concluded, the future he was so afraid of was finally upon them. The light of lanterns invaded the spacious room that had once belonged to the priestess of this ancient temple. With 6 people entering its peaceful haven, however, it didn't seem so vast anymore. Sunny looked around and sighed. The hidden quarters were just like he had left him. There were pieces of simple, but luxurious furniture carved out of pale wood, with a few mismatched things that he had scavenged from the ruins. The stone walls were decorated with intricate engravings. An empty chest that used to be full of shimmering soul shards stood dark and empty. Feeding the stone saint had really bankrupted him. Sadly, being the master of a hungry shadow was not the cheapest of ambitions. On one of the walls, sets of lines were scratched into the stone, marking all the days he had spent living in the ruined cathedral. For a long time this had been his home. The best home he ever had, really, which was a sad thing to say about a windowless stone room hidden in the middle of a cursed city. But Sunny liked it a lot. He was going to miss this dark, quiet place very much. The other members of the cohort, with the exception of Effie and Cassie, were looking around with interest. Even Neff showed a bit of curiosity. With a strange look on his face, Kai turned to Sunny and asked, This is where you lived?" Sunny raised an eyebrow and shrugged. "Yeah, why?" The beautiful archer smiled with visible delight. "No, nothing. It's just that this place is so tasteful. I did not expect your residence to be this chic." "What is that supposed to mean?" Sunny frowned. "What did you expect it to be?" Kai looked down, suddenly flustered. "Oh, for some reason I always imagined you sleeping on a floor in a cave. Yeah, stupid, I know. Why would there be a cave in a temple?" Hearing that, Effie couldn't help but laugh. Wait till you see what's in his closet, Knight." Sunny gave her a menacing look, but thought better of saying anything. He understood that the huntress was just trying to lighten the mood. Knowing what was going to come next, every member of the cohort was consumed by fear and doubt right now. Effie more than the rest, because her role in the spectacle that Gunnalug had planned for them was especially cruel. Sunny sighed. A bit later, they were sitting around the hearth, the smell of food still lingering in the air. Everyone was silent, looking at the fire, their minds consumed with dark thoughts. Sunny knew that he had to make a decision now, but felt reluctant to do so. Instead, he just watched the shadows dance on the walls of the hidden chamber. After a while, Nephis finally broke the silence. Turning to him, she lingered for a bit, and then asked, "We will be leaving in the morning. Will you come with us?" Her voice sounded even, as always, but Sunny knew her well enough to discern notes of a suppressed emotion in it. Hope. Hope is the poison that will get you killed. But no, this was the old Sunny talking. One who was comfortable hiding behind his insanity, one who had given up, who was too afraid to face the ruthless truth and pay the price to take what belonged to him, was his by right, triumph, salvation, and hope. Sunny was done being afraid. With a calm expression, he looked at Nephis and said, "The day after tomorrow, I still have things to finish in the Dark City. I will join you the day after tomorrow, for better or worse." She was silent for a few moments, and then a soft smile appeared on her face. "Thank you. I have some preparations to make too. We will return to the Bright Castle together then." He gave her a nod and turned away. Nephis had never shown any sign of being able to feel fear, at least not that he remembered. But he knew that it was just a front. In fact, she knew fear all too well. Better than anyone here, except maybe for him. She was introduced to it at a very young age, after all. So he suspected that behind her indifferent face and even voice, she must have been scared too. She was just a young girl, after all. And it was she who was going to fight the immortal Bright Lord to the death soon, not them. Sunny looked at the shadows. One day. After one day, the prophecy will begin to come true. Chapter 275, Secrets of the Ruined Temple. As soon as the dawn came, bringing with it the mournful sound of retreating waves, Nephis and her cohort left the ruined cathedral. Sunny remained alone, standing on the edge between the darkness of the old temple and the light of the new day. Lingering in the ornate doorway, he remained motionless for a while and watched as the artificial sun rose into the bleak gray skies above the cursed city. After months spent in the company of other humans, being by himself once again felt strange. Just like it had felt strange to be with other people after all the time he had spent on his own here before that. Turning around, Sunny returned into the darkness. The grand hall of the ruined cathedral was peaceful and quiet. Without the menacing steel guardian, there was no one here to disturb the silence anymore. Even the darkness that populated the corners was empty and docile now, not at all the living entity it had been once. It felt sort of lonesome. Freely walking through the echoing expanse of the magnificent hall, Sunny looked around, taking in the sight of the cathedral that had sheltered in the past from a new perspective. Despite spending so much time here, he had never seen it like this, in the same way the inhabitants of the Dark City must have seen it all those years ago. Sunny had only looked down on the hall from the height of one of the ancient temple's support beams. It looked majestic, but it was also not safe anymore. With the Black Knight dead, no one was left to defend the cathedral from the nightmare creatures that would want to claim it as their nest, so Sunny couldn't stay here for long. Not that he had the luxury of that choice anymore. Throwing one last look at the beautiful dark hall, Sunny sighed and began climbing the statue of the nameless goddess. Back in the hidden chamber, it was once again utterly dark. Sunny hesitated for a bit and began collecting his belongings. It didn't take him long. Growing attached to material things was pointless on the forgotten shore. There was no way to take them with him to the real world after all, if he was even going to survive that long, but he still felt sad leaving all of his spoils behind. Back in the real world, Sunny never had a home like this, nor a lot of stuff to call his own. He had dreamed of enjoying a lavish lifestyle after becoming an awakened, but got stuck in this hell instead. This spacious room he called his home was a form of consolation, but now he had to leave. In the end, he only took the bare necessities and then tidied the place up, wishing to leave it clean and orderly, despite knowing that there was little chance of anyone stumbling on this place again. After everything was done, Sunny glanced at the tranquil room and hesitated for a bit. Then, he walked over to the wall where he had once scratched countless lines into the stone to count the days and summon the prowling thorn. He wanted to leave a mark of his presence here. Something to tell that he had lived in this hidden chamber, in the ancient ruined cathedral, in the dark city, on the forgotten shore, in this world. A small mark to witness that he had been here, had struggled here, and then left to fight for a chance to escape. Sunny wanted to come up with some profound words, but nothing came to mind. He wasn't really a profound person anyway. What he really wanted to carve into the wall was his true name. But even now, the paranoia stopped him. What if someone would come here one day and read it out loud? What a funny disaster that would be. Finally, he raised the kunai, carved something beneath the lines that marked the days he had spent living in the ruined cathedral. Then, Sunny turned around and walked away. There were 2 runes left on the wall behind him. One meaning sun, the other meaning loss. There were 2 things Sunny wanted to accomplish before tomorrow morning. One was in the ruins of a library that he had never finished exploring, and the other one was right here in the ruined cathedral. Returning to the grand hall with his rucksack on his shoulder, Sunny walked past the statue of the nameless goddess and dove into one of the doors leading into the temple's inner sanctum. He had never been there before, kept away by the living darkness and the Black Knight. But now that the devil was gone, Sunny was finally going to see what was hidden inside. Walking through the rooms and corridors that the priests and priestesses had once used, he looked around and didn't notice anything of interest. Everything was pretty much destroyed and ruined, with only a few mundane things remaining untouched. There was nothing here at all, at least that was what others would think. Sunny, however, suddenly stopped in front of a certain wall and tilted his head. There was nothing special about that wall, at least nothing that could be seen, but he could feel a heavy mass of shadows hiding behind it, as though there was a hollow space there. After searching for a while, he found a hidden lever and pressed it, or at least he tried. The ancient mechanism had rusted through and disintegrated over the thousands of years of neglect, of course. With a sigh, Sunny summoned the midnight shard, looked closer at the hollow wall, and inserted the tachi into the seam between its moving parts. Then he unceremoniously used the unbreakable blade as a lever and pushed with all his inhuman strength. With a terrible scraping sound, a part of the wall slid away. The air rushed past Sunny, entering the dark mouth of a narrow corridor. Behind it, a set of stone stairs led down, deep down underground. With a resentful grimace, Sunny flourished the midnight shard to shake off the dust that clung to it, put it on his shoulder, and entered the secret passage. Chapter 276. To stunning and turning through the mass of stone. Despite the fact that he had been cautiously walking forward for a few minutes now, Sunny felt that he was still beneath the cathedral. In fact, by his estimation, he was approaching its center, and indeed, right beneath the spot where the statue of the goddess should have been, the narrow passage opened into a larger room. In it, a deep well leading even further down was situated, with a winding staircase spiraling down into the darkness. Sunny frowned. What is it with this place and creepy dark wells? Going further down was going to place him dangerously close to the catacombs. He knew all too well what kind of danger that would pose. The last time Sunny had ventured into the maze of ancient tunnels below the city, he barely escaped alive. After hesitating for a while, he stepped onto the staircase and began descending. Deep, ancient shadows surrounded Sunny, giving him a little comfort. At least he was among his kin. After a minute or so of walking down the stairwell, Sunny entered a large chamber that seemed to be carved into the bedrock, as opposed to being constructed by human hand. On the other side of it, a large door forged from black steel stood, illuminated by two burning torches. Two thoughts entered Sunny's mind simultaneously. The first one was that the metal from which the monolithic door was made looked eerily familiar. It was the same dark, lusterless, impenetrable alloy that the Black Knight had been made of. The second thought was even more disturbing. How come those torches are still burning? Had they been aflame for several thousand years? Come to think of it, the torches looked very strange. They seemed to be producing light, but it was pale and ghostly. There was no heat that came with it, too. The shadows cast by the ghostly flames were the most disturbing, though. Because of the movements of the fire, they were supposed to be dancing on the floor. But instead, the shadows were absolutely motionless. It was as though the light of the torches had trapped and paralyzed them somehow. Sunny thought for a while, and that ordered his own shadow to stay back. The shadow did not protest. In fact, it was visibly relieved. Taking a few exaggerated steps back, it merged with the deep darkness at the exit of the stairwell and waited there, glancing nervously at the strange motionless shadows from time to time. Sunny cautiously approached the black door and lowered the midnight shard into a protective stance. He was ready to face any sort of danger. But nothing attacked him. The only thing that happened was a sudden chill that ran through Sunny's body when he had entered the circle of light cast by the two ghostly torches. These torches they are definitely some sort of a protective charm. I am almost sure that their power can harm even shadows. The question he had to ask himself, though, was this. Were the torches meant to keep something from entering the space that hid behind the black door, or were they meant to keep something in? Well, there was only one way to find out. What Sunny was doing seemed absolutely crazy, but in fact, it was not. He had not come into this underground chamber just because of idle curiosity, or because of being blinded by greed and the prospect of finding a treasure. What led him here and pushed him to study the black door was his intuition. By now, Sunny had to admit that his intuition was more than a mere manifestation of his subconscious. It had turned out to be correct one too many times, especially ever since he had consumed the drop of ichor. After that day, he was able to sense the presence of divinity. And sometimes, he was even drawn to it, like he was drawn to this cathedral and to the mysterious key that lay buried in the body of the Lord of the Dead. The two seemed connected, and Sunny felt that he was about to find out how and why. But it was not all his intuition was capable of. There were other aspects to it, too. In fact, Sunny suspected that it had more to do with his fated attribute than it had to do with the spark of divinity. If he were to guess, he would say that after he had been changed by the ichor, that attribute was slightly enhanced, giving him the ability to sense subtle tremors that ran through the strings of fate from time to time, the strings that were apparently tightly wrapped around his body. The combination of the change that happened to his eyes and his close relationship with those strings gave Sunny a slight affinity to revelations and fate, similar to the one Cassie had possessed, but infinitely less potent. It was enough to guide him to this door and make him want to open it, nevertheless. Stepping close to the monolithic black door, Sunny gazed at it and came to the conclusion that not even an entire army would have been able to break through this monstrous barrier. There was, however, a small keyhole hidden on its dark surface. Pulling on the string tied around his neck, Sunny took off the small metal key that hung on it and gripped it tightly in his hand. After hesitating for a few moments, he carefully inserted the key into the lock of the black door. It fit perfectly. As soon as Sunny put the key into the lock, the faint light of divinity it emanated suddenly became a little bit brighter. Sunny sighed, then readied himself and turned the key. Something clicked inside the metal door, and then it silently opened. The pale light of the ghostly torches swayed, as though moved by an otherworldly wind. Behind the door, a small room was carved into the rock, and in it, a corpse in a dark mantle was chained to the floor inside a circle. Sunny couldn't tell if the corpse belonged to a man or a woman, because there was a strange mask covering its face. The mask was made out of black lacquered wood and carved to resemble the face of a ferocious demon. Its teeth were bared, with 4 fangs protruding from its mouth. The mask was crowned with 3 twisted horns. Inside the black chasms of its eyes, there was nothing but utter darkness. Chapter 277, Demon of Fate. Sunny held his breath, affected by the disturbing scene in front of him. The corpse was kneeling on the floor of the small cell, its hand chained to the floor. There was a circle carved into the stone around it, with countless symbols that Sunny could not understand surrounding it. However, the circle was broken. In the thousands of years since the fall of the Dark City, the floor of the dungeon cell had cracked, with several fractures running straight through the intricate engraving. Whatever it was the circle was meant to contain had either perished or escaped a long time ago. Now the only thing that remained was a withered corpse. Coming closer, Sunny took another look at the person who had been imprisoned and died under the ruined cathedral. in a cell situated exactly beneath the statue of the nameless goddess. Because of the dark mantle and the black lacquered mask, Sunny couldn't glean a lot of information about the corpse. It seemed to belong to a human, but other than that, everything about it was a mystery. What terrible sin had this person committed to be condemned to this awful death? Strangely, Sunny's intuition was silent. It was as though there was nothing in front of him at all. To his sixth sense, the prisoner of the underground cell appeared as an empty space. Weird, this person had clearly been either hated or feared a lot to be locked behind all these barriers. Surely, finding such a creature would affect my fate. Why don't I feel anything then? With a tense frown, he took a deep breath and carefully stepped inside the circle. It was then that Sunny noticed a chaotic mess of runes drawn on the floor near the prisoner's left hand. The sight of them almost sent him into a seizure. Staggering away, Sunny fell to his knees and threw up. Ah, damn it. Those runes, those were the same runes the spell used to describe the mysterious unknown. Only here, the intensity of the terrible effect they had on the mind of anyone who saw them was much, much stronger. What the hell? Wiping his mouth, Sunny grimaced and glanced at the masked corpse with a bit of resentment. Then he picked himself off the floor, took a deep breath, looked at the terrible runes once again. Immediately, Sunny felt a splitting headache and a sickening, terrible sensation spreading through his mind. It was as though all his thoughts and memories were being torn and twisted. But despite all of it, Sunny persevered and kept staring at the final message that the prisoner had left behind. He knew he couldn't read the runes, he didn't know that particular language, and the spell either was forbidden, incapable, or refused to translate them. But for some reason, Sunny felt compelled to try. Fighting through the intense pain, he slowly studied the strange runes, and then suddenly his eyes widened, because right below the chaotic mess of them, a line of text was written in the script he was familiar with, the usual runic language that the spell always used. This time, it did not provide any translation. Luckily, Sunny had studied these runes and knew enough about them to understand what was written himself. The last thing the person imprisoned under the cathedral wrote before succumbing to death made him shudder. Scratched into the stone was a short prayer. Hail Weaver, demon of fate, firstborn of the unknown. Sunny stared at the runes until he was on the verge of losing consciousness. Only then did he turn away and closed his eyes. The nauseating dissonance of the terrible runes stayed carved into his mind. Only after several minutes passed did it fade a little, allowing him to breathe again. So, the mysterious weaver whose forbidden lineage he had inherited was in fact associated with fate, just like Sunny himself. What were the chances? Ats, fated for you, I guess. The word he translated as demon wasn't the one used to describe nightmares creatures of the third rank, but a different one. Perhaps calling it a spirit or a demon would have been more suitable, a mortal but powerful and ominous deity, one different from gods but sharing the same nature. However, Sunny wasn't that versed in mystical terminology. All he knew was that the runic language was incredibly rich in words describing all types of monsters and creatures, while the human language wasn't. Hence, demon was fine with him. Apart from the tantalizing revelation about the mysterious weaver, he had noticed one other important thing by forcing himself to study the runes. Before, Sunny had thought that there was a single entity that the spell refused to call by its name and simply described as unknown, leading him to call it the unknown. Yes, Sunny was not that imaginative when it came to word choice. Whether the unknown were a kind of beings, a single existence, or a force of nature, he did not know. But now, he realized that there were actually two types of forbidden runes, and two things that the spell did not know how or did not want to mention. One was the same as those used in the description of the drop of ichor, which stated that the vile thieving bird was hated both by the gods and by the unknown. It also said that the reflection of the unknown stayed forever frozen in the depths of Weaver's pupils, and that just looking at it drove the thieving bird mad. The other was the same as those used in the description of the stone saint, which was created by the last child of the unknown, and now here by the dead prisoner, who had called Weaver the firstborn of the unknown. What the hell does all this supposed to mean? His suspicion that Weaver had something to do with the creation of the nightmare spell only grew stronger after learning that they had something to do with the domain of fate. After all, the spell seemed to be weaved out of numerous strings of fate, and there was this being called Weaver, who had the blood of gods in their veins, but was also somehow connected to the unknown. Feeling his headache only growing stronger, Sunny winced and shook his head. Later. I will think about it later. There would be time to ponder about all this later, or not, if he dies trying to escape the forgotten shore. Either way, that time was not now. Turning back to the chained corpse, Sunny cautiously avoided looking at the dangerous runes and kneeled in front of it. He wanted to know what was hiding behind the mask, but as soon as he touched it, the corpse suddenly shattered and fell apart, turning into dust right in front of his eyes. Even its dark mantle rotted and disappeared, as though the thousands of years that had passed since the fall of the dark city and the destruction of the cathedral finally caught up with it. Soon, all that was left was a pile of dust, and the lacquered mask lying on top of it, its black surface glinting slightly in the pale light of the ghostly torches. Chapter 278, Weaver's Mask. Sunny looked at the black mask in the darkness hiding in its eyes. Its features were not as much contorted as fearsome by nature. It was simultaneously fearsome and somber, bestial and regal, as though existing at the border of all things. But most of all, the striking mask radiated a sense of mystery. The vicious fangs, the twisting horns, the black lacquered wood of it all. Once again, his intuition was silent. There was nothing he felt toward the black mask, as though it didn't even exist. How strange. Sunny waited for a few moments, then picked up the mask and brought it to his face to take a closer look at it. But just a moment after his fingers touched the sleek surface of the polished wood, the mask suddenly disintegrated into a swarm of countless white sparks. Acting like water, the stream of light flowed toward Sunny's chest and entered into his body, disappearing into the dark depths of his shadow core. The voice of the spell thundered suddenly, louder than it had ever been before. "You have received a memory." Sunny remained motionless for a few seconds, thinking about what just happened. By now, he knew that some memories could exist outside of the soul cores, just like how shard memories did. Was the black mask one of them? Somehow he felt that it wasn't. Why, I'm even guessing. Let's just take a look. The reason he was lingering was because of the magnitude of the situation. Sunny didn't know anything about the mysterious mask, but he believed that this relic of the past was truly unusual. The circumstances that had led to its discovery were too extraordinary, and the place it was hidden in was too uncanny to think otherwise. So he was understandably apprehensive. With a bit of tension, Sunny dove into his soul sea and looked up at the spheres of light floating around the black sun of the shadow core. There was a new one there which seemed to be much brighter than the rest. Summoning it down, he soon found himself looking into the eyes of the dark mask that hovered in front of him. It was as though he was facing an invisible person wearing it. Shifting uncomfortably, Sunny lowered his gaze a little and looked beneath the black lacquered wood. A moment later, he had to suppress the involuntary desire to cover his eyes with a hand. Inside the black mask, 7 radiant embers were burning with such intensity that it almost blinded him. All around them, incalculable, ethereal strings were weaved into a pattern so vast and intricate that it almost seemed boundless. 7 anchors, gods! Stunned by the visage of the mask's spell weave, Sunny hesitated for a bit and summoned the runes that described it. What he saw made him take a step back and gasp. Memory, Weaver's Mask. Memory rank, divine. Memory tier, 7th memory type, tool. Memory description. Weaver believed that knowledge was the origin of power and so always hid behind numerous lies, wearing them as a mantle. No one knew Weaver's thoughts, Weaver's face, and Weaver's heart. Even the gods could not see what hid behind the mask. Memory enchantments, mantle of lies, simple trick. Sunny had to look away for a moment to take a breath. Divine memory of the 7th tier. Holy hell! Words weren't enough to describe his astonishment. He was, however, surprised to see that the mask only had 3 enchantments. Sunny expected such a powerful memory to have dozens of them. Judging by how boundless and insanely complicated the weave of it was, there had to be that much at least. Just what were these 3 enchantments to require a myriad of diamond strings to support them? Turning back to the runes, he concentrated on the enchantments and read further. Enchantment, Mantle of Lies. Enchantment description. Hides the identity of its master. That description sounded very simple, but looking at the spell weave of the black mask, Sunny could tell that this enchantment was anything but. In fact, it was so vast and powerful that his mind was failing to even comprehend the scale of it. The enchantment was indeed designed to protect the identity of the person wearing the mask from prying eyes, but what it actually meant was that any form of detection was powerless against it. And Sunny suspected that any was not a figure of speech in this case, but simply a constatation of fact. For example, Cassie's aspect ability, which allowed her to see a person's attributes, would not work on someone wearing the mask. There were countless similar abilities among the awakened, none of which would work either. I guess that explains why my intuition was silent about the prisoner and the mask itself. Whatever kind of fate-related sixth sense I have is also countered by that thing. Even more terrifying was the fact that the enchantment was not aimed at just the awakened. The description of the Weaver's Mask stated that even the gods could not see through it, and it was honest truth. Nothing could penetrate the barriers of the Mantle of Lies, not even the sight of a god. Sunny gulped. Scary. But then, this incredible and frightening enchantment did not even take up 1/10 of the volume of the ethereal diamond strings, hiding beneath the surface of the black lacquered mask. The second enchantment was much the same. It was called, by which the spell was telling Sunny that it wasn't going to say anything about it. Its description was also empty. However, Sunny could tell that it had something to do with sight just by looking at the weave. He could also tell that it was not a passive enchantment, but an active one, meaning that currently he could not access it. Usually, that would mean that he would be able to once he became a true awakened, but in this case, the amount of soul essence required to keep the enchantment activated for more than a fraction of a second was so vast that no awakened would have been able to. Only a saint would, perhaps. However, Sunny was not sure that he wanted to try even if he had the ability. The things Weaver saw were capable of driving unholy creatures insane, so it was wise to avoid going anywhere near that enchantment in the future, most likely. Most of the spell weave of the Weaver's mask, however, was dedicated to the third enchantment, one that was called a simple trick. Judging by the mind-boggling complexity of the pattern that made it possible, that trick of Weaver's was anything but simple, though. It was the most bizarre, intricate, and ingenious thing that Sunny had ever seen. Curious, he glanced at the description and froze, his eyes opened wide. The runes gleaming in the air read, "Enchantment, simple trick, enchantment description, reverses the effect of one's flaw." Chapter 279, Guilty Conscience. Sunny remained silent for a long time, staring at the black mask. The tranquil sea of his soul was still and silent, not at all like the storm that was currently raging in his heart. After a while, he thought, that Weaver was one sly guy, girl, person, being. Well, the fact that I don't even know that much only serves to prove the point, and I thought I was good at deceit and manipulation. How devious one must be to not let even the gods, even the nightmare spell, know anything about them. But it was fitting, in a strange kind of way. If Weaver's domain was that of fate, there was no other way. Fate was a terrifying but subtle tool. Manipulating it to your advantage required a very special kind of genius, one that was directly opposite to any kind of directness, straightforwardness, and brutal power. However, if given the choice, Sunny would have preferred to face War God in battle than to make someone like Weaver his enemy. Masterful liars were far more dangerous than deadly warriors. He knew it better than most. Exiting the Soul Sea, Sunny hesitated for a little and then summoned the Weaver's mask. The cool wooden surface of the mask appeared on his face, held in place by some invisible force. Immediately, his vision changed slightly. Everything became sharper, clearer, more vivid. Sunny could feel the mask reaching into his eyes and connecting to something, the strange legacy he had inherited by consuming the drop of Weaver's blood. He sensed his intuition becoming more potent, too. It was as though he could almost see the mysterious strings of fate that span across the entire world. Almost. Glancing at the pile of dust that remained of the prisoner, Sunny frowned slightly. The identity of the person who had been wearing the Weaver's mask remained a secret. Just who had this corpse belonged to, and how had they ended up chained to the floor in a hidden dungeon cell beneath the majestic cathedral? The easiest thing to assume was that it was Weaver themselves, but Sunny dismissed that theory immediately. From everything he knew about the original master of the mask, the power of that creature was just below that of the gods, and that of the unknown, perhaps. If Weaver appeared on the forgotten shore, the whole dark city would have been wiped out of existence before any harm was done to them. So who could have been wearing Weaver's mask? Some powerful carrier of the nightmare spell that had received it as a memory, just how Sunny did. Well, if Weaver was really a daemon, which was a strange kind of a lesser deity, were there a cult dedicated to them? Had there been priests and followers of Weaver? The message the prisoner had left behind sounded awfully close to a prayer. Had that person been deemed a heretic and condemned to this place for that reason? Sunny sighed. There was no way to know. Hesitating for a bit, he turned away and left the somber dungeon cell behind. He only had this one day to finish all the things he had left undone in the dark city. There was no time for fruitless pondering. Once outside, Sunny walked over to the place where he had left his shadow and took a look at himself through its eyes. What he saw made him blink a couple of times. The black lacquered mask sat snugly on his face, hiding his features. He couldn't even see his eyes, which were drowned in darkness. What's more, even his height was somehow unclear. Sunny didn't actually become taller, but from the side it looked as though he did. Sort of. 1 second it did, and the next one it did not. It was sort of similar to how people's faces changed when lighted from different directions. In any case, he couldn't tell for sure how tall the person facing the shadow was. How fun! It was not that Sunny became completely unrecognizable, though. He would still have to be careful to hide the context clues about himself while wearing the mask. Mundane things like the way he walked, his usual mannerisms, and other subtle but unique details of his behavior could still betray his identity, despite the fact that it was masked from all unnatural means of detection. To truly make himself appear as something else, Sunny would have to put on a performance. Good thing he was practicing the shadow dance then. Was it not designed to fully imitate someone else's battle style and physicality? What a wonderful coincidence. Finally, the moment he had been dreading came. It was time to test if the simple trick was really capable of turning his flaw upside down. Needless to say, Sunny was nervous. His lips became dry, and he unconsciously tried to lick them. But now there was a mask on his face, so he couldn't. That bad habit of his had to be put to rest, apparently. Great. All right, let's do this. Opening his mouth, Sunny said out loud, "I am very tall." In the process, he grimaced, expecting the familiar pain to invade his mind. But there was nothing. Sunny froze, blinked a couple of times, and waited. Still nothing happened. Beneath the mask, a wide grin appeared on his face. I am not only tall, but also exquisitely handsome. But that is not all. I am incredibly honest and nice, too. Every girl I meet immediately falls in love with me. Boys, too. That's just how lovable, handsome, nice, and tall I am. Everything I have just said is absolutely true. His mind was peaceful and quiet. There was no pain, no pressure. In fact, Sunny felt great. Wow. Feeling an almost overwhelming desire to continue spouting lies, he laughed in exhilaration. Amazing, this can be. But then, a tremendous explosion of pain suddenly threw him to the ground. With a startled yelp, Sunny grasped his head and then groaned through gritted teeth, feeling as though it was about to burst. What the hell? He just wanted to say how useful the ability to lie could be. Wait. The ability to lie would indeed be very useful, which meant that by stating that fact he would be telling the truth. And the Weaver's mask did not remove his flaw, just reversed it. So, it seemed like while wearing it, Sunny could not tell even a word of truth. That seemed like the right conclusion to make, but he needed to test it to be absolutely sure. With a doomed sigh, Sunny waited for a moment, and then said, "My name is..." A moment later, another pain scream resounded in the darkness of the underground chamber. Chapter 280, One Last Job. Sometime later, Sunny emerged from the ruins of the cathedral with a rucksack on his shoulder, took one last look back, and left. Whatever his future was going to be, he doubted that he would come back here any time soon. It was a bittersweet goodbye, cautiously walking through the familiar streets of the dark city, where he knew every turn and every piece of rubble. In this district of it, at least, Sunny kept his guard up. Many things must have changed in the months he had been away traveling through the labyrinth. The nightmare creatures he knew, and more importantly, knew how to avoid, might have wandered away or perished, and new horrors might have taken their place. He had to stay prudent and careful, but still, his next and final goal was not that far away. As he sneaked toward it, Sunny thought about the Weaver's mask and the ways it could change his life. At first, he thought about simply never taking it off and walking around while delivering a deluge of lies. This way he would be safe from revealing his most guarded secret and becoming someone's slave at least. But after considering this seriously, he came to the conclusion that it was not the best decision in his current circumstances. First of all, one couldn't be a part of any collective while lying all the time. Sunny had an unpleasant experience of being expelled from various groups for various reasons, and not being sincere and honest was one of the surest ways to make people want to avoid you at all cost. Eventually, at least. And no one was able to survive alone in the dream realm, not in a way that a person would want to live anyway. Sunny knew a lot about this side of things too, but most importantly, he was not going to be able to keep this lying for long anyway. Not when dealing with people that already knew him. Kai and Cassie would notice the strange effect of the mask immediately. Kai because of his ability to sense lies, Cassie because her ability to see attributes would suddenly stop working. But others would catch on that something strange was going on with him pretty quickly too, simply because of how drastic the change in his behavior would be. Especially Nephis, who knew him so well. After that, they would inevitably have a lot of questions, and answering those questions, even with lies, would put him in more danger than he already was in. So sadly, Weaver's mask was not a panacea to Sunny's current situation. At best, it would be able to help him avoid certain predicaments if used sparingly, but really, he didn't want anyone to know that he was in possession of that memory at all. Sunny had to think of the future. If he was lucky enough to survive the fall of the Bright Castle and return to the real world, that was where the Black Mask could create miracles for him. It would allow him to have a hidden persona that was in no way connected to an awakened named Sunless, and as such, allow him to do and achieve things that would have been impossible or too dangerous to try as himself. To that effect, no one could know that the strange black wooden mask was connected to him, not even people whom he, somewhat, trusted, both for his own good and theirs. It is such a pity, though. It was. Just imagining Castor's face if he were to ever learn about what type of treasure Sunny had somehow found this time was tempting enough to change his plans. Castor. Sunny's face darkened. He had not forgotten about the promise Nephis had made him at the start of their journey to the Hollow Mountains. Tomorrow, he was finally going to learn what was the deal with the proud legacy, and what exactly the relationship between Changing Star and him was. And how big were the chances of Sunny having to face Castor in battle? Despite all his dislike for the handsome scion of the Han Li clan, Sunny was reluctant to actually fight him, no matter how much progress he had made to get ready for the bloody conclusion of this disastrous chapter of his life. Castor was still not someone to be taken lightly. He was a tremendously deadly opponent just based on what Sunny knew about him. And there were secrets that the legacy had been keeping as well. That charm of his, what does it do? He was certain that he would defeat Castor if push came to shove, but the cost he would have to pay for that victory would be heavy, perhaps much more heavy than he was willing to pay. Suddenly uneasy, Sunny silently shook his head and continued on his way. As the sun began to roll toward the western horizon, he approached his goal, the ruins of an ancient library that stood lonesomely among the decimated buildings. Back near the end of his lonely months of hunting monsters on the streets of the Dark City, Sunny had begun exploring this ruin for bits of information about the history of the Forgotten Shore. Because of his chance encounter with the Stone Saint, and then with Kai, which led to him abandoning the ruins for a long expedition into the labyrinth, he had never finished this project. There was this one vast mosaic in particular that Sunny was interested in. It sprawled across the entire floor of the library's main hall and was mostly covered by rubble. In the past, Sunny was not strong enough to move the rubble out of the way. He had been hoping to make the Stone Saint do it for him, but sadly, the shadow was currently slumbering in the depths of his shadow core, evolving into whatever it was she was going to turn into. Just to be sure, he checked one more time to see if the mysterious process was still going, and sighed in disappointment. Luckily, he had grown much stronger himself during these months. Sunny was pretty sure that now, he would be able to clear the mosaic with his own 2 hands. It was just going to be a lot of work, sending his shadow into the library to make sure that no abomination had made its nest there during his absence. Sunny entered its cool shadow of the ruin and sighed. Better get started. Soon, the scraping sound of heavy boulders being moved could be heard under the partially collapsed roof of the ancient building. Chapter 281.